We on the grand stage, beyond the rampage. Don't understand games, we in the plan phase.
Seas Twilight, what in the world was that? Someone call E-Sick. There's no way Happy hits those.
Oh my god! Nero proved me wrong again!
Are you serious, Nero? Nero with the 5k? Okay. There's the smile that I wanted to see. Forget map number 1.
On the court in my range, shoot a shot and it's drained. Hit the left and then change. They're looking like that is strange. On the court in my range, shoot a shot and it's drained. Hit the left and then change. They're looking like that is strange. Push it to the limit, on sight. Stick it to the vision, on a mission, a collision, on sight. Ain't no indecision, on sight.
Now rival and a nano tactical visor. It's matched by Merrick and shut down just as quickly. Hydron with the 4K and Pelican.
Maybe he needs to be more selfish than that. Oh my god, is that a 4? Dropper just kill it. Look at him dancing in his cam. He's ready. He's warmed up.
Dallas spend the entire round behind a new Queen Street, but it's them at the end wearing the crown. Incredible comeback.
Hello and welcome to the Watchpoint pre-show. I am Zoe Schwind, and with me in the truck are Jonathan Reinforce Larson, and well, I guess that's it. Because the state of Texas stole Danny and Costa away from us.
It took it away from us.
Took it away. But you know what? We got someone better. That's right. We got a special someone in a remote box. And the big question is, who's in the box? Shall we reveal it?
Who is it?
Who is it?
Show it.
Show the mystery box guest. It is Necra, of course. Thank you so much, Necra, for filling in for the guys. I mean, it's an upgrade, if anything, for sure.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Look at us.
I don't know about that one.
On the show. Life's good.
Listen. I am like the great value budget Custa and Danny. You've got to put them all into one.
No.
Yeah.
What?
That's how it goes today.
Humble team. Now we're thrilled to have you for the entirety of the Kickoff Clash. So you'll be our go-to box person. Wish you would be in our box, but you know the other box will do.
We gotta change the word, so we can't keep saying it's a box.
I just really like the word box. I get paid per time of using the word box, apparently.
The window.
The window. That one. Anyway,
yeah.
Guys, if you're living under a rock or in a box and not in a fancy van in the fancy parking lot like we do, you may need to be caught up. So while it doesn't have quite the same luster as looking at the standings, let's take a look at the bracket for the Kickoff Clash Western Region Tournament. We're going to have 4 games today, 4 games tomorrow, 4 games on Saturday, and then we'll crown a champion on Sunday. So I hope that you guys were not looking to sleep at all the next 4 days. I know I certainly have not. Reinforce, which match are you most excited about looking at this bracket?
All of them, Zoe. I'm not gonna single out one match, Zoe. I mean, they're all so good. Regardless of it's San Francisco Shock against the Washington Justice, number 1 against number 8. Like, that's gonna be a great match. Are you kidding me? Washington has talent. I think Florida Mayhem versus Atlanta Reign, that's the biggest uncertain match, though. We don't know what we're going to get between Florida and Atlanta, so I guess I'm looking forward to that one because it's just going to be chaos.
Necra, which one of these matches tickles your fancy?
I gotta look at the Los Angeles Gladiators and the Houston Outlaws. I feel like that match is also going to be very close. I mean, the 3rd seed with the 5th seed, so very excited about that one.
Yeah, I'm with you here, Johnny. Like, everything excites
Everything.
me. It's just everything
Overwatch.
is exciting. That's exactly right. Now, those are the games, and now let's actually see what's on the line, which makes it so exciting. Because of course, they're not just, you know, playing to entertain us. And now there's some stuff on the line as well, which of course are league points, which they will need to collect in order to make it to the grand finals at the very end of the season. And of course, there's also some prize money on the line for our standout tournaments each and every cycle. So yeah, you wanna win those. Those points can come in really, really crucial at the end of the season as well, right? Reinforce?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw last year how crucial it was for Atlanta Reign, for example. Made it to Hawaii several times with consistent top-tier performances, right? And they amassed those league points. And I think this year even, like, we're awarding some extra league points, you know? So, like, you're just being there, you know, you get a couple of nice points.
Exactly. Yeah, last season it was like, you got to go to the tournament, but you didn't get the points. So it was really just like a participation awards. Like, here, have a sticker.
Yeah.
Not
Get
this
a
time
work
around.
trip to Hawaii. Enjoy your off time
I mean,
when you're not playing games.
Shouldn't complain about that. It was pretty sweet. It was pretty sweet. Now, we are, of course, looking forward to upsetting our sleep schedule over the next couple of days. There are also a few matches, of course, that have put us on an upset alert. Hence our next segment. Upset alert. Wow, what a transition. Now, of course, I'm referring to when a lower-seeded team puts on that Cinderella slipper and beats the higher-ranked opponent. Now, Reinforce, we want to first take a look at the number 6 seeded Defiant and the number 2 ranked Dallas Fuel. Where is the upset alert? High, medium, non-existent?
Ooh, it's a spicy one. You start off with like the Dallas crowd as well in Texas, just like that.
Try an easy one.
If you can hear me, Dallas, the upset chance is non-existent. Okay,
Whoa.
you're going to dominate this matchup against the Toronto Defiant. I'm sorry. It's a bit of a similar compositional matchup because you got both teams like leaning into the Zarya as of late. We've seen the Toronto Defiant. They like to play the Zarya composition now with Hotba. But you're going up against Hanbin. Like, come on, you're playing against Hanbin. He's the best Zarya in the league. And so if you're mirroring this Zarya style, it's going to be very difficult for Toronto Defiant to sneak out the win there. So, sorry, non-existent upset chance.
I was about to say, like, you already took a step back from non-existent to very difficult. Now we're back to non-existent.
Well, non-existent is very difficult.
I mean, that's true. That does make sense. Now,
I'm an English major, but I think it was that way.
Nekra, same question to you. If you had to put a number on it, which you do because I'm kindly asking you to, what are the chances that the Defiant will pull off an upset against the Dallas Fuel in front of their home crowd?
Okay, I gotta agree with Reinforce here. Virtually zero chance. I'm giving it to the Dallas Fuel for this one. I really don't think
love to hear.
Defiant have a chance. I do love them, but yeah, come on. I gotta back that point up, right?
That's right. I mean, listen, I'm not arguing with anyone.
We need Toronto Defiant fans in the studio. Where are they?
True. But which player? I mean, you pointed out Hotba, Nekra. What's the player you're watching out for in this one, and why is it Edison?
Why is it Edison? Well, that's a great question, Zoe. Let me tell you why it is Edison. So, Reinforce ended up talking a lot about the Hanbin Zarya and how effective that has been, but it's really about how Edison is enabled to be able to do these big pop-off moments. On the Reaper specifically, you know that Edison is going to be swapping in the front line with Hanbin, tanking damage and taking names. Otherwise, Edison is in your backline with a Death Blossom and also taking names. But honestly, that's not all. While you're looking at Edison and you're also looking at how Hanbin is being able to support both of the DPS, well, then you gotta take a look at the other DPS that's also in the lineup, right? We've seen a lot of Doha, who has been playing a ton of Soldier 76 for the Dallas Fuel and with pretty high proficiency. The biggest takeaway for Doha is he's able to stay alive with some great position, his own healing station, and of course Dallas Fuel's support line, so he can get insanely consistent damage whenever he's playing Soldier. So both of those DPS alongside Hanbin are really going to make it difficult for the Toronto Defiant.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a scary roster, isn't it?
It is.
And Edison on that Reaper, that's Nightmare Fuel. Got it?
Okay.
Cross that off your bingo card. I'm here for that. I'm doing it for the fans. That was an Overwatch League bingo.
We're so grateful.
I think that was a good one too. A good one-liner. I'm taking it. Anyway, our next match. If we go by their respective seeds, we got the number 4 Florida Mayhem going up against the number 7 seeded Atlanta Reign to open the floor for a big upset. But honestly, I kind of struggle to even call an Atlanta win an upset because I vividly remember how the Florida Mayhem absolutely crumbled in their first match of the season against the Atlanta Reign. So, Nekra, what are the odds that the number 7 Atlanta Reign can beat the number 4 Florida a second time around?
I think history is going to repeat itself here. I'm giving the Atlanta Reign a 99% chance of success over the Florida Mayhem. Now, it would be 100%, but I've got to take away that 1% because of their strength of schedule. I mean, just take a look at some of these matches that have happened where the Atlanta Reign has taken some surprise losses. I mean, who expected that the Washington Justice would beat them, or London Spitfire even last week?
I mean, at London one though, I mean, they rolled up with secret weapon Hardy. Can you blame the Atlanta Reign?
That's true.
So much Alpha Rhine energy. I don't know.
Yeah, not so much a secret weapon, I guess, at this point. Hardy is just like the known quantity.
Yeah, I guess there's no secret about it. But he's a weapon nonetheless. So, all right, 99% upset alert here. Now, of course, Florida are the 4th seed, so they didn't even get to pick the Atlanta Reign as their opponent. But they seemed insanely pleased with the outcome of the selection show when we asked if they're happy to go up against the Atlanta Reign. Now, Reinforce, are you on high alert for an upset on this one as well? 99%?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how the upset alert math works, but I guess I'm high on the chances of it being an upset. But that doesn't mean that I think it'll be an upset. Like,
give me a number.
Well, if I think this matchup is 50-50,
that doesn't sound
that's a high upset alert relatively to there not being an upset. Never mind. I think this match is very evenly matched, Zoe. So I think the chance for an upset is pretty low because there's not going to be an upset if someone of them wins that's not supposed to. Anyway, Atlanta Reign, good team so far. Played lots of different tank compositions. It started out with a Doomfist. Just play the highlights. Play the highlights,
you
please.
said so much
Save
and
me.
so little at the
Production.
same time.
They played a lot of Doomfist to start off the stage. Hawk, of course, on this Doom. And it worked. It worked for them for quite some time, but because it's new Overwatch 5, we haven't had a ton of experience messing around with it. It sort of felt like they got figured out eventually, along with the Houston Outlaws, of course, who also leaned into this Doomfist. So since then, they've been playing more Zarya. We've seen Gator on the Winston. We've seen Gator on the Reinhardt recently as well. So I don't really know what to expect from the Atlanta Reign, to be honest. I think based on I'm reading tea leaves here, but they did communicate in their match against the LA Gladiators like last week. They were just like, wait, what? Reinhardt is meta now? And so I think they honestly, because they got a bit boomed last week, they might just come out this week and be like, well, screw it. I mean, we're just going to lean into the Reinhardt then, because Gator, he's a fantastic Reinhardt, and we understand this composition very well. So I think Atlanta Reign, I think they'll swim towards the currents this week and just say screw it and play the Reinhardt. Look, I messed up my idiom for a little bit too. I'm not having a great day.
I think you're doing great. I think they will be swimming with the current if Reinhardt were charging into the meta, right? Does that make sense?
Is that another bad pun?
That was another bad pun for all of you out there.
Good,
you're welcome.
Yeah,
Thank you. I appreciate that you pointed it out to make it even more bad. Now, as we can tell, there's definitely some possibilities for upsets for our matches today, even if they don't feel like true upsets. Now, you would be upset if you don't stick around in our pre-show, because after the break, we'll get into the red-hot matchup between the Houston Outlaws and the LA Gladiators. Stick around. surprise. Watchman pre-show is still going on. And later today, we've got a match that we're all so excited about, and even more so after we got to watch the selection show getting a little bit spicy there. Now the LA Gladiators will take on the Houston Outlaws, and I mean, if the back and forth between Jake and Hunter was any indication, this is going to be a good one. No, I've liked the Houston Outlaws, I guess, sometimes this year, but then they also seem to be locked into a certain style, whereas the Gladiators, I just feel like we saw more versatility, more flexibility for them, just more compositional changes, which showed that they had the adaptability to go up against really whatever is coming their way. So let's take a look at the heroes that they played versus the heroes that we got to see from the Houston Outlaws, which quite frankly were just not as many. So you can see that there is a lot of differences here if we're looking at the hero usage list for both of those teams. Now, of course, that is not to say that the Outlaws couldn't show us more different looks. That is just to say that the Outlaws mainly stuck to what really worked for them, which is not necessarily a bad thing. However, at this point, and I think I'm beating a dead horse here, there's somewhere a Texas Outlaws jokes, something in there with a dead horse, but I'm not going there.
What? No.
It's a stretch, okay? Yeah. Either way, I really just want to say that, yes, I said it a lot already, Doomfist, we know that that's what we can expect from the Outlaws. We know that that has been something which they look the best on, whereas on the other side, I mean, Gladiators, they showed us all sorts of things, including some Reinhardt brawl comms recently as well. Now, Necra, I've got some Reinhardt talking points, taking those away from Reinforce, and also you got some good old-fashioned transitive math for us, and I love mental gymnastics here on the desk.
Oh, that I do. That I do.
Okay.
I've got the calculations here, okay?
Business.
Yep, we've got there. But listen, before we get to the math, right, I think I have to give a couple of notes about Reiner specifically. I mean, Zoe, you talked about how Reiner has been playing multiple different heroes in that tank role, and it was the Reinhardt last weekend that I feel like was a super big standout. I mean, the fact that the Gladiators were able to 3-0 the Reign, a very strong team in the Overwatch League, with this particular hero, I think speaks a lot of volume to what we could expect out of the Los Angeles Gladiators this weekend. You know, I will say that I do feel like the Gladiators maybe took a page or copied London's homework a little bit on how to beat the Atlanta Reign here. But this brings me to my calculation. Okay? This brings me to the math, and this is where it gets good. You might want to put your tinfoil hats on for this one, maybe. But listen, okay? We've proven that since the Los Angeles Gladiators beat London Spitfire, then London Spitfire beat Atlanta, therefore the Los Angeles Gladiators did in fact beat the Atlanta Reign, okay? Okay? Well, we can use that same transitive property alongside the Texas buff to get the fact that, okay, Houston Outlaws beat the Dallas Fuel. The Dallas Fuel then beat the Los Angeles Gladiators. So therefore, come on, then you gotta conclude that the Houston Outlaws will also beat the Los Angeles Gladiators. That's just how it works.
Obviously.
All right.
That makes sense.
We're taking some notes here.
Yeah.
Is this indeed correct? Did we nail it? Oh, sorry. It's over here.
Debates.
Yeah.
I mean, that looks right to me.
Does that look right?
I see no flaw with this logic whatsoever.
Well, there is a question mark, but I guess we can solve it. Yeah, so that means that, yep, Gladiators are better than Houston.
Now, I mean, Houston would be better than the Gladiators by this math. I don't know. Take this for what you want, you know. It's math.
You tried,
so
Nick.
We're just trying to help you with your pickings. That's really what we're doing. Now,
I really tried.
Reinforce, I mean, Gladiators. We really are. Yeah, Gladiators though. They have been looking very strong, pretty much all year so far. Houston, however, they had some head scratchers. What makes you doubt the boys in green?
Well, I really feel bad, like bad mouthing the Houston Outlaws after, you know, not being able to figure out simple math and broadcast. But the Houston Outlaws just struggled a bit too much against the Paris Eternal. It just was a little bit too hard to squeeze out that final dub of their stage qualification matches against the Paris Eternal. Of course, they started out going down 0-2 against the Paris Eternal, who really adopted this Zarya Reaper composition quite well and played it quite nicely. But the Houston Outlaws, like, they just couldn't keep up with their own. We saw more Piggy in the lineup themselves, and Outlaws trying to adapt and play this Zarya composition. But, you know, they've had pretty small amount of time to prepare accordingly on this type of composition. Of course, they did play a lot of Doomfist going into it, and that's also how they closed out this series and started a bit of a run back. You can see here Dante getting nodded as well on Doomfist on New Queen Street, and it really messed up the Paris Eternal. They couldn't keep up, they couldn't counter this type of composition from the Houston Outlaws, so it makes me a bit worried about the Outlaws going into this stage tournament, because they sort of recognize that the Doomfist, it sort of has been figured out within the league itself now. But now you're trying to bring out these Zarya compositions. It's like something new that you're trying to excel in to maybe give you a better chance at winning. But if you're struggling against the Paris Eternal, like, LA Gladiators is going to be tough today, I tell you that much. So,
Yep. Well,
that's not math, that's like eye test math. But
the eye
it's
test
something.
math.
It's not promising.
I had a good approximate
Like
math,
physics.
kind of. Well, you mean first, you're lucky that you're not in Texas right now, so you don't have to feel the ire of the Houston faithful. But if you don't want to feel the wrath of yourself for forgetting to do your pick'ems, I can totally relate to this one. You're lucky because you still got time to lock in your bracket. Kickoff Clash. Head on overwatchleague.com and get those last second picks in. Of course, you can also use the app to make it even easier and more convenient. Now we're just minutes away from the start of the Washington Justice versus the San Francisco Shock, and we'll try to find a way for Washington to somehow take down the vaunted #1 seeded Shock when we get back, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Watch From Pre-Show, Kickoff Clash Edition. Now, the San Francisco Shock earned themselves the #1 seed for this first tournament of the year, and therefore they got the pick of the litter for their first match, and they opted for the Washington Justice. Not the boldest move of all, but they did. So for all we know, this is going to be a one-sided affair, looking at this squeaky clean record of the San Francisco Shock and the rather, I guess, up and down performance we've seen so far from the Washington Justice in the 2022 season. However, this is the first time that those two teams are actually playing each other this season. So reinforce, what do the Shock players need to know to not be caught off off guard by that justice.
Well, I don't think you can approach this match just like randomly, just like, oh, we're the better team. We're just going to walk in here and stomp them. We're going to dominate them. Because I don't think it's quite that simple with the Washington Justice. The thing is, they're a bit one-dimensional in their style sometimes. They like being protective, and that's what Mag likes to do on the Winston. He's not the dive extraordinaire feeding kind of Winston. He's good at staying alive, right? So when it comes to the Washington Justice, you just can't play into their style. You gotta throw them off. Because if we take a look at Mag, like when he just gets to play the Winston and do his thing, he's good at it. So don't get baited into Mag's Winston play is what I'd recommend them to do, because after Mag behind him, I mean, you got a solid backline, good support players. You have Happy, Assassin, Decay, like as your damage duo, or damage trio, I suppose. That's extremely well-rounded team, right? So if we take a look at the stats, you can see yourself that Kalush, he has the upper hand, but very narrowly, like 6.1 final blows over 6, 2.1 primary rage kills over 2. Everything is like 0.1 higher, right? So these are two pretty even Winstons, and especially considering that Mag has been struggling in some of these matches, like against the Boston Uprising, that just tells you how good he is when he can play his game. So, once more, don't get baited into playing Washington Justice game if they play their tempo, the way they like to play it. If you let them take space the way they like it, ultimate rotations, you name it. They're going to be a very strong opponent. So I'd like to see Shock set the pace and play the game on their terms, their compositions, and the way they would like to, because then they won't let Washington Justice to flourish.
There we go. So easy. Just do what
So
he said.
easy.
So easy. Now, Necra,
easy.
you may not know this, but we're here in the Watchpoint truck. We're very familiar with Happy Hopium, as we call it. So what is your take on the hit scan ace and the Justice chances to maybe make something work against the Shock?
Well, I would like to order a singular Happy Hopium, please. I'm definitely aboard the Happy Hopium train for this one, because I feel like Happy can absolutely be a wild card when it comes to playing against the San Francisco Shock. We've seen how Happy can have these incredible pop-off performances, and I feel like I would be super remiss to not focus on his stats just a little bit for the league overall. I mean, Happy is like the top Widowmaker in the league right now. You know, second in hero damage. Look at those final blows, those solo kills. I mean, Reinforced, this is incredible.
It's amazing. It makes me happy. Haha. Now that sounded sarcastic. I was definitely not sarcastic. No, genuinely, like, incredible on Widowmaker. And he's been incredible on Widowmaker for so long, Necra, as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean that we gotta show you some examples, right?
Absolutely.
I feel like we got to show some examples.
I mean, that's the thing with the Washington
those
Justice, right, Necro? Like, we know that they're DPS players, they can make it work for them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, here's a great example of how this has been really working out for the Washington Justice. This is a tweet from Pri, the general manager of the Washington Justice, highlighting how good Happy is in action. I mean, Happy in this tweet is being juggled by the Winston and still somehow manages to headshot the Tracer. I say somehow, but honestly, like, we all know how. It's because Happy can pop off. And there's so many more examples of this, too, in the Washington Justice's sweep over the Atlanta Reign. I mean, oh my gosh, like, look at this. Like, here's the pop-off. Yeah, like, it's just pretty great. And Happy, like, yeah, nuts.
You're not supposed to hit those shots. You're not supposed to hit a shot whilst you're being juggled by a Winston. Like, that ain't right.
Oh.
Yeah. I was like, I saw this highlight, and I was just like, why don't they dive him? And then I'm like, wait, he's being juggled.
They are.
He is being dived. He's the definition. I've never seen a Widowmaker more dive than he is, and he still lands headshot. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, and I mean, if it's not Happy making it work, then there's always a decay factor as well. So that's why it's so hard to pred against them, but then they dropped the spaghetti, and it's like so many emotions. Now I want to take a look. I know I'm already getting heated. That's why we need to step away from our faces and take a look at our picks for the matches today to see if we're all aligned with each other, with the audience. I can't wait to see the pick'ems from our audience for all these. All right.
Whoa. Okay.
All right.
Whoa.
Ooh, all right. Necra on that Houston train. What gives Houston the edge for you?
Well, come on, Zoe. It's all about the transitive
Math?
property. I said the math. I've got to back it up here with my pred.
I was wondering if you would, you know, go for it. But you know what? I respect that. You put your pred where your mouth is. That makes the mouth where the mouth.
No.
something. I was so close to this one.
Costa's Prince as well. Costa with the Houston Outlaws. Do you think it's a scare factor? He's just like, oh, I'm in Texas. I have to predict.
He might have just played Panda Bear.
So,
The classic Costa. Danny, however, is looking brave out there.
oh yeah.
Best of luck, Danny.
Those are the most controversial picks we've had so far.
I know, so
this
there's
season.
still a
That was
lot to
crazy.
discuss
Yeah.
during our game breaks. Lots of bragging rights on the line for all of us here as well. So, Necra, thank you so much for joining us for the pre-show. We're going to see you again during our first game break, but that's it from us here in the Watchpoint pre-show. Kickoff Clash starts right now.
Woo! Let's go!
We on the grand stage, beyond the rampage. Don't understand games, we in the plan phase.
See, Twilight, what in the world was that? Someone call E-Sick. There's no way Happy hits those. Oh,
God! Nero proved me wrong again.
are you serious, Nero? Nero with the 5K? Okay. There's the smile that I wanted to see. Forget map number 1.
On the court in my range, shoot a shot and it's drained. Hit the left and then change. They're looking like that it's strange. On the court in my range, shoot a shot and it's drained. Hit the left and then change. They're looking like that it's strange. Push it to the limit, on sight. Stick it to the vision, on a mission, a collision, on sight. Ain't no indecision, on sight.
Now rival and a nano tactical visor. It's matched by Merritt and shut down just as quickly. Hydron with the 4K and Pelican.
Maybe you need to be more selfish than that. Oh my God, is that a 4? Dropper just kill it. Look at him dancing in his cam. He's ready. He's warmed up.
Dallas spend the entire round behind on New Queen Street, but it's them at the end wearing the crown. Incredible comeback.
What's up, Dallas? Woohoo! How are y'all feeling tonight? Good? All right. I think I need some more energy. Dallas, one more time. Make some noise! Thank you guys so much. Wow. It just feels so great to be back in land, to be in front of all you guys, beautiful people, and just, you know, getting this energy. It's gonna be a great time today, right, guys? We're coming to you live from Esports Stadium, Arlington for the Kickoff Clash, and we've got an epic first day of matches coming up. Starting things off, we got the two-time champs, the undefeated #1 seed for the Kickoff Clash, none other than San Francisco Shock, taking on the unpredictable underdogs, the Washington Justice. Any Justice fans? Moving on to the next match. We got the #4 seed, Florida Mayhem, going up against the bad boys of the league. None other than Atlanta Reign. For our third match, this team took the Countdown Cup last year, but are hungry for more. The Los Angeles Gladiators are taking on Texas's very own Houston Outlaws. And last but not the least, will Toronto rise together, or will Dallas burn blue? Who here is ready for Dallas Fuel versus Toronto Defiant? All right, everybody. Just a quick rundown of today's matches. It is going to be super exciting. I am super excited, and I think we're almost ready to kick things off. But how about you guys? Are you guys ready? Dallas, I said, are you ready? Thank you guys so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for our casters, Uber and Mr. X. It's more than time, baby.
He got it in.
I can't believe he actually went for the Mormon time call. Ladies and gentlemen, it feels pretty darn good to be back here in a LAN setting. It's been quite some time since we've got to see all of these teams, especially in a tournament format, go at it here on the stage of the Esports Stadium Arlington.
Yeah, and I'm excited because for a lot of these players, it's like some of their first experiences on LAN, playing in front of a crowd, and how that pressure kind of affects them, how some players will rise to the occasion. It'll be interesting throughout the weekend.
Yeah, a real fresh batch of rookies coming into a lot of our teams in the Overwatch League this year, but all of them looking pretty darn scary. This first matchup of the day, of course, is an interesting one. It's where our top seed, look, unsurprisingly, looks to make prey of some of our lower seeded teams coming in. And the Washington Justice, you know, we're definitely a team that we struggle to put our finger on throughout the Kickoff Clash qualifiers. Where do we place this team? What do we get from them on any given day?
Their performance has been all over the place. Sometimes they've been really strong. They have the talent top to bottom to really contend with a lot of the teams. And then sometimes they're just not there. They just don't show up in games that you expect them to take and win. So who knows what Justice we have that'll show up today.
That's right. Well, we're about to find out, ladies and gentlemen. Let us welcome to the stage the Washington Justice. Again, a team with a pretty hot start in this season, a team with incredible DPS players, and Mag, who was a rookie in his previous season, who proved himself beyond reasonable doubt. The fact of the matter is, this is not a team that we expect to be at 3 wins and 3 losses with a 0 map differential. Not even that, Matt. They barely scraped here into the Kickoff Clash. It almost went to a team like Boston.
Yeah, I mean, they barely got in. And when you look at the talent on this roster, like I said before, this is not a team that should be qualifying the last day to get into the tournament. Something of note, we have Assassin in the starting lineup today, so no Decay here to kick things off. So a bit of an adjustment. Don't know if we've actually, off the top of my head, with the games we've cast, I have not seen Assassin yet so far in the Kickoff Clash, so a little bit of a late adjustment.
Yeah, featured heavily in a middling year last year from the Washington Justice. We saw Assassin get it quite often, playing the sort of low economy, flanking roles. We saw plenty of that Sombra action from him, some of it maybe we wish we hadn't. Some difficult games for that team as they tried to sort of work on that cohesion, but what a huge opportunity for Assassin to hit the stage and show us what he's made of for a second year. But again, you have to feel, Matt, the pressure's going to be on. Again, coming off the bench, not getting to play a lot of the games for this team, straight into the thick of things.
Yeah, I think Necro, though, and Johnny talked about on the desk, Happy has been so good for this team on the hit scan, and that's where a lot of the damage and a lot of your resources are going right now to your Soldier 76 players and players who play that role, to where if this frees you up to give Happy some more love, we know the type of things he can do and how dynamic of a player he is.
And you have to feel, if you're the Justice, you knew you'd be going up against a top table team. You fall outside of the top 4, so you know you are going to be selected by someone who wants to try and make a big statement early here in Arlington and punch through, make their way through this double elimination tournament. That obviously is the important part here, because if it goes wrong for the Justice today, they have an opportunity to redeem themselves. But you can see some of those nerves coming through on stage. This is a team that maybe even are still trying to find their identity as a roster, right? What do we see from Mad? Do we get to see him on this, really frightening Winston play? Can they play around him? Because one of the biggest criticisms we've had of Washington is that there doesn't seem to be a cohesive game plan at times, but they're going to be up against it now. Coming in at 6 wins and 0 losses at 13 map differential, it is your San Francisco Shock.
You want to talk a team that has it all. The Shock, right? With how good Violet has been playing in that more main support role. I know Finn has been insane. Finn for Rookie of the Year there. And I think Kaluge, has fit in really nicely. He's played quite well, where he comes in a little bit later, right, where Super retires and picks up that tank role quite easily. And you think he's only going to get better with time.
First time we saw this team was on Ilios, I think in their very first map of this season, and we were blown away pretty quickly by just how frightening that looked, and they really wanted to set the pace of the game. Kaluge was a huge part of that game plan. That Winston play has been really, really dynamic so far. Now we've seen some rotations through the DPS roles, but Kilo and Proper is probably the more expected permutation of that for us. And like you said, in a very Ana-centric meta, where she is definitely the most powerful of those supports, Finn is right at home.
Yeah, and you try and find a weakness with this team, and it's difficult to find, right? They go undefeated during this stage. Like I mentioned, you're working in players like Cluj, like Sam, into the mix, Violet picking up a new role. To be this good this early, I think for the Shock is, probably not a surprise, right? But you probably are really happy with the progress the team has made because you expect it to make more progress as the season goes.
It's quite the rebuild. And if you remember when Super took part of this team, just before the season started, everyone said, okay, well, what's up with this Cluj guy? Like, what should we be expecting from this rookie player coming in for his first year?
You don't even call it a rebuild. It's really just a reload, right? They keep Violet. They were obviously going to keep Super, but you just put more talent around them, right? Upgrade every spot across the board right now. And we'll see how Kilo and Proper play today, but if they've kind of come in and proved they're like one of the best DPS duos in the league.
Right, we talked about Rookie of the Year candidates at this early stage, which we sort of love to do. A lot of people have definitely had Proper as part of that conversation. Again, this is the kind of matchup where he probably is hungering for a real Tracer head-to-head. He's wondering, where's Decay? They're going to sub him out and put him against me. That's where he wants to test himself. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a first of 3 series. It all begins on Ilios.
Yeah, and because we're in a tournament, the loser of the map will pick the next one. So that's why you don't see any of the other maps selected here just yet. The Shock, they are the higher seed, so they were able to pick map number 1. So Ilios is their pick. Like you mentioned, we've seen them on this map before with great results.
And for the Justice, it's really going to be a matter of playing around Mag. It definitely felt like there was a disconnect between the two sides of the pincer that many teams try and bring to bear in these dive compositions. What we're looking for is to see Assassin and Mag hit the same spot at the same time and eliminate those targets early in the round. It's going to be a ruined start for us here, which is going to be particularly interesting, an opportunity for, that long-range hit scan. I don't think we'll see Proper on the Widow here.
Yeah, it does give the opportunity for the Justice to play the Widowmaker. They highlighted how strong Happy has been on the Widowmaker thus far. An opportunity to play it if they would like to. So see what the Justice decide to do. It looks like right now hovering over a composition that's going to be based around Doomfist with Reaper. So we'll get to see Mag on the Doom and Happy on the Reaper, and then you're also going to see a Moira here instead of an Ana. So they want to go fast, and they do go fast. The issue is they go right into a Helix rocket.
Not a great start for Assassin there as both teams try to contend for that right-hand side of the map here. Shock try to fold back a little bit. Violet Speed gets most of them out, and Kilo's at a respectful distance here. They lose Finn, but they snap back pretty hard.
What do you even do after you lose your Tracer, who is one of the bigger nuisances to the other team's supports? Right away, Assassin, I think he gets hit with some bullets and then a Helix rocket, and he is dead before he can make any type of impact in that fight. And we'll see now. You give Proper some space here.
What do you make of the Proper Widow just quietly?
Well, you're just going to give him so much space. Like, they can't really collapse on him, right? So it's going to be difficult. You see right there that Mag takes a big shot, has to use power block and just back up.
Mag hoping to have charged something up with that there as Proper has. Look at this space, so much to work with. Now the Justice look like they want to try and surge ahead, but Proper's already got in a safer, more entrenched position towards the coastline. Kilo also a lot of room to work with here. Somehow the Justice have to close the gap.
And they can't. In this position that they put themselves in, they just got hit with one biotic grenade. They have to wait up and get healed before even going back in.
Kilo forced to go for the biotic field. Even Mag is going to go down first in this fight. It's the Winston getting blown up here, but Happy finally gets to the soft underbelly of the Shock. He's having to dig Proper out here. San Francisco only working with 3, and Kaluj goes for the primal to stall a bit, but they have to see control of the point.
Yes, they back off of the point. It's going to actually be the Coalescence use here towards the end for the Justice. So just felt that they needed that ultimate to push them over the line, as Proper will now move away from the Widowmaker and go over to Tracer. So if he's not able to pick up those headshots, right, drill people at range, when they close the gap, it's going to be advantageous. That's going to be a stick from Assassin. So after that first death, Assassin's starting to pick it up.
Yeah, this is what we're looking for from Assassin, to step into the shoes of Decay in this matchup. And all he had to do was find purchase on that Ana. Without Finn in the mix for San Francisco, it was dire straits indeed.
Now Kaluj now moves away from Winston and over to Doomfist. And I think when you look at Assassin versus Decay, right, we know how good Decay is, but sometimes we've seen, like, he can make these hero plays, but also go off on his own, like flank a little bit, where Assassin, I think, is going to play more around the team here. Maybe it just kind of opens up a different play style for the Justice.
Finn again trying to stay safe, but takes too much damage, and Happy was able to find him. A sound barrier for the Rosten and Justice means they can continue to pressure this advantage. Kilo tries to swing it around, though, with the tack visor. He's unable to find Mag there, and Happy realizes he's got to pull the trigger multiple times in quick succession, and it pays off. The Justice now sneak into the lead at 67-47.
And Kilo's going to bring out, oh, it looked like he was going to bring out Ash for a second, as Ash we've seen played in the APAC region a decent amount, but they're going to concede. They're actually going to end up mirroring this composition with, look at how much percentage that Washington has on the clock. The Shock not in a great spot here in our first round.
Yeah, they're definitely conceding that Happy's causing them more trouble than they were expecting. Proper there finds a bit of a gimme as Opener's very low on HP out in the open. With a pulse bomb now, Proper's looking for a target that's not just going to fade away and shed that bomb. Forced to recall though, as the rocket punch is scary enough, even if it's not charged. But this is 95% and counting right now for the Washington Justice. There needs to be more here. Proper dispatches Assassin, but there's still 4 players in presence for the Justice. They might just give over control here and try and regroup around this coalescence.
Yeah, you're better off backing out here if you're the Justice. Don't throw anything more into this. You just need one fight to secure this first round. And you can kind of use like the Reaper as a battering ram, right? Use the coalescence behind the Reaper with the lifesteal already. There's not really anything they can do against that. Just has such a large HP pool.
The pulse bomb is big, it's important, but Happy's taken down. He cannot be healed up by Krillin. It's a rocket punch that gets rid of him. Now, most of the force behind the spear for the Justice is out of the picture. They're going to have to sit back and wait for another opportunity.
He had to take a large chunk of damage coming in, as Doom does not do the type of damage that Doom does on live. With the rocket punch, as had to take some damage, maybe didn't have the Wraith form up, the coalescence wasn't out in time, but that's a huge pick that allows the Shock to win that fight for free pretty much, and now takes this to a one-fight game.
95% and counting, and now the Justice need to make it work without the coalescence into 2 support ultimates. Man, I feel like they've dropped the spaghetti on this opportunity. Proper, okay, probing pulse bomb, to say the least. Here's that coalescence from Finn, though. He's a little concerned about Assassin's proximity, but another pulse bomb goes wide, and Kilo is taken down. The sound barrier comes up now just in time for the Justice. The Shock's is a little bit late. They're going to make do without Kilo, without most of their damage, and Happy's got a Death Blossom to use. But Kaluge, he's even the ledger. It's a 4v4 now with Mag going down, and you better believe Proper's coming back to the fight. Death Blossom claims Violent here. Now Finn has to keep the rest of the Shock topped up as much as possible, but Happy's found yet another one here. In overtime, the Justice look to flip the point back, and the Shock are running on Dregs here. Just 3 players standing, and they're forced away. Good start from the Justice.
Now, we woke up this morning. I thought this one was going to be quick.
I mean, but before my cold shower, Matt, I didn't have any thoughts.
I had no thoughts in my cold shower this morning. But I think you see how the Justice are adjusting their playstyle, right, with Decay out of the game. Assassin, like you mentioned earlier, a little bit more of like a low economy type of player. You don't have to put as much resources in him.
He doesn't demand that.
He's going to play around Mag, right? I think this lineup for the Justice allows you to give Mag the resources he needs, and Happy as well. And you can play more around those 2 players, play more of like a team-oriented game. I also think that Doomfist comp at the beginning really kind of threw the Shock off. I think the Shock maybe expected them to match with the Widowmakers because you have such a great Widowmaker in Happy. But the Justice come out and look really good early on.
The Justice have a Tracer into an Echo here, which was sort of the first adaptation we saw from DPS here, more that Tracer against the Doomfist Echo setups. But Proper's pretty fearsome and one of the few players, alongside Pelican, for example, that are still pushing the Echo where they can. Kaluge tries to take control of that middle map early on and makes that dive. Proper's going to be looking to stick to a target here, and Assassin will just harass them while he can.
Yeah, just apply pressure. And now you've kind of split this Echo off, as Proper needs to be really careful. He's going to try and collapse on some of the players with Kaluge, but oh yeah, they're able to get the supports here in the back. Look, they push the 76 of the supports all the way back into this alley. Really nice collapse there from the Shock.
And you can see how these 2 teams value different options in that first engagement. The Shock say, okay, we back away, we know that we can just sort of dive on 1 or 2 players, whereas Assassin and Mag were lingering pretty close to the point. They wanted that first cap, so yeah, they get 18%. The Shock have control of the map now.
Yeah, and that jump from the high ground to the high ground from Kaluge, that forces the supports and Happy into that type of position. And then he actually drops down, and Proper goes over the top of the building, and they set that up really nicely.
Getting a kill on Opener is huge. The burst from Proper, instrumental. Kaluge currently doused in the body grenade, so we'll try and stay scarce for the time being. Assassin, beware! Almost forced a recall there as Proper was looking to make use of the... Oh my! That's not supposed to happen.
You also think now, round one, maybe a little bit of a wake-up call for the Shock. Not gonna be smooth sailing here through the Justice, as the Justice now have to back up. But Shock look much better here on this second point, as you'll have a nano boost for the Shock, a few other ultimates coming online. But I think this is an opportunity for the Justice. You have your nano, you have your pulse bomb here early on, before some of these big ultimates come up for the Shock. Can you use them to get some picks?
Finn trying to maintain sidelines here, especially to Proper, who'll be harassed by Happy and Krillin as he approaches. Pulse here for Assassin. Finn a little bit isolated there on the point. How do the Shock respond? It looks like they favor a counter dive here. Assassin expends the Pulse Bomb to get rid of the Ana, and Kaluj doesn't have a lot of healing to work with now. It's going to have to be the Primal Rage instead. He needs to prevent Happy from getting value from this Nano Visor, but Kaluj is just trying to sow as much discord as he can, and Kilo in a safe spot is able to go for this Tac Visor and maintain control of the point, no less. That's some slick stuff from the young gun.
Yeah, it looks like Happy is so far behind enemy line. So yeah, he dies to Kilo as they go all the way back to get him. So gonna have to wait a few seconds for Happy to come off spawn, as nothing has gone right for Washington on this point.
Just that first cap. Now they have to make something happen in these last few seconds. Happy's not sure if someone's waiting for him. He sees the coast is clear. Needs to drop and get value from this tactical visor. He's gonna let it go now, but what targets will present themselves? The Shock are just gonna batten the hatches on the point for the most part here, but Violent's been taken down. Assassin's able to get in there and live up to his name. Looks like the Shock are gonna be happy with the lead they have. Give it up.
Then, as they opt to not invest those two big ultimates, the duplicate and the sound barrier, still come back into this next fight. They get mirror with a sound barrier for Washington, but still, they're playing on the back foot here. They know that they cannot lose another fight, or they will lose this point. As you're Proper, who do you try and copy here? I mean, you can go for the Winston, you can try and get like the 76 up on the high ground.
Ana, as usual.
The Ana, yeah, the Ana's been a popular pick as of late.
Two sleep darts is pretty busted. There it is, duplicate the Ana. Proper tries to go for this sleep bite grenade, though even more important in this context, arguably. That sound barrier from the Justice is timed well by Opener, but they lack a player. They lost Max so early on here, and they're going to be hard-pressed to try and retake. That bio doesn't quite connect for Proper, so he's back in Echo form.
Yeah, the Ana gives you some extra healing, another CC, right, with another sleep dart, another biotic grenade, and then if you're able to build up towards it, a second nano boost potentially in a fight, right? You nano two targets, as that is it's actually crazy that the Justice got 54%. It seemed way more one-sided that round.
Well, let's be realistic. The first 20% they got because the Shock chose to take a fight off point and get that 3K. True. And then the second one, well, there's a good pulse bomb on Finn, but Finn is playing point, trying to maintain sightlines to both, Proper and Kaluj, and eventually he's just sort of bodied by a pulse bomb.
It's scary going into well, though. Like, this is a point that is so up in the air kind of coin flip, because you can stall it for so long. There's obviously environmental kill potential here in the middle of the map. And then it becomes more increasingly difficult to take back. You have the Soldier 76 and other fast heroes in the mix that can get back and just touch point and keep that going.
One more round to settle this first map on Ilios. The Shock definitely looking like they've managed to get rid of some of those early round jitters. It'd be Proper starting on the Tracer here. Echo a little too vulnerable to cross the expanse between either side of this map. Okay, a recall there for Assassin. Needs to be careful now. Kilo is knocked off of the high ground, and Kaluj wants to stake his claim to it.
You can't really stress enough how important this map win would be for the Justice. It gives them obviously tons of confidence going into the rest of the series. It also is a bit scary for the Shock, right? We talk about players playing at like their first LAN in front of the crowd, like you're the overwhelming favorite, right? You lose the first map to a team that barely got in. The pressure is all on you in that capacity, right? Nobody comes into this match expecting the Justice to take it. If you're able to take this first, that is a sick kill there from Proper. You feel great for Washington. Washington, though, getting mopped up.
Nice little sleep dart there from Krillin, able to stay Proper off, but he recalls instantly and is in position to deal death. Unlucky for Krillin there, and already Mag had to jump straight out. Oh my, this is a little sketchy for the Justice early.
Yes, a biotic grenade and a few kills follow it up there. It really starts with that Tracer battle. That's kind of what you miss with Decay not being in the lineup, right? Is Decay can take those Tracer battles and one of the best tracers in the world, right? He'll come out on top in a good amount of those. Where Assassin, it's a really tough spot. The guy hasn't played all stage, comes in. Now has to play on land against the #1 team in the league right now, and has to match a player like Proper on the Tracer. It's just a really tough task.
Happy trying to get a bit of a vantage point here. The attack visor still a little ways off, but he can definitely cause some problems, and nicely done. Snaps up Violet across the map. Mag got the nano, although he hardly needs it. Happy's little perch play allows him to rack him up.
And that's a huge win for the Justice, because you see just that first fight win for the Shock gets him above 50%. So you imagine with just like what the Nano invested there, you're going to be able to use some of these ultimates to keep this going for a while. If you are the Justice, you'll be able to invest that Sound Barrier, Primal to keep it going, Attack Visor to push people back. You just have to be careful. Cannot let Finn hit one of these massive sleep darts on the 76 on the high ground.
Kaluj is probably going to get the nano here, and he does. He'll be able to save that for the Primal. May not even need it. Good pressure here on Krillin. It's got to be a sleep dart down to Sound Barrier for the Justice, but they're lacking Happy, and Mag is also gone. Potentially even down the well. Killin doesn't have to use the Tactical Visor, and this is the worst case scenario for the Justice. The Shock hold on to attack and Primal Rage here.
I wonder if Mag just didn't get the Primal off, because things were actually starting to turn a little bit for the Justice, where they end up picking up a kill, they trade, they're then going to use the Sound Barrier, force the Sound Barrier out on both sides. Mag could have potentially used the Primal there, stayed alive in that small house, and then you would have had Happy coming back off the respawn with Visor. You may have been good.
If you're getting knocked down the well, you can also Primal and then use the jump reset to get out in time as well. He may have been asleep.
They're finding these Shock supports off on their own on the side. They've done a nice job collapsing on them.
Yeah, Finn especially takes pretty aggressive angles to get big bios. Kaluj going to force the legs to start pumping as Happy makes a quick exit, but Finn gets picked off again. Okay, Kaluj is going to try and make use of the fact that everyone is grouped up in his room, but he's put to sleep. Much better from the Justice. The Shock, some of their sloppiness and positioning gets exposed. Kilo, no value from that attack visor here. Shock will have to give up the point.
Yeah, it's happened 2-3 fights now that we've seen Mag he'll spot Finn and Violet over to the side. And they like to play so aggressive, like you mentioned. He's able to jump right on top of them and make a play. They jump in now, the Justice, they get really low.
Okay, attack visor from Happy, nano boost as well. Everybody immediately going to try and vacate the premises. Finn, though, just a little bit too slow. The Shock may be pushing a little too deep here. And yeah, they're going to get reset hard.
I'm surprised the Justice pushed in that deep. I mean, they are in a position here where, you could have played near the point, taken a fight at any type of position you wanted to, and when they push in deep there, Happy and Mag are both hit with a biotic grenade from Finn, and it looks like they were going to be in some trouble. They had to end up using the nano and the visor. It's Assassin,
spotted.
Not too sneaky, able to get spotted out pretty fast.
Ghillie suit cosplay needs a little bit work, apparently. So he's forced back, but he still has that pulse bomb to try and get in Finn's direction. Finn can deploy that nano boost, though, ideally, before he goes down. Pulse, it's a big one. Did it stick? No. Looks like Krillin's going to be able to dash away from it there. And Kaluj gets that nano boost here. Takes control of the side room. Sound Barrier now going to be deployed. He's trying to get in deep, but it's going to be booped back instantly. Open it a little low, but they've lost Proper. Nicely done by the Justice to snap him up there. Helix rocket across the map. Happy getting pressured a little bit, but Kaluj is in deep trouble. Whoa, he flips the point back somehow. By a little bit of time, thankfully. Hit with a biting grenade, but he's got that Primal Rage, and Violet's going to be able to get Happy. No Finn for the Shock, though. Proper chasing, looking for either Krillin or Opener here. Needs one of them.
Is the Shock in control of the point? Like you mentioned, they do flip it. It's a huge kill by Violet on a Happy. You don't have the 76 in this fight for the Justice.
Kilo under pressure, Assassin probing. Krillin with that nano boost, but under pressure himself as Proper's looking for that art of pick-off. It's Happy once more! Happy with the nano! It's 2, and that's got to be enough! The fade forward from Finn, it's fruitless, and the attack visor is a victory dance. The Justice start off with one in the ledger.
And this is the tough thing about picking the Washington Justice. Flip a coin, right? You get a Justice team that they have a ton of potential, and they show up and they live up to that potential some days they don't. A duo we didn't really shout out that much during that first map. I thought the supports on the Justice played great. Being able to stay alive against the collusion proper dive, that really ruins a lot of other teams. But Krillin and Opener found a way to keep each other up.
Good looks for the Justice here. A bit of a different look on this roster, but it's paying off thus far. Let's see if they can hold it together in map 2 right after this. Watch out, everybody. It looks like the Justice rolled a nat 20 on their gamer check today. We've got a better look from them than we've had in a little while. First map goes their way against the top-seeded San Francisco Shock. with a roster, a lineup that we didn't expect to see, with Assassin coming in doing a bang-up job on that Tracer.
Yeah, it's a huge win there for the Justice. Gives themselves a lot of confidence going in to the rest of the series. Definitely rattles the Shock a little bit. Shock, obviously a championship team in the past. Still have Krusty, you still have Violet, you still have some of the people who have been around that, but really an entirely new crew. So how can you bounce back? Being the #1 seed, it's a lot of pressure.
And again, having some of their positioning errors exposed a little bit in that last round. We talked up, I guess, the back line of the Justice before the break, but it's what we're talking about, sort of, the fact that they're able to really nab Finn early in a lot of these fights.
It's tough when you get in the live environment to play the same way you play at home, just because you're even feeding off the crowd a little bit, right? Like you hear the crowd go crazy when you make some of these plays, and you're trying. You may not realize that you're trying to just put yourself in a position to make those big impact plays and to really make a difference and to play a little bit out on the side maybe for the supports. And I think it was just mostly the Justice did a nice job capitalizing. So it'll be Decay coming in for Assassin here in map #2. So we can talk a little bit about map #2. It's the Shock pick. Obviously, they lose map #1. They will take us to Eichenwald.
Decay, obviously someone who's shown us a lot of that sort of Tracer action alongside Happy. We won't need to be playing the Reaper. Sam gets something for Kilo here as well. Someone who we've seen make a pretty big impact on San Francisco, especially in the Genji role. A lot of teams have sort of pivoted away from using Genji extensively since our first couple of weeks, but Sam featured in San Francisco's debut match and looked very, very good. And one of the bigger sort of the highlight points, sort of following up a lot of the pressure Kaluj was trying to apply here. So their dive is still well and truly intact with the substitution.
Yeah, and I wonder what he'll be into play, because you mentioned teams have moved away from the Genji for a lot of different reasons. Do you see him play the Genji? Do they fall back on like a Genji-based composition here on Eichenwald? There's a lot of like high ground, you can definitely play for it. Do you try and play like an Echo in the mix? It'll be interesting what the Shock have cooked up here.
See, Decay currently is just getting onboarded into the server now as it's brought out from that substitution. You can see Happy here, who caused a lot of problems, especially for Kaluj here. But overall, in Ilios, this guy performed a flatter deadlift, Matthew, accounting for at least half of his team's final blows himself. The Reaper play, outstanding.
He's tremendous. Doesn't have like I would say like as much of a kind of like fanfare as somebody like a Prophet or somebody has, but like you look at like just like mechanical skill, like just how plays the game. Happy is up there with the best. I mean, think about some of the clips you saw last year when he was playing the Hangzhou for the Houston Outlaws, like some tremendous plays out of him, in the past on Widowmaker, even recently on Widow. Just really, really strong in terms of mechanical skill, and I think you put him with some other players around him that can free up space for him to operate, you'll see games like that.
Yeah, I mean, Happy has turned, we saw that clip, of course, of him getting jugged and him still began to find a kill. Now you're afraid of Primal Ranger, Happy, because you're just giving him even more sidelines to shoot people with, even if you're belting his head in with Winston. So
I wouldn't go that far. I'd still say you Primal Ranger. I would dare him to hit that shot again, but...
Saw him walking today. He was, very sort of dialed in. I think this team definitely feels like they have a lot to prove, and probably know that they're a lot better than what they've been able to show in our online play so far.
There is zero pressure on the Justice coming into this. They are going up against a team that went undefeated in the stage, looked rock solid. They come in, they get in, right, because of Boston, right, and they're not able to
Boston don't beat the fuel,
they don't beat the fuel. And you're just kind of playing with house money at this point. You take the first map, you're like, okay, like maybe we can make something out of this. I also would be scared if I'm other teams. Like even if they lose, right, it's a double elimination bracket. They go down the loser bracket. Who would want to see a Justice that's like playing well or up to the potential?
Yeah, I don't think anybody would be fancying that. Seeing them on display now. And here comes our second map of the series. It will be Eichenwald. So again, both teams maybe expect them still to gravitate towards dive-based compositions. The substitutions here probably don't change that expectation too much.
No, I mean, we have seen teams run like Zarya-based compositions here. I don't think it's
a Mag or Kaluj is going to prefer that, I wonder. Probably not.
I think there's a better chance you would see the Shock run it like Kaluj should be able to play it, right? You can play like almost all the tanks. I'd be shocked if we saw from the Justice. especially with Mag in the lineup, right? It wouldn't be with Mag.
Kaluja's Diva, dirty in scrims
Yeah.
in a preseason. Dirty. Keep an eye out for that one. I don't think we'll see too much Diva action in this tournament.
How long are you going to tell people to keep an eye out for that one?
Until it happens.
The end of the season?
Just keep your eyes out.
Keep your eyes on
Ear to
it.
the ground.
Yep.
Keep your eyes open. You know, you might be surprised by what some of these teams have to bring, even if it's not Diva.
But you cusses right in some of these lines in the back, down.
Hey, you don't mind the study? He's working on it, bro. He's going to be ready. Don't you worry. So this defensive lineup here for the Justice, no change. Krillin again, going for his sniper cosplay. Someone should tell him his gun's poking out of the bush.
Yeah, just a little bit. So you'll have Decay on Tracer. So interesting that you bring Assassin from map number 1, take him out, and then put Decay back in. This does give you a better type of like head-to-head Tracer matchup, right? With Decay going up against Proper. It'll be interesting how they work teamwork-wise around this. Is interesting. So Sam will play the Reaper, and it'll be Proper on the Genji here to kick things off.
It's Lucio Moira.
Yeah.
It's very, very dive-centric. It's a full commit setup here, for sure. Proper's already managed to wrap his way around. Shock, a little unsure about where they want to... They're probing here. They're obviously looking for Krillin to be out of position, hope to try and dive him. Kaluj goes in, Mag follows up, the counter dive is there. The Bionic Grenade is pretty darn nasty. Proper down as a result of that, and Kaluj, I mean, they don't have any burst healing. The Shock, this is the problem. If something goes wrong in the approach, it's really hard for them to recover.
Another Biotic Grenade. Krillin has been playing really strong today in that honor roll for the Justice, as it's kind of the thing you were worried about them going into this season. Pulse Bomb to the wall, gets nothing. The Shock will have to back up though. The benefit of running the Moira is just the amount of just raw healing she can output, and you're able to just build up this Coalescence rather fast, right? You're going to have it probably going in this fight.
Yeah. Support ultimates building all fairly quickly, all things considered. Finn, yeah, maybe trying to break LOS from this. He has to fade away from the tactical visor. Is Happy built that quick as well? The Coalescence fizzles, but Proper's at least able to trade that kill. Happy has gone down, but Mag lands on the Genji. And this is going to be a bit of a messy one, ladies and gentlemen. Violet went for the beat. He went for the beat. I think he was inside a Winston bubble. Kaluj didn't benefit from that at all.
Nobody did. As I gotta say, I mean, this might be the best we've seen Krillin play. Like to start off a series. Right there, hits a 3-player Biotic Grenade. They get 2 kills off of it. Then Kaluj jumps in with the Primal, and he sleeps him like a second after. Just sick play there from Krillin, which ends up allowing the Justice to hold on defense, Mitch. And they just use that Nano and the Visor here. They'll have some ultimates coming in again.
Violet gotta be fuming about that one. The beat did not work at all. They're going to find the way towards Happy, though. Proper doesn't allow him to escape. Sound barrier now for the Justice. Mag doesn't get it this time, but he has at least a Primal Rage to keep him going a little bit longer. Kaluj pops Primal himself, and Proper's able to find his second in the fight. This time, it's Krillin. That's a big one. Back to the point. He goes to force Decay out of position, and the Shock can move in.
I'd love to see a clip of that. Like, who woke Kaluj up? Kaluj was on the ground sleeping. It looked like Decay like popped in there for a second. I don't know if he like fired and actually hit him. Maybe like he hit him with like one bullet and woke him up. But yeah, that's unfortunate. Waking up that Winston is not ideal in that scenario. As you'll have Happy on Echo here going into this next stage of the map. So no Tracer on the other side, no 76. So Echo, there's just verticality here to begin with, but Echo now being able to get above could provide a huge damage boost.
There's no Ana. You really have very little to harass Happy with here. So a lot of freedom for the Echo for the Justice will allow Happy to maneuver into positions to secure those insta-kills. Jump up from Kaluj, doesn't commit here. Sam, on the other hand, though, wants a bit of argy-bargy.
Proper off to the side. He gets a little bit low. Biotic Grenade, they come in with the focusing beam, take him out, but Violet with that aggressive support play picks up 1.
Happy in position to make another burst kill here, but Sam and Finn explode. Coalescence and Death Blossom get used here, and there's a feeling maybe that San Francisco, while they don't exactly have a counter to that Echo, if they can strike before Happy's in position, it doesn't matter what the Echo does.
And they just put pressure, loads of pressure onto Mag, right? With that Reaper and the Genji coming in, does a decent amount of burst with the dash and whatnot. It's just made life really difficult for Mag, as that'll be a sound barrier dropped here by the Shock as they want to engage with the sound barrier and the beat.
Blade is here, but Proper is definitely, he's generating a lot of threat, to be sure. Sam was the one that was able to follow up and find those final blows. Shock made use of that sound barrier, Proper going in, and they get what they came for. Happy there, not able to make it back.
Yeah, so sound barrier plus Blade there for the Shock to push up. They get the payload close here, but I think you're going to have a contest with the Justice, and the Justice have enough here to invest to win this.
Decay's looking for that back line there. Happy, not where he wants to be right now. He can't get through the door. Body blocked by Collusion. Injury out into Insult as he's eliminated by the Winston. Beautiful stick there, Sam. Looks like he didn't have a Wraith Walk to get away. Decay starts to turn up the heat, and Mag is there with the Primal Rage. Great time for the Justice to strike again. Collusion is headed for the kills.
Yeah, and this is toughest part of the map to secure, especially with the composition that you're going to be running for the Shock. You want to like brawl out in these close quarter spaces, but like look at the ground that they're going to have to cover. You're going to have to go inside of this castle, maybe take some of the high ground, then drop down, right? You don't want to like wrap all the way to the bridge.
Oof, man. Not where he wants to be, can't charge up a power block. Can't charge up a full rocket punch either. Just tries to use it to maybe reposition. Collusion's put to sleep again. Krillin's able to find him with a sound barrier. Will help the Justice weather this, but they're not in position. Sam will hold the door and Mag's going to be denied a chance to touch here. It will be contested with a meter or so to go. Focusing Beam was able to work a kill down. Happy's found yet another one. Deadlift in the first map and now Savior in the second. It's another one for Happy. The Echo popping off.
Yes, you just have Proper here as he will fall. So you're down to 30 seconds on the clock. Good hold here from the Justice thus far. I gotta say though, Mitch, really good ultimates here for the Shock. Coalescence, you'll be able to follow this up. You can go straight through the castle. You got a Death Blossom there. They have to play on the payload. This is definitely looking like one that the Shock could get this objective and push it forward.
Proper hunts for Decay, wants to force him back. Pulse Bomb already deployed to no effect here. Here it is, Coalescence going to be used. Proper's already set up on the carpet. The Death Blossom inside the castle claims one, and then Sam's able to find Happy at long range. Mag, he's in deep trouble, and Decay can't do a thing about it. He'll look on as the Shock sail home for that second checkpoint.
Yeah, they end up getting Violet before Violet can end up using the beat, but it doesn't matter. They just kind of ran past everybody, went and played for the objective. You had a kill that happened on that high ground. That was Happy taking out Violet. You had another player there, I believe Decay. Doesn't make the difference, as Decay is still behind right now. So we'll get a view from Decay as he's gonna try and make a play on the flank.
Sam knows he's there, but the bionic grenade careening into the Shock is more of an issue than Decay's presence, to be sure. Another fat one from Krillin. Puts the Shock in a bit of an awkward position. They're not fully backed out here either. Sam's given no choice. He sent Express back to spawn.
Another 3-player bionic grenade from Krillin on these players onto the bridge. As you've done such a nice job, Washington, holding for a lot of the time, for a lot of these points, that you look at the clock, the Shock do not have much time left. I mean, 30 seconds at this point. If you're the Justice, you win this next fight, you hold it to like a spot where it's like basically just around this corner is their best progress. You're in a great spot to potentially win the map.
Sleep's gone here, but for Krillin, but he hung on for so long, he bought enough time for Happy to find two. One focusing, two sticky. Then the Shock again, rolled. This is their last chance, Matt. They're running out of time.
And the Justice are winning these fights, Mitch, without investing anything. All 5 ultimates coming in here towards the end to counter any type of mad rush that comes through.
Sound barrier's going to be there. The touch is not. In San Francisco, their run-ins here.
So if you're Washington, at least you know you have the win condition. You know exactly where it needs to be. You don't have to complete the map. You don't have to get it all the way around the corner. So some Shock fans looking quite worried.
Yeah, for good reason. Interesting, they really played this Lucio Moro composition pretty hard. They really wanted to force this. Even when they were, dealing with an Echo, for example, it seemed like there was never an inclination to go back, bring the Soldier into their composition, work some hit scan pressure in. They really wanted to play this sort of death ball, this very aggressive composition. And Washington outlast them. They've got the experience and the composure to sort of deal with that, real impulse that the Shock trying to play on their first push.
And interesting, at least to come out here, on defense, you're going to have Sam playing the 76. So this is a role we usually see like either Kilo or Proper take up for this team, but Sam played the Soldier because you want Proper on that Tracer, but leads me to believe they want Sam's like flexibility for like lots of different heroes over the course of this map, and he'll be the one that'll be switching most of the time. But difficult matchup, man, if you're going to go head-to-head against Happy.
Happy, don't have the stats on me, but I'm pretty sure he was putting up a similar performance to that map number 1. A lot of multi-kill scenarios at the hands of that Echo in these fights, and the Shock didn't really have the tools to deal with it. Justice are out the gates once more. This time a little bit more of a conservative approach here.
If you're the Justice, I don't think, at least in my opinion, you don't mind mirroring this, right? With how you played today in this type of matchup. I think you're totally fine with that.
Yeah, your execution's looking good right now. You know you favor yourself, especially when you set a win condition. That's pretty comfortable. Capping point A though, first order of business for the Justice. They take about 30 seconds to get in position, but this puts Decay within striking distance, and I heard that Sleep Dart go off. Finn needs to make himself scarce, but it's another bio to start the fight! Mag descends on Collusion and flattens him.
Well, the thing is like they are jumping right on top of Finn, and he's under so much pressure and he's so low that he's forced to constantly use his Biotic Grenade on himself. And as soon as the dive comes in, it's Collusion Proper. They're constantly getting hit with these Biotic Grenades from Krillin. So they are so backbreaking, as that is basically instantly capped there, point A, by the Justice, as 5 minutes and 20 to get checkpoint B. It's like an eternity.
It's so simple. What the Justice are pulling off here. Get close enough that one dive takes you, into the face of your target. Find Finn, pressure him down, and Krillin just hits every Biotic Grenade. This angle, by the way, is not easy to hit them from, and yet he's opening up these huge opportunities.
Just both teams kind of jockeying for position at this moment. I think the Justice probably just trying to game plan on where they're going to attack. You have Collusion up on the high ground. Lots of players to your side, but they're making pretty decent payload progress, right? Like, nothing's really happening. Both teams taking chip damage. This will be a nano on a Collusion. This means it's go time.
Happy with a Bionade. This is the best chance for Proper, but he's been eluded the entire time. Twinkle Toes Happy. He's able to get away. Finn again, not so lucky. It's another Biotic Grenade opener from Krillin. I mean, sorry, Proper got his ankle snapped there. Big time.
Yeah, it's the supports. They're not able to keep the supports alive. Well, typically what the Shock are able to do is, like, they're so good with their dive, with Collusion, Proper, and, Sam when he's on the Genji, that they're able to take out the support so fast on the other team and make it back. And that's not happened today for them against the Justice, where you're seeing Krillin live for so long, opener as well, and that provides so much time for Decay and Mag to make these plays.
Proper worried about a point-blank Helix Rocket insta-kill there. He went deep. 3:42 to get this next checkpoint. So much time to work with. This time Opener's the one who's going to be hit with the bio, and it's a sound barrier on him for 2. Mag sleeping on the job right now, so Finn stepped up in this fight, and Krillin gets bowled over as Proper finds that flank. Nice cleanup for the Shock here, and they need to do this consistently, especially with how close that cart got from Decay.
Yeah, it's both Soldier 76s are just like completely out of that fight. Happy was like all the way back by his spawn, and I think Sam was like kind of just playing an off angle, like waiting for him to take like a one-on-one on the side. They end up both sneaking past each other, or maybe just kind of give it up on that, but fight without a lot of damage, for both teams really, as 76 is just putting out insane damage in this build.
Okay, once again, Decay trying to draw someone back to the card. Has to be a very quick recall there for Proper. Decay might have to reciprocate in a moment. He'll take a health back instead. Proper is here on this Tracer to keep Decay in check, at least. So far, that seems like a tall order.
It looks like they're trying to set up for a Visor play. Yeah, that's going to be Happy on a flank with a Visor, and he's going to get Finn and Proper in, drop down, and live.
Some fancy footwork again from Happy. There was a attack visor there from Sam as well, but it looks like nothing presented itself, and Mag was there with the nano boost, and here it is. The Justice, a stone's throw from victory in their second map in this series.
They have 3 minutes and 49 seconds for 32 meters. I mean, and you see, like, the cart doesn't even have to get to the hard part of this push, right? You know, it's usually that second corner that's the toughest thing. Sam is asleep. They're going to drop a
great
wasted
bubble.
bubble. Nice play there from Kaluge.
It would be so easy just to dive that soldier and eliminate him instantly. What a stick from Popper. Okay, more of that required from San Francisco, but for now it'll act as a release valve.
So you're going to have to back up a little bit. They end up using the nano here because you don't have the luxury of just holding on to ultimates if you are the Shock. So 310 available. Just like how we saw Proper open up that fight with a big pulse bomb onto Krillin. You know, Decay could change the game here with a big pulse bomb. You know, onto one of the supports could be a game changer.
Mag with Primal. Violent hoping to try and build this sound barrier as quick as he humanly can. It's Sam ordered away by Mag's dive. Counter dive here for San Francisco. Kaluge going to commit for the Primal here, and they do get happy. Another setup there from Finn.
Yeah, Kaluge gets slept, but Proper coming from the other side. 2 big kills from Proper in fights early, back to back. As Decay ends up using that pulse bomb and gets nothing, so starting to mount a proper defense here for San Francisco. You're going to have a sound barrier available in this next fight. What is the play here from Washington? You know, you could kind of use your sound barrier, then maybe use Primal. At that point, you'd have a nano because you're nano happy in that type of situation. Would be a big investment if you're going to do that.
Nano on Kaluge here after he dove. Great reactive play from Krillin there. Sound barrier now, it looks like it's on for young and old. The Justice are headed in. Not a great position to be in right now. If you're Sam, he needs to find elimination there. It's only Proper that gets one. A pulse bomb for Proper. He needs to go huge here. No connection on that one. There's no one to touch the car. Proper, can he get back? It's going to be Kaluge here, but Proper's been taken down now. Just the Doom 50 power blocks, but he's forced away from the car. And that's all she wrote here in the second map. The Justice have to shock under the thumb. It's
a surprise for the first 2 maps. You know, maybe something in the water here that Justice like. They got to relocate to Dallas. I mean, they go up 2-0 here against the Shock. So much pressure on San Francisco, but you know, the players on Washington have turned up to another level today.
Krillin looks incredible, man. He is just dialed in right now. A huge part of the Justice's success so far. They're a step away from sweeping the #1 seed in the first match of the week. Unreal. Stick around to see if that's going to be the story or if the Shock can strike back. And private leaderboards are here, everybody. That's right. Download the Overwatch League mobile app on Google Play or the App Store to make your predictions, compete with friends, and share your fandom. Don't know how your pickers went for this first matchup. I think Avral's already being smug about it in our WhatsApp group. He claims to have made this 3-0 pred for the Justice match.
He did not.
He's full of it. That's fine. Yeah, we'll let him go. He's stuck in Australia.
You know these Reddit analysts, right? I mean, they're always right, but you know they never got the pick'ems to back it up.
Oh, now you do. Now you do. I mean, the Shock, Matt, may have descended into DEFCON 1 territory here. Looks like they're, I mean, they're getting pumped.
Yeah.
They're getting pumped.
Yeah, I mean, it's like this, it's just being in this live environment, right? Like Dallas Fuel talked a little bit about it, right? They ended up losing to Houston at the beginning of the season, and they just talked about like the adjustment to being back on stage and the crowd, and it's just I mean, you could not have two wildly different environments than just kind of like playing from your apartment, your home, your practice room, right?
Everything out here, when you're playing, it feels like everything goes so quickly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you don't have time to think about your settings, desk height, all this stuff. Like, you have to hope that you have that sorted out in advance. Sam subbed out here. Obviously, we saw him on the Reap, we saw him on the Soldier, a couple different things on Eichenwalde. Kilo back in alongside Proper.
It's a tough position, I think, to be in, where you make these substitutions as well. They're trying to put your players in the best position and put your team in the best position. They have a player come in now, like you played map 1, you sat, now you're back in. The game is on the line, right? #1 seed. Currently, you still have the loser bracket, but still not a good look. It's tough, especially in that damage dealer role, when you're going up against players like Happy and Decay, who at any moment they could be like the best player in the server. Like it's just like they just like flip a switch and like they're clicking on all cylinders at one point, and they could be the best player in the lobby. With players that have that type of potential, it's tough. This is another Shock pick as well as we go to Dorado.
And it will be their last one, even if they win this map. I won't get to pick any more of them because
that's a good point. Because if they were to lose, if they were to lose a map, they would not be able to pick the next one because they would have lost the series.
That's right. That was not the angle I was shooting for.
Yeah, you should start a YouTube series on analysis. I think it would go great.
No. There's a ton of Overwatch League talent.
You don't want to infringe on Johnny and Custom Spark.
Can you imagine if I started cutting his lunch?
Oh,
guy's going to hit me with a bloody mackerel.
Yeah, you'll have to keep doing those workout things.
Hey, speaking of workouts, San Francisco have to work it out now. Bringing Kilo in here as a Widow option map, but they'd have to be up against Happy on Dorado.
In a game like this, though, right? You're down to the wire. Like, you know, obviously I think Dorado is a great map pick for them, but a lot of this relies on like Widowmaker play, and it's like, do you want to rely on, you know, somebody coming off the bench to play against Happy on the Widowmaker who's been in all series and who's playing well right now? It's a tall task to ask Kilo to live up to that. I mean, it'd be really impressive if he's able to do it.
Happy, after accounting for at least more than half of his team's final blows in that first map, has not slowed down. The Echo play on Eichenwalde was pretty punishing here. San Francisco make the reposition to the high ground. And they'll leave Finn and Violet here.
Yeah, now you'll see Kilo switch over to the Widowmaker, and then both teams run the Brig on this map. Brig, pretty good on this map to help protect the Widowmaker and the Ana up on the high ground. Also, like, the speed isn't as essential in areas of the map. I mean,
Happy already handing out haircuts. Collusion Proper here will be the ones to shepherd the cart forward now, while the Shock at least has that high ground set up early on. Definitely denies the Justice from trying to play a high ground sort of defensive dive setup, which many teams have opted for. Kilo sidelines here are a little limited until the map opens up for him, so right now it's a lot of keyhole shooting.
I also like that the Justice are starting this off on the defense first. You stop them here, and you know, you put them in a really tough position, which is really demoralizing for the Shock going into round 2, right?
Feels oppressive fighting up Kilo against this setup. See Kilo, like, I mean, he'll get pressured. He should have supports in the vicinity. Again, having to, I mean, right now, he's not really covering any of those sight lines. Decay is able to harass, go back, annoy Kilo a little bit. And just start rotating through here, but that's a good start. The shot make the dive work, and even if Happy finds proper with a headshot, no less, Opener and Krillin are down. The healing is non-existent for the Justice presently.
You do still have Mac here with a Primal Rage, and you still have Decay on the flank, as both of those players do tons of damage right now.
Kilo finding Decay with a poison mine. That's the problem with no healers.
He had already used recall too. We have a rally in the mix here for the Shock, as they feel it's really important to get the card over the line.
Happy, that's another Genji kill. He's found an Ana. That's 2 for Happy. He's entrenched. And that card ain't moving for the time being. Kalush tries to limp away, but Decay drags him down.
The thing with having Decay in here as well, Decay can just kind of play on his own. We see him do it so much. Just kind of goes in these long flanks, like taking like fights over on the side alone. In this type of game where you can put so much pressure on Kilo alone, you don't even have to have Matt back there to do it. I mean, look at these shots. Has the benefit of the infrasight, but still, straight to the head.
Look at the bio. Bionade on Proper and Kalush right now. Mag might be sleeping it off here. Kalush is going to go for that Primal. They're giving Proper a nano boost now as well. Oh my! That's cold!
Yeah, that is some filthy stuff. It's, it'll be the Shock. Take this first point. Decay kills Kilo on the other side of the map, right? So you see, it seems like the Widow's taking this like battle. They're right up against each other. Decay just on this flank. Like, I wonder if he's actually just going to try and spawn camp Kilo at this point.
Yeah, why not continue to harass that Widow as much as you can?
You just see how far away, like, Kilo has to be so scared that he's just going to get run up on by Decay in any second.
He can use, obviously, that sort of high ground on the arch, where it's really hard for Decay to harass him, but still frustrating to have to constantly make concessions for a Tracer that's hunting you. Recall there, Girl Scout Cookie deployed, and Infrasight for Kilo to stave off his attacker.
And you have to be thinking, potentially, for the Justice, do you want to invest Rally and play on the card or try and make a play? Because you're allowing the Shot to set a pretty good time. That's exactly what you're going to see.
Kilo grappling up. Looks like Happy was looking for a more aggressive position now as well. Just slapping Kilo silly. And Mag went deep with that Primal as well. A great chance now for the Justice to stabilize and start to pressure that advantage in position they have.
And on the other side, we didn't get to see it. So after Opener gets that kill, he starts like, swinging on Proper, and they're both making a beeline for the health pack. And Opener beat him there with the shield to just stand on the health pack, able to get it. Proper so weak, not in a position to do anything, but it's a huge fight win there for the Justice.
Decay is sneaking. Spots Finn. It eats a poison mine instantly. Happy is able to take Violet down, and Matt gets nanoed here. And he's woken. Oh, this could be a problem.
So, yeah, Mac pushes in. Should be able to get 2 more to finish this off. Yeah, so some more time being drained off the clock here by the Justice. What are you playing for here? Nano Blade, potentially? As Kilo moves away from the Widow, will go to Ashe. So, interesting. I mean, Ashe can access that high ground, right? So can Widow. It's obviously not as good in that long-range battle, though.
Yeah, he's trying to hedge his bets here. Obviously, a weaker pick into the Widowmaker, but maybe a little bit more...
Better into the Tracer?
Yeah. Just having that coach gun, forcing recalls from Decay when you can. Decay having to play card right now and finish. Absolutely scared of where Happy might pop up next. Decay, drive-by. Does not stick the landing on the pulse bomb. Mag slept here, rather a bio on towards Mag to punish could be good. Instead, Finn goes for the long shot. No connection, but there it is, Kilo. Clay Pigeon shoots Happy out of the sky. He's going to get pressured even. Proper wants to go in despite the biotic grenade. He has the blade. Another slash, good damage, and Opener is followed up on. Another sleep on towards Mag, and that Primal is essentially wasted.
Yep, that'll be the Shock taking that second checkpoint. So Kilo opened things up. When you get the Ashe into the medium range against the Widow, that's when the Ashe can really make a big difference. Is this part of the map, Ashe might actually be a really strong pick. So Bob isn't great, right? But at least he forces out like a sleep potentially. You have to do something with Bob. I mean, you could like bubble him, right? And
not good though,
is it? Sleep, but it's not great.
Yeah. You can reposition him around corners with Brigitte, potentially, but still not great. It might just require a sleep immediately. Okay, another long shot there. The bio, Finn, no connection. Proper is in, though. Got himself nano boost, but the body grenade means that he can only go so far. He just dips his toes in, comes out with one elimination without opener. The Justice gives some ground.
I mean, the insta-kill on the opener, though. I mean, he gets nano, just dashes right through his Kaluj. He with a bionic grenade, not enough to finish him off. Ooh, they actually take out Proper on the other side of the map.
Yeah, he lingers too long, man.
Wait, that was actually a long-range shot there from Kaluj onto Decay with that Winston alternate fire.
Tases him down. Nice use of that alternate fire. Mag controls the high ground now, so he's happy to build some ultimate, put some pressure on that backline. He wants Finn, needs to go for that elimination. Finn's going to get a repair pack, and Mag heads for the high ground here, but Decay's down. Kaluj, Bob's in play! Bob deployed, and the Justice don't have Mag in position to do anything.
I mean, it wasn't even Bob. Finn was just on the payload, just riding it in. Yeah, I mean, Finn Rookie of the Year, so that's the play. You finish the map, you finish with time in the bank, so San Francisco trying to keep themselves alive here. I think that's huge there. You got to get some type of positive momentum going in your way.
When we kind of teased that potential Widowmaker face-off at the start of the round, it's been less about Kilo versus Happy and more about Decay constantly finding Kilo on that Widow, harassing him, denying him, you know, any sort of sight line, and letting Happy just be unfettered, not having to worry which angle Kilo might try and pressure from, and Happy constantly just getting these kills on Violet, right? Getting rid of Finn, punishing Kaluj with a headshot as he tries to dive in. You can do so much when you're given that kind of space by your Tracer player.
I feel like they've been more effective on the Shock this map with the Genji in the mix. That Kaluj and Proper with Proper getting like the nanos and whatnot. Not even the blades, just being able to get the dash resets and, you know, be very aggressive have definitely given the Justice a little bit more trouble than they were when they were dealing with the Tracer setup.
So Kaluj will play in such a position as to try and go for, again, that high ground defense, but with this TP to the high ground, giving you know, a really nice vantage point for the Justice. Shock likely will have to cede control here. I mean, Kilo, not an aggressive angle for him. Very safe.
What are we doing here?
We are TPing up here.
And it just took a little bit. They kind of like crouched all the way up, and like, I don't know, maybe they're
just in case the Tracer, I guess, was close, or
maybe they're trying to bait the Shock, like to look or, you know, be a little bit out of position or something, but nothing there. Now we'll get the Widowmaker swap from Happy.
So again, as it was in the first round, Kilo has pretty decent sidelines here, can play quite far back in that courtyard, whereas Happy's the one that has to mix it up and start probing a little bit. But will Proper be able to pressure Happy? He's not playing the Tracer, he can't just get out. I mean, Proper's so all in this Genji role that maybe he has to leave Happy until the fight really starts.
See, I'm more thinking about how can Decay put the pressure on Tequila, right? Because you're going to have to play through some of these close chokes, right? Very easy to just get lined up by a Widowmaker, get headshot. Not as many like flanking opportunities here on the attack.
Kilo knows that at some point he has to try and stake his authority here. Can't play passive angles this whole time.
Proper gets so low.
Oh, Kaluj is done! Bionic Grey connected there and he tried to get away. The Justice saw their opening though and they went for it. Oh, geez, that's quite a thing to wake up to, isn't it?
Another fight win for the Justice here. So, okay, Kilo answers back with a headshot on a Decay. You have in for sight now.
Finn, huge bionic grenade, open things up. Kilo found a second on a Krillin. Now he's getting some work done. Happy knew Infrasight was active, so he sort of fake peeked that corner. I love the rotation from Kilo, but he gives himself away with a missed shot. Now he's putting the pressure on Happy, though.
You'll have a nano boost for the Shock for the next fight. Maybe you could use it to build up the Blade, or maybe use it to build up Primal. And one available for the Justice is Decay. He's found a little bit of an angle here, a little bit of a route. You see him on your screen, just trying to take this flank all the way up. It's like, yeah, it looks like Kilo, he knows.
Poison mine, okay, has to be a recall there. Otherwise Decay dies to the ticking poison. Still wants the pressure, Kilo. Happy enough to get his hand. Oh, you're kidding! Another from Proper!
That is unreal.
Talk about return to sender.
Yeah, you know, how many times can you replicate that, you would say, and he's able to do so with ease. We do have a blade going on right now. It gets shut down, though, by Proper, by Opener, so Proper ends up using the blade as the payload moving here.
Now we're in the same boat as you, gang, at the moment. As for those at home, probably know what's going on still as Kaluja able to find that primal rage. Here in the venue, though, it's a freeze frame.
Oh, no, we're back. We're back.
Okay, we're working on it. All right. Card still not quite to that checkpoint yet. Thanks for bearing with us here. 38 seconds left for the Justice. They have to break through here. The primal from Kaluj really messed him up. Happy has the infra sight, though.
Yes, this defense has been great for San Francisco, as nothing here is Justice trying to maybe go on a flank here. Is Mag dropping down on the supports.
Mag got headshot there, I think, instantly from Kilo. He's put to sleep now. Krillin is down. It's going to have to be the rally to carry the Justice forward, but Proper starting to run right on them with the Tracer. It's 3 at a critical point. And a 4 from range. And that should be enough to put him to bed. You have to think that'll do it. It's Proper coming alive, and San Francisco get a second bite at it. They stay up in this series 2-1.
Proper making plays on the Tracer and the Genji, and then Kilo also coming off of the bench, able to play that Widow at a high level. Lead the Shock to a map win there, but it'll be the Justice map pick for push. So Justice will be able to take it to the map that they feel the best on, with an opportunity to close it out.
No more map picks for the Shock left in this series. They're going to have to hope to be able to step up on whatever the Justice throws at them. Timely substitution with Kilo coming in alongside Proper, and we get to see them succeed at this sort of most well-known roles. The Proper Genji, that's 2 deflected headshots against Widowmakers. We rarely see one in a week of play. They are so rare, and Proper found 2. Incredible stuff. San Francisco have got the flair, but can they outlast the Justice? Stick around, you're sure to find out. San Francisco shot.
Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
Just a depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied.
I mean, what more can you ask from the Shock? This is going to be a wild ride.
Violet is cracked. He's out of his mind.
I say that justice. Okay.
Tasted everything right now.
Jesus Christ, dude. Sam is deadlifting right now, actually. Finish is doing so much. Cleans it up like DPS and Yada.
San Francisco has cemented themselves as the greatest team in Overwatch. The Overwatch League's most decorated franchise here in a new era for their roster. Struggle early in this series against the Washington Justice. Yes, it's double elimination here at the Kickoff Clash, but falling to the lower bracket this early is something that they truly are hoping to avoid. A little bit of a shaky start, but a great bounce back, Matthew, on the map of Dorado.
Yeah, and when we go into this fourth map in this set, it will be Push, our newest game mode, to competitive Overwatch. I also would say a lot of teams probably have the preference to go to New Queen Street. That's where we're going to be going here in this series. So is it a map pick for the Justice? Yes, but obviously you have two maps to pick from,
right,
and one is heavily favored over the other by a majority of the players. So you're going to a map that probably both teams would have selected in this type of position. So might not be the hugest advantage in terms of map pick here for the Washington Justice, but on the inverse side of things, Push is a mode that if you get off, we've been talking a little bit about it with like us in the back, if you can get off to a pretty good start, right? To get like 40, 50 meters, right? It puts so much pressure on the other team because it's not a ton of time on the clock. It takes that bot a long time to move. You got to win a few fights in a row to match that point. Winning this first fight and getting like good value out of it could really set you up well for the rest of the game.
For my money, this is going to be about the Tracer players in a big way. This map caters rather well to those individual flankers, and Decay is absolutely one of those. Saw Proper really come alive in that Genji. I mean, the Genji is really a standout, right? There are teams that have been able to leverage that to great success, especially in APAC, right? I think of, Zest on the Philadelphia Fusion. Yeah. They still want to, say what you want about their team's record so far. Heartbreaking as it is for me. But, I mean, the Genji was huge for Proper. You have to play it differently to the Tracer, but you're not surprised to see him hover it here on New Queen Street. Who will be the mightiest of the flankers? We're going to find out in just a moment.
I think you're looking at the Justice side of things. Krillin obviously played a great series, being happy as well. Looking at Decay and Mag, maybe they can be difference makers here, and for the Shock, can Proper keep up that level of play we just saw in Dorado.
Yeah. Got to admit, him and Kilo coming alive there was quite timely for San Francisco. Again, we get a bit of a neutral fight here on this ledge. And that's going to be the dive in by Mag. He's looking for a bit of something. It's Proper playing pretty passively. They actually concede control early.
Yeah, it's a lot of good space created there because it was a two-player biotic grenade on Kilo and Violet, and they both got really low, so they had to back out. And this kind of concedes some of this high ground completely to the Justice.
One biotic grenade converts into such a big lead early. Proper lingers a little bit in the back line and falls under happy scrutiny. Forced to recall. Kaluj won't have that option though, so Finn needs to keep him topped up. Both these teams are looking for a way to wrap around each other. A lot of jockeying for position happening right now.
Yeah, but you do have the Justice in control of the bot.
You're kidding!
That is fast. I mean, no opportunity for Happy to even react.
Another bio to Kaluj though, that allows Decay to reciprocate. Still the Shock look like they're feeling a bit more confident. Yes, they're down Kaluj. They have both DPS in play. Crucially, that Soldier 76. Mag's hoping to try and do something about it. Deficit, another cracker of a bio nade from Krillin.
Yeah, I was going to say, you still have your tank in the mix, though, for the Justice. As there'll be Kilo with attack visor, and he's going to pop it now. He knows how important it is to stop this potential push.
Oh, Krillin couldn't get away from it there, and now Kilo could drop in behind. That's 2 and counting, ladies and gentlemen. And Mag has nowhere to go. San Francisco win that first big engagement after so much positioning.
As the bottle move quite fast back to the barrier. Start to get it going, but the Justice got 15 meters during that. You imagine The Shock gonna get about the same, probably a bit more here, yet they will take the lead.
Ponderously, that barrier will advance. In the meantime, it's Proper just runs into Krillin. The setup of the bio's good, and a stick is a follow-up that you only dream about. Happy goes for the biotic field there. Proper realizes he doesn't have the gas in the tank, but Kilo sure does. He sends a salvo and clips Happy with the Helix.
These biotic grenades from both Annas are the thing that's dictating a lot of these fights.
This whole game.
Yeah, that time it was Finn with 3 players, a connection, and you see how easy it is for Collusion Proper to go in and mop it up.
The Justice scrabbling to get back in position. Happy takes a hit as he gets that high ground set up. Getting the front spawn will be pretty advantageous here for the Shock early. Happy might want to try and flank around with this tack. No Nano to follow it up here, so he needs to make sure there's no bubbles in his way. And here's the tack. Kalu's jumped in without his bubble, but he's going to have the primal if he needs it. The sound barrier, though, seems to have done the job, and Proper takes matters into his own hands.
It's a Shocker speed running here on New Queen Street. They're going to get control of the bot again. That will be the front spawn. So the bot will take a little bit to move the barrier on forward. So, you have some ultimates to work with here. You see on the Justice side, they really don't have much. You in this one for the Shock, you're in a spot where, like, oddly, you could potentially finish the map.
Primal now from Kalush here. Decay forced to try and look for that health pack, and Proper is keeping him under wraps right now. Once again, the Tracer's duel. Recall from Proper. He has a pulse bomb to spend here. Mag might have to primal as he wakes up. Yeah, he got that forced from the sleep dart. He would have been done for otherwise. But Happy, standing inside a biotic field with a healer at his back, crumples under the pressure of Proper in the Shock. And it's another stick. This guy is out of his mind.
Yeah, as the Justice end up using the Nano here onto Mag, and you still have 3 players up. You're going to lose Decay, you're going to lose Mag, as you're going to have that forward spawn. It'll be Finn coming back with Kilo. You have a Nano Visor, the bot's going to get around this corner. You have nothing for the Justice. You could see a finish.
I mean, Proper is unreal. First the Genji that previous map, now the Tracer is just racking up those kills. Finn in position, it's a tight angle, he can't yet. He's trying to get eyes on Kalush here.
It looks like they're trying to flank with this Visor.
All right, Nano for Kalush. Pushes forward here, maybe create some spacing, a setup for Kilo to flank with his tack Visor. Proper's found Decay again, winning the Tracer duel, but Kilo a little less confident about pressing his advantage right now. Mag jumps in his face, and here's that sound barrier Kalush didn't benefit from, but Happy! A purple shower! San Francisco are here with a bio as well. Now I have to slow the pace down a little bit here. Pulse from Decay connects, and they'll get cleaned up.
Oh man, this is so difficult for the Justice. How I talked about earlier on, right? You get an early lead, it's so difficult to win enough fights to bring it back. Look at this, 90 meters to 15. So you only have 2 minutes 42 on the clock. You're gonna have a little bit of an ultimate advantage here for the Justice. I think it's essential for them to win this next fight with very little to no investment. Try and invest almost nothing. You're gonna need, what, 2 to 3 more fight wins after this to beat that.
Hardly an option, is it? I mean, Mag gets slept, that Primal might be his only, his only choice to try and stay alive, keep his team in the fight. Happy, frustrating, has to play the long range game here. He's trying to close the gap. You see as he crosses the causeway. All right, here we go, Proper pulse. Decay able to get out of that one. Kalu just sleeping right now during his Primal, and Kilo found Decay with that Helix. Now we talk about Justice not spending too much here. They have to go for both support ults, Matt.
Yeah, and they're going to hold on to this Primal, looks like, but they have to back off of the bot a little bit. Now they'll start to get it going. Get above 20 meters as we're down to 1:40 on the clock. This Visor for Kilo could be massive. Oh, actually, they sleep Proper. That's massive.
What a way to open up the fight. The Justice here with the player advantage. Bionade on Happy's unlikely to bother him too much here. This is big. The Justice have to either win these fights in a row or force the Shock to disengage and get that extra progress. 45 meters, they're halfway there.
I mean, that sleep and kill got them another like 20 meters right there.
Mag's diving in right now. He has Primal. He's going to have to use it if things get sticky. And there it is. Finn having to nade himself again. Kilo falls back now. Tactical Visor Man going to be under a little bit of pressure, but Finn was found by the Pulse Bomb. Kilo looking for something, anybody, to try and even the ledger. He comes up with nothing, and he extends pretty deep. Proppers back into the fight now, and there's a decent amount of pressure on Decay. Eventually, he's going to get brought down, and Krillin's in a compromising position in the back line. Sleep Dart got used, and the sound barrier means that the shot can go a little deeper for this fight win, and they'll have it.
Man, that is a backbreaker there for the Justice to lose. That looked like their fight to win. They ended up getting a little bit of an advantage early on. Just some extra ultimates there for the Shock to move them over the line. This is bad, right? Because the bot's going to start moving faster towards the Shock's barrier. See where it is on your screen. It's going to make the Justice go even further.
The Justice have to dig deep here. You have to hope they haven't expended all of their star power. It's a terrible opener, though. They've lost Happy to Finn at long range. Yeah, Proper definitely had Krillin dead to rights there, and Mag is just hunting for a target. Finn keeps himself scarce, but oh, it's just going to be Mag returning to the bot here. It's over for the Justice. They have very little to work with right now, and Mag is just trying to stay alive. Okay, wait a minute. The sound barrier to keep them in a little bit longer? No, Mag brought down. Now it's just opener on the bot. He's going to be forced away. His overtime ticks down, and San Francisco have set up a map 5, a decider in this first match of the kickoff clash.
They were dominant there on New Queen Street. They get 90 meters with that push early on, and they never look back. The Justice, when you give up that much of a push early, there's really nothing you can do to battle back from it. As now all the pressure is swung back onto Washington. You go up 2-0 against the #1 seed. You gotta close on those opportunities.
San Francisco here. A reverse sweep scenario against the Justice is on the cards. Don't go too far, everybody. The decider in this first exciting match is coming right up. Well, I'll be honest with you, Matt. I didn't exactly think we'd be in a potential reverse sweep scenario this early in the kickoff clash. Slow start for the Shock, but looks like they've found their land legs.
It's a bit surprising with how the first two maps went. The first two maps were rather close, though. Still, it felt like the Justice had all momentum. Everything was on their side. Dorado seemed to flip a little bit, go towards the Shock, and then last map was dominant. We do have some subs here for this game 5. Assassin will be in for the Justice, so he played in their control map in game number 1. And then we will have Sam, who comes in for Kilo. I get why teams do this, right? They have players they want to play in certain situations and whatnot. I always do feel bad for players who are brought off the bench kind of cold into a game 5. I mean, what, Assassin has not played since the first map in the series, and then, you know, what is he in the back shooting bots, and you expect him to just get up on stage and go for it? I always feel like it's a really tough spot to put the players in.
And we may see San Francisco return that Lucio Moira composition, right, with the Reaper involved. One that it looked like the Justice were well and truly prepared to deal with. Yep, you're not seeing things, ladies and gentlemen. Our last map in the series, the decider. We're headed to Lijiang Tower. And I'll give you a little bit of a hint on this stage. It's going to be pretty closed in.
So we'll get a chance to see what both teams want to run early on. You think, you know, obviously Sam in the game has a ton of flexibility, able to play a ton of different stuff, right? The Reaper, the Genji, maybe some, you know, Echo, right? They played like Echo Soldier, where I think he played the Soldier on Iconvolt. At least thus far, looks like we'll be hovering the Reaper. I expect the Shock to run what they're showing right now. Do not expect the Justice to run this. I mean, maybe, but not the Reinhardt. I would say probably you'll see something different than the Ryan.
Proper, coming off a deadlift on New Queen Street. 15 out of 29 final blows on that map. And I mean, we saw the Tracer just dominating the kill feed. This is some more of an expected lineup. It will be Lucio Moira for the Shock, but more interestingly, for the Justice as well. Krillin is off the Ana.
Off the Ana. Mag is on Orisa. This is the first time I think we've seen Orisa. As, no, very strong during the PvP beta, I think. Using the spear, the twirl, and getting in the mix. Really making it an issue for teams. It's the first time I think we've seen it, though, now.
Yeah, this is bizarre. Going for it in a map 5. My God. Again, we felt Orisa was pretty strong, right? Especially in our testing. Javelin spin here to send Mag forward with a bit of a speed boost, destroying those projectiles, but eventually they get run over. Trying to make something happen with Orisa there. Nothing doing.
It's interesting, you're playing a composition that would be good, I was going to say, with Doomfist or Winston, and you're trying to play the Orisa, the coach of the Shock types in the chat. What was that?
Are you kidding? Okay, off the Orisa, we got to see it, thanks. That's about all we need to see for now. Mag on the Doomfist. Here's the Coalescence coming in. It's going to be Soundbay around Coalescence for San Francisco. They layer those support ultimates here. And now the Justice have a later beat. How will this play out? Happy a little bit low right now. On the point, though, as the Shock got control early on because of the interesting snafu with the Orisa. Mag punch pretty good. Assassin's able to burn Violet down. But he gets ripped one by Collusion long range.
Yeah, Collusion's going to have the primal to keep this going for the Shock as Proper's able to finish off. Opener, Krillin is low. They force him back as the Shock able to hold on. Is coming out on that Orisa is a bit of a gamble.
Yes.
It may end up coming to bite the Justice here. Is you lose that first fight on control, you're behind in ultimates. It's
get Krusty typing in the chat. What was that? Midway through a round, by the way. Oh, gosh. Okay, no Fate Force as of yet, by the looks of things, a big punch from Mag. 3 stunned, no eliminations. Oh, you're kidding. It's got to be a Wraith Walk to shut off that Pulse Bomb. Proper still in position to punish here, and Sam deals with Happy. But Assassin comes in, subbed in for Matt 5. The Echo's looking pretty clean so far, and Matt, it's going to have to be for the rest of the round.
Yeah, it's just to be the Justice flipping the point. And I think if you want to talk about a positive for the Justice this far, is they've actually been able to get first blood in a reasonable amount of these fights here, on this point. Outside of the first one, they actually, Assassin kicks off the last fight with a first blood, and then this fight that they just win with one as well. That, I think if you're able to get these first kills and fights, nice play there as you're able to get rid of Happy as he uses Death Blossom.
Happy's in a Winston bubble. He can't get that life steal, so Sam's able to pop him from the outside of it. Assassin's knocked out of Duplicate. He's forced to give a lot of ground here. Justice burn a couple of key ultimates, but sound barriers come out simultaneously for these two teams. Proper's looking to surge forward if he can. Mag had a punch charged up, and there's another pulse bomb here already built for Proper. Where does it go? That's the question. Sees Krillin in that back corner. Mag charging one up, and Proper goes a little bit wide on the deployment. But Sam's found Assassin. Somehow the Echo's wings are clipped by the Hellfire shotguns, and Proper looks to keep flanking. Nobody's keeping tabs on him right now as the kills come in for San Francisco.
And how did they keep Kaluj alive? He was so low. As Assassin was trying to chase him down to the focusing beam. The focusing beam just ran out right as he may have been able to finish him off, but you get that pick on a Kaluj, maybe a completely different fight. It's the Shock, one fight away from taking our first point on Lijiang Tower.
Mag is the first in. Seismic Slam. Meteor Strike to get him out here. He's going to land. Not a whole lot of damage from that, but he is back in the fight at the very least here. Primal Rage for Kaluj, but he took a pretty large amount of damage early. These supports are trying to build their ultimates up as quickly as they can. Finn's going to have a Coalescence, and he lets it go immediately. Assassin's going to be forced back. He's so low, and Proper finishes the job. A Death Blossom is interrupted there by Sam. Can't get it finished because of the punch that came in, but here's the sound barrier. Krillin finally has the Coalescence, but these support ultimates have come in a little bit too late. Sam plays point, but Happy is down. A huge amount of the damage for the Justice has been taken off the board. And how are they going to get back in this fight? It's a sound barrier from Opener that managed to get Proper. It's only 4 left for the San Francisco Shock here. Krillin's got a safe perch on the high ground, but the Justice are trying to regroup for a moment behind Mag's punch.
Yeah, they're allowing the Justice to get back into the fight. Happy's got a Death Blossom.
No one's going to be there to see it though. Kaluj gets burned down by the focusing beam, and the Shock give the point.
I was surprised that they played a little bit passive there, the Shock. I feel like they had a big advantage in terms of the support ults. They got rid of Assassin and Happy. It was just the tank in both supports. Krillin ends up using the Coalescence, keeping him up. But look at this. I mean, now the Justice are in an interesting spot. You're going to have Assassin with this duplicate. What do? Could you, like, get a Moira, like a Coalescence? Maybe a second Reaper in the mix? Some interesting options here.
Punch comes up short for Mag. Charges a power block, another Meteor Strike. Finn takes half his health. His damage from that one has to back up. Sam's a little low at the moment as well. Mag's on the point. Forces recall from Proper there. Assassin duplicates and Tracer. Here's the Coalescence from Finn now as Assassin has a Pulse Bomb to spend in this duplicated form. It's a stick on a Moira and Coalescence. He's not able to find it though. The Coalescence just in time, and Finn is able to fade that one. Proper pressure here, but Kaluj has already been taken down. The sound barrier from Opener is well timed indeed. A 5v4 here. Violet trying to stay alive on the point, but Sam not so lucky. The focusing beam will claim that Lucio. And who's here from the Shock to stand up? They'll stall for a moment. Here it is. Primal Rage comes back in from Kaluj. Just enough time got bored, but Finn's going to send careening over the edge. The Winston has to get out. Now Proper steps up to keep overtime going, but it's a matter of time. And the Justice get the first round on Alicia.
See, this is where if you're the coach of the Justice, you gotta type what was that in the chat. You gotta fire back. You gotta have
Where's the question marks?
You gotta have those shots.
Nothing?
You gotta have those shots on deck. So I did point out a little bit, like, about like halfway through that, like the positive for the Justice is they were consistently getting the first bloods in those fights, and we know that in Overwatch 2 and 5-on-5, the first blood is like the win rate of fights, like extremely high, like even higher than Overwatch 1. That
20% higher than Overwatch 1.
Right, so you end up like losing a fight or two early on that go that way, but the percentages still lie heavily on your side, that if you're able to replicate that, eventually you're going to string them together, right? And that's what happens at the end.
Smarting the San Francisco Shock after that round and after such an early lead. At this point, it's just execution, Matt.
Why didn't they try the Orisa again?
The fact that they got away with that may well go down in history this season. So the Justice play from behind the point here.
This Mag has been pretty strong on this Doomfist. See if he's able to go and cause some problems. A nice punch there on a proper. Gets him to use recall, and Sam is low. You may not be able to fight this.
It's tough for Proper. He'd rather flank against this Doom setup. He's walking into punches. Kaluge, my God, that's aggressive. And the Justice are pretty good at dealing with this dive setup. Proper has already built a pulse bomb. Oh my, that one's gone airmail, Matthew.
It's not going to be enough, though. I mean, it should not be enough, right? It's going to be both supports and Kaluge alive. They may come back in, try and make a play for this, as both Lucios are ready with beat.
Happy takes a fair bit of poke damage now, and Kaluge wants to try and capitalize if he can. Mag back in once more. Punch is good, Meteor Strike out. Great walk from the Reaper there. Sam's able to get away from an ultimate coming in, but the sound barriers are now being used. Coalescence is also in play, and Krillin's about to build his. The Shock need to find something, and they do! Oh, they get Krillin! He get the Coalescence! That's not going to be an option anymore. San Francisco eventually able to steamroll Mag in the absence of that extra healing. And they'll get the point.
It's a massive kill on Krillin, because he's coming up on the Coalescence, and the Shotgun overlapping their support ultimates there. They kick things off with the sound barrier. They end up using the Coalescence like shortly after when the sound barrier comes in from opener. So they know they have an advantage in terms of healing, but it's only that small window of time they have that.
Proper with the bird's eye view of the situation. Sees that Coalescence that Krillin had been holding on to. Can they get out? Oh my God, he can't fade! He's stuck inside the ultimate animation! Couldn't have asked for better timing from Proper. He just guts the Justice.
It's like, I will not let us lose. You guys may be okay with it, but I will not let that happen, as he has put on some performance here in the second half of this series.
He hates losing more than the Justice love winning, apparently.
He doesn't want to learn.
All right, Kaluge. A little awkward for him there as he gets juggled a little bit, but he has that primal rage to rely on. He's forced to use it a little early here. Okay, Duplicate ends up getting used here by Assassin. It's two Reapers, so Kaluge definitely has to get out of that situation. Now, the Shock have to regroup quickly, Matt.
Yeah, that'll be a Death Blossom here from Happy. So he'll be able to finish just one player off, but still, you even see him coming out of Assassin. Doesn't even have to use the Death Blossom that he builds up.
That was pretty convincing from the Justice, Matt. Kaluge kind of had no choice but to use that Primal Rage. But Mag's pressure, plus, you know, the potential for Happy to walk up on him.
So Kaluge goes over to the Doom now. Just put a little bit more pressure. You can be a little bit more offensive, I feel like, with the Doom. Like, it's nowhere near as good to be able to, like, go back and peel and provide some support for your healers, but just like it is an offensive powerhouse.
No.
Doomfist is sick.
Mag, sound barrier here, Proper. Doesn't go too deep there, and Kaluge is able to find a punch on Assassin. Here's an opening. Happy's forced in the Wraith Walk, but no one's healing him right now. He's so low, he can't get away as Sam pursues as it comes out of the shadows. Gets his lights knocked out. Okay.
So within 10% now for the Justices, Assassin will now go over to Tracer. So want to move away from the Echo. Maybe the Echo is making the biggest impact now as the Tracer from Proper starting to get online, but Proper can put this point away with a nice pulse bomb.
It's this Coalescence from Krillin. Gonna be a big difference maker, and Proper has a pulse bomb. He can punish that ultimate, but he's too far away right now. Looks like the Shock are just gonna give this ground away. They've not taken too much damage, which is crucial. And here they come once more. Kaluge comes in with a seismic slam. Death Blossom, Sam is shut down. Everybody from the Justice looks on and just punish the Reaper in the middle of the action. Proper doesn't have recall for another second, and he can't get away. Mag takes him down with the seismic. And the Shock have to try again.
This is a lot like the last point, though. No, in terms of percentage, right? You're gonna get up to, before the next fight probably kicks off, you're gonna get like near 88%. Like, this fight goes long, you're looking at last fight scenario, and look at some of these things on the board. I mean, you have a Meteor Strike, you probably have a Pulse Bomb for Assassin, Death Blossom. The Shock, I mean, you're relying on Proper again with this Pulse Bomb to go huge.
This is it, the Shock, if they want a reverse sweep, it's got to happen here and now. The Pulse Bomb from Proper is the centerpiece of their plan. Violet sound barrier is also crucial as opener is 20% away from his. The fight must start soon. Mag's a little low, has to get out with that Meteor Strike here as Proper also recall. Oh, the pulse onto Mag! He knew he was coming! Kaluge, Meteor Strike in now. It's going to be a sound barrier for 4, and Happy's knocked away with the Death Blossom. Still Assassin's able to find Sam, but both Reapers are out of the picture now. Finn's Coalescence is huge. It's absolutely massive. Open is forced to run away and hope his team can keep overtime going, Matt.
Yeah, you're going to have some members for the Justice
Unreal!
Get back, but not able to do so. Krillin and Opener, they backed up to try and get Matt back into the fight, maybe a little bit faster, and they had the Coalescence to use there. I think they were relying on Assassin to keep the point going, but not able to do so as we go to a final point.
The composure for Proper. He knew that Mag was just going to materialize in front of him from that Meteor Strike, and he had the exact answer.
I would say as well, Kaluge connecting on a punch to interrupt Happy during the Death Blossom.
Knock him back, yeah.
That was a big kill, a big play there, because I believe he ends up getting 1 with the Death Blossom. Judging from the overhead map, he doesn't get displaced. May have gotten a second or two more. So it'll be both teams right here coming out with the Tracer look. So Assassin gonna ditch the Echo, go with the Tracer, and then also for the Shock, they're gonna ditch the Winston play here. They're gonna go aggressive with this Doom.
Nice Meteor Strike connection there from Kaluge. A lot slow. It's annoying to deal with. Map 5, round 3. This is the final stage of this series. And early on, as again, is trying to find some vulnerabilities here, but no burst healing available for the Justice, so they take a lot of damage early. They need to find a way to back away, regroup, and they have to give up the point as a result.
Yeah, they're getting very close to a sound barrier, though, so they might be able to go aggressive and use a sound barrier early on.
Happy low, gets hit with a punch there. Still doesn't Wraith Walk, or maybe he can't. Pulse Bomb, stick on the Moira, it's going to be a fade away, and a sound barrier out here from Opener. Violet opts not to use his get, and may not, as Sam is already felled.
Yeah, I think you'll see what happens.
Here we go.
Once the Meteor Strike comes down, and that's going to be the sound barrier.
Okay, with 4 players, the Shock want to try and commit to this fight. What can they find? The Coalescence as well. They still have control of the point, so they want to extend their cap as long as possible. Assassin's looking healthy though, when he sees overhead goes Kaluge. Mag gonna land on Sam with a Meteor Strike, so San Francisco may have made an error. Yes, they get 40%, but they spend a lot of ultimates for this stall.
Yeah, but the ultimates gain them, what, 30, 40%? Potentially, about 30% there extra. So,
does that work for you?
You don't exactly hate that. Yeah, I don't hate it, because you also, it's not like they ended up throwing these ultimates in to extend it, and the Justice had to spend nothing. The Justice pretty much had to go all in as well. So you're able to extend that. Now you have a Death Blossom right here for the Justice. You end up losing this fight. You're still in a tremendous spot if you're the Shock.
Death Blossom from Happy obviously on board. Can he get deep enough without getting booped, punched, knocked away? It's a tough ask. I know the Shock are just looking for an opening, right? There's no bio-nades to start these fights. They have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Proper is in a really tough spot as he's able to make it back to his team. That's crazy.
It's like the bloody Italian job in here. All right, Sam going to get sound barrier here, deployed for Violet. Open is holding on to his for now, but he can't save Mag. The Doomfist is missing for the Justice, and they go for a belated sound barrier, but Happy gets nothing from the Death Blossom. Disastrous here for the Justice. Yeah, they're snuck back into the lead, but they're not winning this fight.
No, definitely not. As nothing with the Death Blossom, you're not able to keep Happy up with that sound barrier. Coalescence used as well, you're not going to have that, so although you do take the lead, it's only going to be for a short period of time. As the percentage flips in favor of the Shock.
Tense moments here. Finn still has Coalescence. The fact that San Francisco have been able to hold on to that key support ultimate should not be overlooked. Kaluge there trades really quite well. A lot of good damage here as he's just sitting, charging the power block, getting some displacement, slowing the Justice down. Has the Meteor Strike there, overcommits with a punch that doesn't hit. Happy, who has to Wraith Walk. Maybe a fair trade, I feel. Finn now with the Coalescence, so the Shocker decided to use that, but look at this stall. They're at 90% and counting. This will force the Justice away to buy more time. Violet is close to a sound barrier as well. This could get dicey. The Justice have to go now, and they're going to be running into the sound barrier. Here it is. Violet lets it go. Mag taken down already at the start of this fight. Proper. The pulse. It's good! Happy is down! And only 2 left for the Washington Justice. The San Francisco Shock. Beaten black and blue. It's quite the brawl, but in the end, the reverse sweep. Unbelievable! Mag tries to step up to the point.
Justice had a chance, man. Up 2-0 at the start of this series. You have to put teams like the Shock away when you have the chance. And even here in this map 5, you get it to go all the way to the distance. And you had a puncher's chance here towards the end, but the Shock, they bounce back. They really clutch up towards the end.
50% for both sides. San Francisco win a fight and Finn has that coalescence, right? There's nothing on the side of the Justice to answer that. So in the next fight, it drags on. They see the coalescence. They have to back away. And the clock gets burned out. A huge pulse bomb from Proper again. He really answered the challenge delivered by Decay. Those first couple of maps, he stepped up and showed why he is undeniably a Rookie of the Year candidate. That's a great performance from San Francisco. The fact that, look, it got as close as it does tells you a lot about this LAN environment. So much can happen sort of in the space of a few days at LAN. I mean, now at least these two teams are warmed up.
Yeah, and I think teams will view the Justice way differently now. Going into the losers bracket, right? This is a dangerous team. It's not a team that's an 8 seed that you're just going to come in and walk all over. That this is going to be a team that's going to be a difficult out.
I've got to say, I mean, we saw the Justice, they mirrored that Lucio Moira composition. Yeah. They didn't do that on Ilias so much. Neither team did, right? We saw both of them playing that Ana a fair bit. You've got to say, where we saw the Justice get to use Krillin and get to start fights, set the pace with those biotic grenade connections across the map, that's where the Justice looked at their best. They really knew how to make that playstyle work, and every Bionade was followed up on. Everyone was chased down. And Finn, let's throw back to that first map. That aggressive positioning from Finn, often getting exploited, and even when he wasn't being aggressive, Mag, Decay, Assassin, whoever it was finding him. This Justice team looks nothing like a bottom seed in this tournament.
No, and I think as well, when the Justice went over to the compositions where they were playing that Doomfist, the Doomfist became an easy pulse bomb target for Proper, and he's able to just kind of run all over the map, uncontested. I think those biotic grenades earlier on when they were running those Onacomps was a huge difference maker.
We saw a few things in this series that we just really don't get to see every day, especially in our online play, right? I mean, multiple deadlifts across these maps, right? Where these individuals taking the games into their own hands. And speaking of individuals, we've got Danny down on the stage with one of them. All right, now let's head down for a post-match interview.
Thanks, guys. Yes, I am here with one of them, and it's none other than Proper from San Francisco Charge. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. What a great first match, a reverse sweep. Can't get any better than that. Now, Proper, I mean, it was a reverse sweep, which means that you guys seem to, struggle a little bit in the first 2 maps, but you guys were able to turn things around. What sort of changes did you guys make after map 2? 자, 이번에 또 역수입 또 이렇게 킥오프 클래치가 시작을 하면서 또 이것보다 더 좋은 재밌는 경기가 없지 않나라는 생각을 합니다. 어떻게 보면 첫 번째 2 맵은 좀 이렇게 힘들어 하시다가 끝에 가서 좀 좋은 모습을 보여주게 되셨는데 좀 어떤 얘기를 해왔고 또 어떻게 해서 승리를 거두시게 되셨나요?
일단 저희 팀이 오랜만에 오프라인 경기하는 거라 좀 긴장돼가지고 첫 번째랑 2번째 맵에서 실수가 좀 많았는데 그래도 게임은 이길 것 같아가지고 다 같이 열심히 집중하면서 다 같이 의기합 그러던 것 같아요.
So I feel like, because this is a LAN event and this is first time playing in the offline in front of a crowd, so there was a little bit of nerves, but going into the third map, we sort of got together, just talked to ourselves and just said that we could do it, and that's how we won the game. All right, and you just mentioned about being in front of a crowd, and this is a LAN event. Do you feel like the San Francisco Shock sort of had that LAN buff and that helped you get the win today? 자, 방금 또 이제 처음으로 오프라인 경기라고 말씀을 하셨잖아요, 이번이. 어떻게 보면 좀 아무래도 이게 관중들 앞에서 경기를 해서 그 좀 에너지나 좀 이런 게 좀 경기력에 도움이 됐다고 생각을 하시나요?
Yeah, good.
Good?
Yeah, good.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Good.
Yeah, good.
Better. Best.
Good, better, best.
Which one?
Best.
Best! Proper did definitely get the energy from all the fans. So yeah, Proper, thank you so much for doing this interview. That is it for the post-match interview. Let's head back to Uber and Mr. X.
Thank you very much, Danny. And yeah, I mean, what do you say about that, really? I mean, Proper, just expressing that the jitters are there. This is a consistent story. We've been in a league that has had to operate entirely online for over 2 years. Nothing really compares to this environment. You definitely have to check it out if you have a chance to be here. And we've seen even the best players, if they're new to the experience, it affects you.
There's going to be an adjustment period for a lot of players in the league, and I think you're going to see some players really up their play and some players not perform as well as we've seen them play at home, but the shot bounced back there.
Let's talk about our player of the match here, Matthew. Pretty easy one. We just got to hear from him down on the stage there. It's going to be Proper. Whether it was Genji, whether it was Tracer, Proper gave us just some incredible moments. I've got to say, the Genji play on Dorado was really enjoyable for me, especially because I guess the way that he could play very different than Decay on that sort of Tracer and what he had to get done. But when he turned around the attacking side, and this was insane, the deadlift on New Queen Street, man.
For me, it's the Tracer play. Once we saw him start to heat up on the Tracer on Dorado, bring that into New Queen Street, then bring it into Lishang Tower, that was the difference maker in the series. It really was able to be an equalizer that brought the shot back in. Just picking up so many kills in these fights. It felt like pulse bomb after pulse bomb connected, as he was unbelievable towards the end.
This series promised to be a battle of top Tracers, and that was, what we promised was the centerpiece of this matchup, and it definitely delivered. Gotta say as well, like Assassin coming in, we saw his difference in playstyle on how he sort of had to play around such an aggressive Tracer. This is what Proper forces you to do. Both these teams have incredible weapons in that particular role, but Proper really ran away with it here. And again, like half those pulse bombs sticking, the vast majority of those sticks resulting in kills. There was like one on like a Moira about to fade, but outside of that, like deadly efficient. And they're getting built awfully quickly because he's such an aggressive Tracer. He's always in position to get damage and charge at ult up.
No, always making plays with the pulse bomb. And like you mentioned, like a few times, like we saw the Coalescence popped, pulse bomb gets attached, not able to fade out. Like huge kills at big times for Proper.
Stick around, everybody. There's much more action coming out of the Esports Stadium Arlington here. Coming up next, it's going to be the Atlanta Reign, and of course the Florida Mayhem, should I say. So stick around for that one. That's going to be quite a spicy one. Don't go too far.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to the game break here on our Watch Point desk. Zoe here, joined by Jonathan Reinforth Larson, and of course, Necro is joining us as well for some game analysis. And let's dive straight into it because obviously we all expected a 3-2 outcome. Shock versus
Easy.
Justice, absolutely.
Oh yeah.
To assume that. I was already outside in the process of burning my pick'ems, and then the San Francisco Shock had to turn it around.
I think Leg Day tweeted out just like, yeah, I always believe in Washington, and then it just turned around.
Obviously.
It's his fault.
Now, funny enough, I feel like you guys have looked into the crystal ball because stuff we have talked about coming into this match just magically happened. It was Happy who absolutely put in a slaughter fest for the Justice, Necro, which you called, of course, alongside his team, and also Reinforced. You did talk about you want to play Max Monkey game, and that's exactly what happened. The San Francisco Shock had to adjust to the Justice's style and to their tempo and let the Justice run away with it. And Necro, why don't you break down what happened in this match?
Well, it definitely looked like it was going the way of the Washington Justice, especially when they started off the series with a fast 2-0. But San Francisco were able to turn it around. It was that map 3 where they picked Dorado. I was a little nervous because of how well Washington Justice performed versus the Atlanta Reign in their matchup, where they didn't let Atlanta win in a single team fight on that map. And so I was like, well, Happy's warm, Happy's in his lane, ready to go. So this might not work out, but that pick worked great, and it started San Francisco Shock on a journey of getting their second reverse sweep. First versus the Los Angeles Gladiators, and now versus the Washington Justice.
Jonathan, why do you think the Shock were playing so much more passive? We're so used to them being just like aggressive, with Prepper just all over their sidelines, front lines, and back lines all at once. But today, they seem to be more hesitant. Why is that?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really talked about the stage factor so far. Mitch and Matt, they hit it a little bit in the cast as well, but it's obviously so much different playing on a stage compared to playing in the comfort of your home. You know, like it's warm, you got your blankets, you got some cozy socks on, maybe you got some tea brewed, and you know, maybe
How you play? That sounds really delightful.
Seat cushion, maybe some candles for the scent, stuff like that. You know. On a stage, it's like it's cold, you need your hand warmers, it's like there's lights on you, and there's like people in the audience. It's like doing a presentation in school, flashback to bad memories, it's hard to get in the game, stuff like that, you know? So obviously for some of these players who doesn't necessarily have that experience of actually playing on stage, there is a bit of an adjustment phase. It's not going to be the same environment that you're so used to playing in, and that's going to throw you off your game. That's perhaps going to change your mental state and your decision making. And when you play at the highest level of Overwatch, you need to be clinical in your decision making. Everything has to be on point, because otherwise it's so obvious when you accidentally use an ability the wrong way. If you're playing the Tracer duel between Assassin and Proper, I mean, one bad blink, one bad recall, and suddenly you're going to be at a disadvantage. So I think for all of these teams today, doesn't necessarily always just happen to be able to Washington Justice or San Francisco Shock. A lot of these teams, they have rookies on their lineups, or rookies from last year, and didn't get the chance to play on stage. So I think we're seeing some of these players actually get to use to the setting they're currently playing in.
One more question I do have, if we're looking at the Washington Justice setup there, or rather at their subbing strategy for this one. We did see them swapping around between DK and Assassin, but when Assassin came in, he very often also played that Tracer. Do you think that was a map kind of based decision, or?
Yeah, it must be control, right? It must be control. We saw Assassin on both Ilios to start off, of course, and then we saw Assassin as well later on Lijiang Tower. So he came out for the Orisa strats. He's the Orisa, the Orisa compositional tool that Washington Justice needed. It didn't go too great. Orisa, probably a reason doesn't get picked quite that much, but it was interesting nonetheless to see Assassin on Tracer to be subbed in, because it was a bit unusual for Washington, yeah.
I'm a big fan of our toothpick horse. Necra, how hyped were you to finally see Orisa in the mix?
I was so hyped. Oh my gosh. I mean, the fact that we got a chance to see it in like full action as well, right? Mag coming out on the Orisa and then going into the team fight on Control Center. It was great. I felt like I was in a throwback scenario. I don't know. It was like this, I ascended a little bit watching some Orisa play.
Ascended. 2 team fights of Marisa. Niklas ascended. Love to hear it. Yeah, that's.
I love that. More of that. I mean, okay, it didn't quite work out. We did have to switch over to the Doomfist. But it was fun as long as it lasted. At least for the viewers, it absolutely was. Now, of course, we have a next match coming up. So let's do a quick preview of that one. That was one of the matches where I think it was hard to pick for a lot of people. A lot of people expect a very close match. Will they be disappointed?
No, I don't think we will be disappointed. This is another matchup where you have some veterans, for example, on the Atlanta Reign. I mean, if you got Gator and Hawk, they've been in the league for a very long time, remember, right? And the Florida Mayhem, they got rookies coming in here as well. Their tank player's been phenomenal, but does that translate to being able to play on stage, Hydron, players like that? Even Checkmate, who's the only standout player from last year, again, joined during the COVID season, right? So hasn't had a chance to play on stage yet. So it's going to be interesting to see if this experience dynamic plays a part in this matchup as well.
Absolutely. Now, Necra, I believe you also picked the Atlanta Reign, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So it was...
That is right, I did.
Yeah, so the 3 of us picked Atlanta Reign, and Danny, Scott, as well as the audience, picked the Mayhem. So it's us versus them, everything on the line. Any last thoughts you have regarding this matchup and regarding your pick for this one, Necra?
I'm standing by my pick, but after what we saw in that last match, the very first one of the kickoff clash, I'm not really sure what to expect anymore going into this next one. So I'm excited to see what happens.
Well, we find out very soon. We're heading into a very quick break, and then afterwards, we're heading straight back to Texas for the Atlanta Reign going up against the Florida Mayhem. You don't want to miss it.
Well, there's been no shortage of hospitality shown us here in the Lone Star State, but from the shock to the justice, it was an entirely different brand. A reverse sweep in our first match of the kickoff clash. What a way to set the tone, Matt, for what promises to be an incredible week of games.
Yeah, what an awesome match to kick things off, right? The number 8 seed pushing the number 1 all the way to the limit. And I feel like the other matches, like that was the one match of the day you kind of looked at it and was like, this one might be, a bit lopsided. The rest of the ones looked like they were going to be really close going into it. So I'm excited to see what those matches deliver.
Absolutely. I think it was Danny earlier on sort of dubbing the Atlanta Reign as the bad boys of the Overwatch League. I thought their comments sort of after being selected by the Florida Mayhem in that sort of post-selection show were interesting. Gator said, if we don't get cheesed, we're going to be just fine against this team. But did they realize they're talking to the team that used the Maywall Sim TP to get out, do an illegal maneuver?
I wouldn't even say like the Atlanta Reign like are villains. They're just a bit different than the rest of the teams in the league, right? They're willing to just go on Twitter, say what they feel like, say how it is, and never a dull moment with Atlanta. And you know they back it up in terms of their play. They had a little bit of a rough end, I think, to the kickoff clash in terms of their regular season, but this is a team who played in big matches all year last year, so fully expect them to come in here today and fire on all cylinders against Florida.
Again, this roster features veteran players from the league, and last year where they had a pretty grueling road. I mean, you know, getting to Hawaii, playing these tough matches, a lot of travel for some really tough games, playing, you know, East versus West. And again, the Florida Mayhem, who, I mean, out of nowhere are showing us like a potential Rookie of the Year candidate in someone. Incredible main tank player. This team has really shown us what you can do by just bringing really solid coachable individuals together and giving them a game plan.
Yeah, Surmajet as well. It's been really strong for the Florida Mayhem. They've taken a bunch of different pieces from all over the place and put it together, and it's worked quite nicely. I think Hydron has also been a player on the 76 who's played really well so far this season. I'm excited to see the Atlanta Reign, though. I want to see how Atlanta bounces back from some of their stumbles towards the end of the kickoff clash.
Well, we can talk about that stumble, right? Because they had to go up against the Los Angeles Gladiators in their last map, that kickoff clash qualifier, and it was pretty brutal for them. Again, this is a team where we sort of wondered, okay, so what do you have up your sleeve? We started with Hawk showing us a lot of that Doomfist play, right? Didn't see a lot of Gator until he started to get worked in, like Gator Winston as well, you know, which was less expected, right? Yeah. And we saw that, I think, against the Vancouver Titans. I think the Gator Winston. There's some sort of memes about that. The Reinhardt play as well, right? This is a team that had to go up against a surging London Spitfire team who, although they haven't qualified to be here, are showing that these Reinhardt comps work really, really well.
Yeah, they were not the London Spitfire of last year, right? They look pretty competitive this year, London, right? They don't qualify for this event, but still one of the teams very closely on the outside looking in. And they play a weird play style. They just do, right? Which some teams are just not going to be able to adapt and play against on the fly, which could have happened to a lot of other teams in the league at that moment in time. Atlanta, like I mentioned, they just have some polarizing personalities, and you know, people like to jump on it.
I mean, they also, I thought Atlanta showed us like some of the only Farah play we've seen in the West, right? We're trying to unravel that sort of Reinhardt-based composition. You probably don't expect to see that in this particular matchup. The Florida Mayhem side, I mean, we talked about Surmajet, right? So crucial to have like a key Ana player, but there's one on the Atlanta Reign side. So let's make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Esports Stadium. It is the Atlanta Reign. Always have something to prove, this team. Yeah. At least they keep that chip on their shoulder for a reason.
And I have, you know, obviously in CDL, this is an optic city. I've been on the wrong side of that fan base before, and I can tell you, it kind of brings you together as a team. Like you start to like rally around each other a little bit, and like it becomes quite funny. Like everybody hates us, and it was quite fun to just send teams home that had like these like fan bases that people loved, and you just kind of got to gloat in it. Right? I think Atlanta definitely need to kind of channel some of that energy into something positive.
Hey, they sent Gator and Venom into the starting lineup today, Matthew. Obviously, Venom showing us primarily a lot of that Tracer play, and for Gator, that's the question mark. Are we going to start to see this team pivot more in the direction away from Doomfist towards their Winston potential Reinhardt inclusions? Or even in a Zai direction, right? There's a lot of ways you can go with this. Gator coming in to start, though, means that we can't be too sure about what kind of tank composition they're going to be working with.
No, and I think at some point this team has become underrated with how good OG and Ultraviolet have been, and then Kai as well.
And now for their opponents, coming in at 4th seed, making the selection, it is the Florida Mayhem.
A pretty loud pop for the Mayhem today.
What's not to like about this team, right? They've really impressed us. I don't think expectations were sky high for this roster. Some lesser known names got brought in. Checkmate, you know, last season ended up playing tank. May have MTD'd Mag at one point or another, so he was pretty aggressive in that particular role. But now we get to see him where he sort of belongs on a DPS, and he looks fantastic. Hydron as well is often being called on to sort of operate as that Soldier 76. He's been incredibly consistent. We talked about someone already, right? just an unbelievable rookie. Just really great awareness and mechanics on that Winston. He's been one of the best looks. And Sir Majid, I mean, so a couple of weeks ago, at least some of the best body grenade stats, some of the best sleep stats, everything you want from an Ana player in an Ana meta, Sir Majid has.
And Animo has been rock solid throughout his entire career in the Overwatch League, right? He has been around a very long time, I believe. Like, comes in like towards the end of season 1, I believe. Like, he comes into that New York team with Arc on it, and he kind of takes over that role. And is he the flashiest Lucio player on the planet? No. Is he a very smart, consistent Lucio player? Absolutely. And I think he's the type of leader that you need to have on this team, right? Somebody really experienced who's been there before.
Yeah, I mean, he began his stint with the New York Excelsior, you know, many moons ago. A team that was, you know, really tactical, really positional. He was a huge part of that here. I think both teams have really exciting backlines. You know, again, this is another matchup where I want to point you with the Ana play. Ultraviolet was the mastermind behind that ridiculous Nero Genji 5K with a cross-map biotic grenade on Eichenwalder. That just really blew many people's minds. Venom is another young Tracer superstar. He's the guy you want to have your eyes on here. You know, if you want to see like a potential proper, you know, Decay-esque performance, it's rumored that Venom is able to supply those, and he did in Contenders.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've seen it in the past from Venom. I also think if you're either of these teams, obviously you want to earn money here. You want to earn as many league points as possible. You want to put on a show. But these are two teams that are building towards the end of the season, right? This is not, you know, the end-all, be-all. You know, we see so many times throughout the league, right? A team that's really good early on, and maybe it just kind of flames out towards the end. So, do not want to be in that situation. You want to be building in the positive direction all the way through, peak at the end.
Championship here is good for $75,000 and yeah, some incredible league points to help you rocket up those standings. Ilios is going to be our first map in this series. A good chance to see what Atlanta Reign's tank configuration is going to be. We expect, most likely, with Gator here, it's going to be Winston.
Yep, Winston can play some of the Reinhardt, right? We haven't seen, you know, something interesting, right? It's like Atlanta, they get tested with that Reinhardt comp that London ran. I imagine, you know, the Atlanta Reign could put together a pretty good Reinhardt comp. And we haven't seen Florida deal with it, no, right?
I mean, they did. They tried to mirror the London Spitfire and Ryan comp. Hard to do against Chatty, to be honest. But again, they give a good account of themselves, and that might be a natural look for Atlanta later in this series. But here we are, out of the gates. It's the Florida Mayhem versus the Atlanta Reign.
And on paper, you really like this setup for the Atlanta Reign, but Florida has been a very strong team throughout the kickoff clash. Maybe not the kind of highlight names that you see on the Atlanta Reign, but still very strong.
Venom already has to respect that threat of the Helix rocket, but Gator's gone deep and he's plucked Sir Majid out of the mix. Giving up his life in order to do so here, but OG's able to back him up.
That is a worth trade. So Gator goes to that left-hand side. He's able to jump right on top of Sir Majid, take him out, and then when they go back to the other side of the map to try and peel and like get rid of Gator, it's just a speed boost from OG, brings Kai right into Hydron 2v1. They're able to deal with 76 on that side of the map.
I mean, yeah, like we said, Gator Winston was like a meme for whatever reason, maybe just inside of his team, because I know Master was teasing him about it, but in this series, he's definitely going to have to step up. It's been a great start for him, but there he overextends. The Mayhem are able to pull back, and then they snap and punish him.
Yes, I think as well for Gator, like, he doesn't need to be this massive playmaker on the Winston, right? We know he's a very smart player, capable, just needs to play the roles, right? There's someone's able to take out Ultraviolet, is gonna be looking, maybe you can stall this out. It'll be OG, gets on the point, touches for a second, then it'll be Venom, now it'll be Gator.
That good stall for the Atlanta Reign. They start off well, 42% and counting here, and again, they'll be pretty happy with that to begin with, and that's off the back of Gator going and getting that pick on Sir Majid again. Punishing that Ana positioning at the start of these fights is a great way to pave the road to success. Venom is looking to do just that. Pulse bomb here, he's pinged Sir Majid out. The stick, okay, he's able to get the Ana, who's not spry enough to get away from the blast radius.
In a way, his body just being there with the recall almost blocked him in to get hit by the Pulse bomb. He wasn't able to walk back. That'll be a second kill coming in from Venom. It's 2 quick kills, make it 3 is kind of clean.
That's a tick mark in the box for me, Matthew. Venom starts off the fight by finding that key pulse bomb kill, and then he sort of follows it up well. Crucially, Atlanta don't suffer for ceding control of the point. It's only 23% for Florida to find. But here, this third fight, This is where those ultimates start to get poured out here. Keep an eye on those support ultimates. Primal Rages as well. This will be a longer one.
Still haven't, outside of that one fight loss, still really feels like Atlanta's controlled this first map. They're gonna have to nano Hydron. He got so low there, would have died otherwise.
Yeah, attack visor here, but where are the targets? It's not a target-rich environment at all. There it is. Venom steps up and is knocked back by that Helix rocket. Sound barrier got used here by the Mayhem, and Kai's able to find Surmajin, finds a second here. Sharpest aim in the west on this man, and the Rain maintain control.
Yes, it's going to be the attack visor used by Kai there towards the end. Oh, we got to sleep here. It looks like they're going to be able to sleep. Checkmate not able to finish him off. Now able to do so. And man, Atlanta's looked great here early on.
Yeah, boop on someone. He should be able to touch in some way. Bionic a grenade on Gator, but a gift for someone in the back pocket. Take a pulse bomb. Venom is put to sleep though, and Artemo's able to move in punish, but no one can touch. A pretty stellar start for the Atlanta Rain.
I feel like Atlanta's a team that can also feed off of the environment, like the energy in the crowd, right? Can be difficult sometimes to rise to the occasion and like play up at home because you're at home. Where here, I think you can you feel the more pressure. You have the fans, going crazy and whatnot.
The stakes are higher, right?
Yeah, and I feel like some players rise, and I have a feeling Atlanta's like one of those teams, right, that will rise to the occasion. Like, if you were to ask me like a bunch of teams like that, I was not really worried about like performance on Atlanta would actually not have been one of them because of how deep they went in tournaments last year.
Yeah.
And also they just seem like
they're used to the travel as well, the turnaround.
Yeah, and they just seem like they're not really phased by any of the chatter or the talk or whatnot. They always come in, play pretty awesome.
Widowmaker here for Hydron. Quite the plucky pick here. Kai enviously looking across the map. Grapple to high ground here, harangued by Venom, who has to recall there. It's a very low health Surmajin. Oh, we got Venom. Beautiful stuff. Venom again trying to be a real solo player here, but Surmajin wasn't born yesterday.
I think you have to take that though if you're Atlanta. Like, how many times are they going to be able to take out Venom like that?
Stick around.
It also was huge that they hit a biotic grenade on the Gator early on, forced him back. It's Atlanta not able to gain some space.
Atlanta pushing up here. Trying to shake someone free. He eventually backs away with that rocket jump. Bit of poke here from Kai. No real commitment this left-hand side until the win. Oh my, the Winston! No body block. Kai gets his head ripped clean off there. That one's going to lay Gator low as well. Hydron has a lot of space now to work with.
Do you want to match this Widow, you think, if you're Atlanta?
If you're Kai, I'd back myself any day of the week.
Yeah.
They don't call you Kovacs Kai for nothing.
Right. I mean, his aim is just crazy good. We did see in our first series, they opted not to match the Widowmaker, right? Was happy being the 76, and it worked out quite well.
All right, a lot of pressure on Gator here. He just can't catch a break. Constantly his checkmate just harassing and working to main tank down. Whereas Venom finds himself a little out of position.
I mean, watching these two rounds back to back, it is like is night and day. Yeah, I mean, it is wild. The swing here is Florida has been, I mean, Kai's not even to a visor yet. The pushes from Atlanta have just resulted in nothing.
Checkmates looked really good on the Tracer so far. Okay, big bionate there from Surmajin, as we expect. They're able to stay alive, though. That is the Atlanta Rain. Kai gets nanoed, but says, not going to use attack visor here, and there's no one there to save him. You see the positioning of Ultraviolet? He can't see Kai at all from there. Someone is just ruining the back line.
I mean, there's not much to talk about here. This has been dominance from the Florida Mayhem. They look like they woke up here on this second point. Checkmate on the Tracer was huge. Some big biotic grenades from Surmajin. We will go into our third point here on Ilios.
Somebody woke the Land Dragons. I have to say, someone we knew was incredible. We sort of talked him up coming into this, and maybe Checkmate got glossed over a bit while we were getting excited about Venom, but Checkmate was always able to be in position. And Hydron, just how much was he really threatened? You know, Tracer can't go upstairs, can't play that high ground positioning. It has to be Gator to dive the Widow. And Hydra was just impossible to track.
And now they go back to the 76. You kind of have to. You can't play the Widow here on this map. And this is where Atlanta had a little bit of an itch. Maybe now Hydron a little bit easier of a dive target can make a play for him.
Venom. Someone you really want to keep your eyes on in this round here. Is he able to be in position? He got caught outside of the play a lot of the time in that previous round. We cut to him and he's got no one anywhere and his team's just getting annihilated by the counter dive. Someone's with a bio here. Can Venom chase? No. Sumajin pumping him with heals. It's not going to be enough. I think Sumajin maybe accidentally hits OG there.
I think he sleeps him. Yeah, I don't think it's intentional. I think it's just, he probably fires asleep towards the Winston.
I thought he was trying to heal up someone, right?
Yeah.
Either way, you take those. It's a trade here. Venom a little lower on health than Checkmate was when he turned up to the point, so he'll have to go back for a mini health pack. Another one from Margin, another biotic grenade on Gator.
I mean, Surgeon basically plays like Battle Ana. I mean, when we watch from his POV, he's definitely someone who's obviously focused on healing, but looking to put down some damage as well. He does put himself in those positions sometimes as Kai with the cleanup. That'll be Florida taking the point.
A good opener. Again, losing Gator early is what costs Atlanta in that fight, even if it takes a while for Florida to convert it into a capture. But no one was in control at that time, so the delay is not an issue. Oh! Checkmate! Okay, gets what he came for there, and it might have been an element of trying to body block again the player before you go for the recall, prevent them from backing away from the bomb. He gets two, and that was just left on the ground. Someone slipped on a banana peel.
Yeah, now that he doesn't have to play main tank, you can start to see what Checkmate is made out of. So, just kind of shows you what went on with Florida last season.
Oh, man.
A big biotic grenade up on the high ground there.
Self-buyer for UV, had to be.
Yeah, but still, you lost Kai, and he's got your visor. Gonna have to wait. This is gonna be probably another 10, 15%.
This is bad news for the Atlanta Rain, man.
Yeah.
Great job for Florida. They spend nothing for that as well. They just dive in. Margin with the bio. You can see someone now just trying to play out of line of sight as much as he can. Remain visible to his Ana. Oh, the bio. Okay, well, Primal doesn't come up in time. They lose someone.
Yeah, he was banking on getting that Primal. They actually end up investing a sound barrier here, and they're trying to hold on to this point.
Now, that doesn't pay off a little. I guess there's no accounting for a sort of nano visor here from Kai. And he is in a perfect position to receive the Mayhem as they drop down from the high ground. So they get 70. They still have a nano of their own for the next fight. They are going to walk into a beat.
Yes, so what, you invest your sound barrier to get out nano and visor.
And lose the fight.
Yeah, but you also do get a little bit extra percentage. So looks like someone going to go to the point, and he's just trying to drag players out in the open, probably trying to set up Hydron for a big visor.
Hydron scouting here, maybe looking for Venom also if he can like flank and use a nano effectively with his own tac visor. He gets it here. That's one.
Oh, OG uses the beat, but doesn't get it off.
He never got to touch the ground. Hydron shredded him to pieces before he could, so that beat we talked about, completely nullified. That was an Ajax.
The point flips, and now you have nothing to use if you're Atlanta. Pulse bump for Checkmate. Seen how good Proper has been with those. He has an opportunity to seal this map in the Mayhem's favor with just this ult. Oh, but even then, someone jumps right on top of OG.
Man, he's been getting punished. Tough couple fights for OG now. The Atlanta Rain had to step up onto the point and make something happen. Warding Pulse Bomb dropped to the feet of Gator, but he was able to avoid it. He has to jump away though towards his backline. He needs Ultraviolet right now. Someone gets taken down by him at the very least. Hydron though, he's on cleanup crew. There's not much that Venom can do here. No recall available. Ultraviolet going to be surrounded and removed in the Florida Mayhem. Squeaky clean in the last two rounds of Helios. And they wrap it up.
Maybe like you mentioned, that first round just shake the nerves a little bit. I thought Atlanta played really good there.
Better one round than two maps like the shock map.
Yeah, that is also true. As fans coming out with the Mayhem signs today. Yeah.
The unofficial slogan. Shout out to Brickell Street, of course, very important historical feature of Miami. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back on the other side of these messages. The Mayhem start the series. It's 1-0. you kind of mentioned it briefly. A little bit of a slow start for the Florida Mayhem on Ilios, but they recover awfully quickly. And all of a sudden, we start to see the Atlanta Reign get completely rolled. Honestly, very hard from the start. Anything off in that round?
Yeah, after the first round, it was all Florida Mayhem. And how do you bounce back if you're the Atlanta Reign? Looks like we do have some subs for Atlanta. So you'll have Nero in for Venom. Then you also have Hawk in for Gator. So it actually seems like these players are almost like tied to each other in a way. Like when we see Gator come in and he's going to play the Winston, they kind of bring in Venom to match the Tracer with that. And they're looking for different types of stuff, right? Whether it be Zarya-based compositions, Doomfist, they end up bringing in Nero because he's a little bit more flexible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Mayhem, I think it's pretty safe to say, it's a little bit risky for them to run that Winston Tracer comp at this level. It looks like it's not quite worked out yet, especially against a team like the Florida Mayhem, who that's their bread and butter, right? That's exactly the kind of style they like to go for. Atlanta Reign have had a lot of success working Doomfist comps, but there are some teams that are starting to be able to figure them out, play around them, unravel them just a little bit. But we saw them so heavily featured in that previous series. Between the Shock and the Justice, that is quite clear there's still a lot of run in Doomfist comps.
Yeah, and I'm surprised we haven't seen some more teams mess around with some of the Zarya-based compositions. I think that's something that I think will come back, and I think teams will be able to play it at a high level, and I think it'll be successful against some of these compositions that people are running now. You feel like Atlanta has a roster that would be able to do something like that with Hawk in as that, you know, solo tank type player. It'll be interesting what they decide to run here on King's Row, though, as that's the map that they decide to go to. You think King's Row? That's like a spot for the Reinhardt, you know, even Winston, pretty good on King's Row. What do you go with? Do you go with like a really aggressive Doomfist style of play? Do you try and play some Zarya here? What are your options for Atlanta?
I mean, when we see Nero come in, right, can mean multiple different things. That guy's very flexible. You kind of talked about right at the start of this sort of segment, actually, that, you know, we saw him play Pharah last week. He's played so much Echo
You've seen
in
him
his
play
time
May
as
in
well.
the past?
Yep. Kind of everything. Even a bit of Tracer in his time.
Yeah.
I guess the question really is here is, you know, what do the Atlanta Reign fall back on a map like King's Row, which we still see a ton of Winston play on? And it's really hard to defend with Winston on King's Row in general, right? Like that first pick, it's hard to break line of sight. If you try and back around the hotel as defenders, you usually get chased here. So it feels like a fine map to have that Doomfist look here. And that's what we saw, right? Even, you know, up against a Reinhardt comp, we saw this Atlanta Reign team play the Doomfist look. I think it was against the Gladiators, actually.
Yeah.
Didn't go well for them, though, Matt. So this is their map pick, though. They're definitely feeling confident. The hope is, have they got something new?
I mean, maybe they don't even need something new, right? Because you know that Florida will most likely end up playing something Winston-based, so you don't exactly need to kind of recreate, you know, make up a new strat out of nowhere, right? You can kind of go back to some of the stuff that was working for the Atlanta Reign a little bit earlier in the season. So right now it'll be the Florida Mayhem kicking things off on D. They'll be hovering over this Winston-based composition. The only thing different is you have Checkmate. He's looking like he's going to play the Echo.
I wonder if is this a concession for the Doomfist potentially?
So actually, it's probably a call when you see Hawk and Nero come in the game. You probably assume like that, you know, if they were going to play Tracer the whole time, they would let Venom in, right? Maybe you can force them to switch to Tracer by playing the Echo and being effective and really giving them problems.
Obviously, Tracer an option for both Kai and Nero, but just a pick we see a little less from them. I mean, that's why they have that Tracer specialist in Venom on this team.
So I like this from Atlanta.
Ooh.
So
something new.
Yeah, and I was saying I really like these compositions that include the Zarya. I think the double bubble with the Zarya with the Reaper in the mix is so strong. We see Dallas Fuel do it, and their timing and the way they play it is like to perfection. I think it can definitely give a lot of other teams some issues, though.
Someone will be the welcoming party for now, and he's, well, given a bionic grenade to go back with. Again, trying to break the line of sight. Here's what you have to do. You have to play inside this building. And the Reign looked to slowly scale up their control, but Hawk took a ton of damage on the approach here.
Yeah, he got hit by something. I mean, he's basically dead as Nero goes to the high ground, gets a bubble, drops down. So you see it's basically the Atlanta Range trying to chase the Florida Mayhem down. It's an odd spot to be fighting in.
Oh, I mean, someone's in the perfect position. He just rotates behind them. The problem with the Rain is that map, their positioning, their maneuvering, it's a little telegraphed. They go where the Zarya goes.
Well, I mean, they have no mobility. Nobody can access high ground alone outside the Reaper. So everybody else you know is going to be walking around together.
Is this the right confident laner to play for this part of the map?
Well, if you were going to play something else, what would it be? It would have been like a Doomfist, right? But I think your
Doomfist dive, yeah.
They're so spread out. You don't really have a great opportunity to dive, right? Hydron's going to put down a ton of damage. That's a long-range shot from OG on a Hydron.
That's poke.
Or you would have played something Winston-based, so they're clearly not. So I think this is probably their best shot.
Attack for Kai, but it's going to be pressured immediately by the Winston. Checkmate's felled by Nero, though, and someone is sleeping it off. That first pick really turns into a golden opportunity for the Rain here to have this point, and someone's not getting out of this one alive. There's no way. Oh my God, are you kidding? Dancing the bubble. What a magician. Sleep dart towards Nero, and he's taken down. I can't believe it.
Yeah, and they end up using their sound barrier and their attack visor here in Atlanta. So they're just trying to get this second percentage. Oh, nice biotic grenade there. So you can maybe use your sound barrier here if you're the Florida Mayhem and try and fight this.
Hawk shrugs off that bio with a self-shield. I think that's 2 used from him, though. Yeah, it's got none available. It's going to have to be a grab to bail him out here. Checkmate was able to laser down Kai, but Nero is in the thick of things just where he wants to be.
Yeah, and Checkmate ends up using his duplicate there. So nice first push here by the Atlanta Rain as they'll take point A. And I wonder if you're going to see some changes come out here for the Florida Mayhem. I think this is a really good call for Atlanta. Put some pressure onto someone, right? Get the Reaper in his face, force him out. Make it difficult for the supports where they can't play as offensive. They have to try and keep some of these players alive because the Reaper and the Zarya are going to come in and do tons of damage.
Now, the high ground should be less of a concern, but the Mayhem want to use it as a staging ground by going the long way around. So Margin might have to physically drop here. I love that positioning here from Kai. Just in case there's a drop down, he's playing back and safe. The biotic grenade really sets someone up there, but I mean, it's a heavy toll that is being levied at the Mayhem to try and get anything going here. The Rain definitely were expecting something like this.
Oh, for sure. And I think they know that they have this composition that they can fall back on and could possibly work as the payload will keep on moving. And a Hawk being able to do this type of work and damage and not even like really fully charged. It's sitting at like 50% there, 60%. You get one of these fights that kind of has all 10 players in it. He's going to get up to, 90%, 80% charge how the bubbles are with 2 bubbles. Now for Zarya, him and Nero can just get sped boost in and just clean people up.
Hawk has a bubble in reserve here, uses it on his Reaper, so Nero is nanoed and ready to rumble. Can't really get close enough to get value out of it, though. The Mayhem keep a respectful distance. I mean, Nero's in a great spot here to intercept Checkmate, who just gets enough altitude to avoid the damage. But now he's right in front of someone. And a bubble for Nero. Yeah, you really can't stop this Reaper. It's so scary as Winston to play around this.
Look at the position he can play from. He's basically playing almost like main tank as Hog is going to play in that off-tank role where you had Nero on the cart. He's inside of the Winston bubble. He's just battling someone. And what does someone do? If a bubble comes in, does he shoot Nero? Because if he gets him low, guess what? He's going to Wraith before him go away. And then you're going to have a charge up Zarya stepping up to the plate, who's probably pretty healthy at that time. It's a really difficult thing to deal with.
Atlanta showing us that they've definitely been working on something in preparation for the kickoff clash. So far, this composition has really worked wonders for them. Attack visor here. Checkmate, I think he had to dump altitude into the pit to avoid that. Kai's wondering where he's going to come back up. Oh, that's been answered. There he is. Helix rocket connected. Hawk. Yeah, Graviton Surge, Dead Blossoms all there. The Atlanta Rain are starting to just punish the Mayhem here. So much time left on the clock. Hydron with a biotic field here trying to duel with Nero, who thought to close the gap, and the Zarya bubble helps him stay nice and hale and hardy. Duplicate on the Zarya here. What can Checkmate do? Can he build a grab? Not quite. Not enough time there. Takes to the skies, but he is limping.
And it's just people trickling out of the spawn one by one. A map completion, 2:24 on the clock. You talk about a way to punch back. If you're the Atlanta Reign, that is a haymaker thrown right in the Florida Mayhem's direction.
And again, we saw Hawk come in. First thought was, is that Doomfist going to make another appearance? And it's quite clear to see that a lot of teams feel that Zarya composition is really like the next step, the next evolution in our metagame here. Remember, this is the Mayhem at 4th seed and the Reign at 7th. Atlanta have a pretty rough ending to the Kickoff Clash qualifiers, right? They end up 3-3.
What is that sign? It was they took it away. It just was us. I mean, I think we lost the other part of it. There's probably something else to it. Yeah.
They're at concession stand right now.
All right. Everybody's making their signs, bringing them out tonight. Shout out Super. Super as well.
Shout out Super.
Super's a nice guy.
+7 for the Florida Mayhem, that map differential across the entirety of the Kickoff Clash qualifiers. I mean, they were in a position with, maybe one more win to, be 2nd place. Winton jump, Winton net,
oh, man.
Winton zap, Winton net. Shout out YouTube chat for that one.
I always struggle when things from chat make it into real life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what happens. They're basically the same thing, Matt.
I saw some people walking in with Morbius t-shirts.
There were a whole contingent of people with Morbius t-shirts. That's really committing to the meme. I've got to commend you for that.
That's too funny.
Good heavens. Right, now, 2 minutes 24 on the clock for the Atlanta Reign. That is, I mean, let's be honest, by standards, that's super comfortable.
Blistering speed, yeah. So now you can play the Doomfist on defense, right? Play a little bit more aggressive. The Doomfist and the Genji.
Ultimately, you have to pressure that Ana, otherwise the Winston never dies.
Yeah, I don't think you can play, like, the Zarya is just so passive on the defensive end here. I think you
They just jump over your head.
Right, yeah, you have to play something else.
A moment from Hydron here, a quick peek and a switch. To the Soldier, 76. Okay, so Nero on the Genji here on defense. I did wonder if there was like a Tracer, potential here for the Reign, but they don't go for defensive Echo, interestingly enough.
Yeah, they decided to go with the Genji and the 76 on defense, so Nero opting for the Genji. Maybe it just feels a little bit better on the Genji as opposed to Tracer, this type of scenario.
That was really nice pressure on Hydron from Hawk, and then there's a Bionade from UV. Great way to keep him quiet, but not for long, apparently. That's got to be a max-range Helix. Yeah, I mean, the Ana was in the window above the point, and Hydron just sends it. Wow.
I mean, Soldier 76 really strong. I know you're able to land a few of those shots. A Helix is a direct hit at range. So,
back to the Reaper guy.
Well, so obviously we talked about how it's a little bit passive on the beginning of this map, but in the second stage of the map with the close quarter scenario, you actually think that the Zarya and the Reaper could be quite effective.
Yeah, absolutely. High ground less plentiful for the Florida Mayhem. They have to work their way through this choke, so the Atlanta Reign look to really try and burn as much clock as possible in this part of the map specifically. See that pressure from Sir Majid, wants to try and peek, and he'll have to be able to peek like this to see his Winston. Maybe he would have hoped to maybe give a bio to someone as he went forward there, but yeah, someone is... Yep, that'll happen. And you don't have great sight lines as Ana to really see your main tank there. You risk taking a ton of soldier poke damage. This is terrible for Ana.
It's difficult. It's going to be difficult for someone to gain some space in this area of the map. Like when he goes in, you're going to have the Reaper there. You're going to have the Zarya all charged up. And even for the rest of the team, the follow-up, right? You're just going to have the Zarya controlling this choke.
Yeah, Zarya just pushes in after the Winston goes over her head. She's got a ton of charge and she'll burn down one of your key backliners.
Extremely tanky bubbles coming up.
This is a good solution. Push forward with a big nano visor. Slapped! Not ideal for Hydron. Now we're a little bit dicey. He's still able to get OG and make a getaway. Ridiculous.
It's a good idea.
Nothing subtle about it, really.
No. Let's use Nano Boost, let's use a visor, and we'll run it though.
It's nice to know that, at the fundamental level, Overwatch still caters to the primal urges of press W, use ultimate.
Yeah. It's been a lot of teams who have made a decent amount of money off of W press ultimate.
Shout out my boy Bumper. 3:38 on the clock here for the Florida Mayhem. don't have to deal with such an oppressive choke scenario anymore, so very good situation for them. Hawk hasn't really built that grab yet. Obviously, he didn't play Zaya from the start of the round. And someone would love to drop down into the kiddie pool and start throwing hands.
I think he's cautious, just trying to figure out where this Reaper's going to go.
Yeah, into the back line he goes. Sound barrier for the Florida Mayhem, except Hydron. Attack Visor's going to wake someone up who has a primal rage, but really doesn't want to have to use it. Kai looking, searching, finds very little with that tactical.
Yeah, buys you a little bit of space, but it doesn't matter because someone's going to come back in with the primal rage. Didn't have to burn it there. Knocking Nero off the side. I think Hydron stole that one with a helix, but he talked about how good the Atlanta Reigns time is. Florida Mayhem answering right back.
I mean, you can't do anything about someone after your Lucio, your key boop against the Winston, just gets blown up by Sir Margid before the fight begins. That's the threat of having someone like this aren't a superstar in your back line.
So you think grab here is a fight win?
It should be. If Ultraviolet, especially, if there'll be a Winston bubble thrown down around it, ideally, maybe you play around the timing of that, but you need to hit the bio.
A fight win with a grab here, you're basically securing yourself a better time right away.
Unless Checkmate duplicates Zaya, double bubbles.
Yeah.
Could be a different story. Hawk's not very charged up here, so I'm okay with this, but in the meantime, Nero, yeah, doing a lot of work with that nano boost.
Yeah, they like to just dump nothing into it. Florida. They see Nero, he ends up getting a nano boost. Hawk ends up using the grab. They lose one player, they lose someone at the beginning. They decide, you know what, let's just not throw anything else into this. We come back in this next fight, right? Maybe you can just use the visor. Maybe you can save nano. Maybe you can use just the duplicate, right? Make a play. And you win that, you have some ultimates left for the end of the map.
It's good composure from Florida here. Playing around their ultimate economy. There's that boop, right? That's what you need at the start of these fights. Hydron, oh, there it is. Great sleep from Ultraviolet. He had to hit that. Shuts down the key damage threat, but there's more follow-up than just the Soldier 76. Florida, they spend here. Checkmate with a duplicate of the Zaya. 2 ult fight, 3 ult fight, excuse me. And they get what they came for. Now it's a little scary for Atlanta.
Yeah, it's Atlanta. They're going to come back. They're going to have another opportunity here. They're going to end up getting sound barrier, but most likely so will the Florida Mayhem. As Florida has a few players back up a little bit. And now it's going to be Hydron with a long-range kill.
Hawk there. I think he had to use a bubble to get rid of his own biotic grenade or the anti-heal that was on him. Still Florida, another boop. Nicely done by OG. And that's going to be key to keep someone off your backliners here. Put him in the purview of that Reaper tack visor from Kai right now. Someone going for a primal. Half the Mayhem is still prodding here. They're trying to find an opening. They get one with a Helix rocket onto Kai, but they've lost the Winston again. Sound barrier comes in and blows it all up.
And the sound barrier was just a second late, so they're not able to keep someone alive. So you're going to lose Checkmate as well. As see, 1 minute and 46 on the clock. That is where the payload is. It's a last-ditch effort. It's okay, we're going to see the Reinhardt-based composition come in here for the Florida Mayhem. So Reinhardt mixed with the May.
Okay, Florida trying to go for some psychological warfare against the Reign.
Hangzhou
putting their worst nightmare in front of them. The Hangzhou for Kai. Make use of this high ground that's natural to you as a defender here. I love this look from the Mayhem. Okay. Checkmate worried about maybe the Hangzhou giving the headshot. He goes for an ice block there awfully early.
Yeah, just spamming the arrows possibly through there, but still ice block is a huge cooldown.
Okay, they don't really find much Great Maywall that's going to pretty much negate a lot of that Graviton surge. Someone's bioed right now though, and Hydron's going to go for it. OG trying to back away. Langlo in the corner is Ultraviolet. Animo is felled, and Hydron is frustrated as he's foiled with that ultimate. Can only find the one. Ultraviolet's still alive, and Hydron's team gets plucked out from under him. We're inside a minute left.
So the beat again for Atlanta, as Atlanta trying to hold on strong. Their point A defense was not good, Mitch, but as soon as they were able to play this Zarya composition, they looked quite strong. As a Cassidy comes out here at the end.
Hydron on the Cowboy. Don't see much of that at all so far. Let's see how impactful it ends up being. Still pretty threatened by the Hangzhou, and you don't have a flashbang anymore, so free damage for Nero. I'll take that, he says. That shield from someone is really low. He's punished. But checkmate. And ice spike to the dome. And now the Mayhem are in position. Someone's shield ever low, but Kai gets hit with the mag grenade. Here's a sound barrier. It's only going to be provided for 3 players for the Atlanta Rain. Hawks under pressure. Hydron can keep popping away at distance, and someone hits him with the Shanghai Charge. Hydron again. Another mag grenade connection. Ultraviolet looking a little scared in the corner now. Dragon Strike comes through, but the Blizzard's thrown down, and the Mayhem finished the map.
Still, best Florida can do is draw here, right? So the Atlanta Rain, they'll have 2:24 to take checkpoint A. We'll see if they're able to do so. Win map number 2 would be a big bounce back after, you know, they looked good in the first point of map number 1. Fell apart after that, but bringing in Hawk and Nero have looked quite good running these Zarya-based compositions. As take a look on Florida, you know, it looks like they're talking a little bit, deciding what to possibly run here at the start.
Whichever way you slice it, Atlanta Rain's sort of move to a Zarya-based composition is really, it's working. They can absolutely make it happen with this team composition, right? Nero, you think back as well to his stint on the San Francisco Shock, there was like a really long time where it was like a Reaper, Lucio Moira-based meta, right, with the Winston, and Nero was, you know, playing a lot of the DPS heroes in that sort of setup. So this is super natural for him. Kai obviously won't play the Widow for the entire round here, and look, we know Hawk. I think his prowess is definitely more, he's more known, you know, for his just, you know, his Diva, his Sigma as well in time, but like, looks pretty natural for him as well. He's looking great as a, you know, previous flex tank in Overwatch 1.
5, 4.
Yes, you know, I think all the flex tank players in the past, they're all capable of playing Zarya, and I think especially now that Zarya has changed with this 2-bubble setup, and like I feel like way tankier. It's probably even a little bit easier to pick her.
I thought the Cassidy pick was interesting in that it really punishes her within Cassidy's like optimal range, and you saw that like a lot of bubbles from Hawk were getting forced at the end of the round, but you don't dare do it here. That's a beautiful sleep, but following up on that one is going to be
no way to really follow it up. Yeah, especially now and I guess you force the bubble out, but it does not matter. Sir Majid.
The poke. They blew up that bubble so quickly. Nero lucky to get away with his life there, but Sir Majid doesn't have a beat on someone right now. Doesn't matter. This guy is filthy.
Nothing happening there for the Atlanta Rain. So it's about a minute off the clock in terms of their time. Nobody close to really anything at this moment.
No.
Maybe you're building up towards this nano of Ultraviolet. You can use that on a Nero, but still, it's going to be Nero's going to have to close the gap, right? Like a TP, you get booped, the nano kind of goes for naught.
Hawk is really charged right now. He's maintained that from that previous fight. So he sat front and center on the point here, daring people to challenge. Only 1 tick, remember, that's all the Atlanta Rain needs. So this is dicey already. Someone, how do you keep that Winston topped up? You've got to touch the point as the Florida Mayhem. It's Checkmate who has to hover down, but they're going to be forced away. And the Atlanta Rain show us something new. And it works. They're going to even up the series here as the Mayhem struggle to find a way to deconstruct the Zarya composition.
Yep, as Hawk stands in position on the point, charged up. They get someone weak. What happens as soon as they see he's weak, they nano the Reaper, they send him in, and that's the cleanup they need.
Now, just how deep is this Florida Mayhem playbook, ladies and gentlemen, because they need to find a way to get out of this particular situation. Do they have the goods and the answer to the Zarya-based composition? Stick around, we're bound to find out. Do you think you know which team will win the kickoff clash? Prove it! Submit your art celebrating the team you think will be victorious for a chance to be featured on the fan art gallery. Incredible art there from 17 Woo. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I mean, I'm a weeb. I'm about that. Incredible.
So the sign that we just caught the us at the end.
It was USA, right?
No, it's Morbius in the end.
God damn it!
Man, there you go.
I'm really glad you clarified that, Matt.
Yeah, I got tweeted at me and I was like, I'm dead. That's so funny. I was like, yeah, I don't know why. I thought
How many of these people have actually seen the movie?
I don't know why people just bring a sign that says us as well and just hold it out. It doesn't really do anything. Venom.
Speaking of Marvel movies.
In for Nero. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. And then you also have Gator coming back in for Atlanta. So the map pick going over to the Florida Mayhem, they decide to take us to Watchpoint Gibraltar. So that should tell you a little bit why we're seeing some of these substitutions. A lot of verticality on this map. Can't really play the Zarya-based stuff. Even like Doomfist, like it's very difficult. Like you have to kind of play Winston here.
It really adds a bit of extra importance to map selection in this series because it's pretty clear to see that these two teams favor very different styles. Florida looks most at home on that Winston dive-based setup, and they don't really feel comfortable playing against the Zarya Reaper with that Winston setup. We may get a map 5 just because of that. It really depends if, you know, if the Rain loses one, which is not guaranteed. If they choose one that plays into more their style, it's a push map, right? So can you do that? Not so sure.
You might be able to. Like New Queen Street, you can probably play some of that. Potentially.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's going to be the real tell-all sign, I think. But Gibraltar is an exciting map. It also means that, you know, we know that both of these teams, they're harboring known Widowmaker players, right?
Oh yeah.
And this map's a great opportunity to bust that out. You know, we often see that on the first point especially, and if you get rolling as an attacker, you ain't switching. You're clicking heads.
It was the Atlanta Reign not opting for the Widowmaker early on in the series, right? With the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, it was on Ilios, right?
On Ilios, yep. Opting to play the Widowmaker for a little bit. So see here what both teams signed to do. Looks like the Florida Mayhem going to come out and play the Widow off the rip. So Atlanta Reign obviously stole some time to decide. Could use like a TP up to the high ground. You can play the Widow. I find Widow to be, you don't want to say like essential here, but the sight lines are so long.
It's too long for Soldier, right? To really have.
And it's, especially when the other team's playing it, and it's also just too long for Ashe. You're almost forced into the Widow matchup just to keep the other team honest.
And so it will be. Both sides open with the Widow. Venom going to TP. Just to send Gator across, and then back on that signature Tracer pick. A little bit quiet, Venom, when we saw him in that first map here. So a chance to come alive and make all the difference.
At least so in the flow of the game, right? Played in map number 1. Map number 2 is not extended that long. So see Hydron taking a lower angle here.
I mean, Widow can't take you by surprise if you hold that angle. First person I saw doing it was Victoria, playing like a more passive Widowmaker mirror. You just want to take safe angles here if you're defending because there are so many options to attacking Widows. If you get caught by surprise and punished, then it's on you. Glacial pace early.
Kai trying to find an angle in this Widow, but nothing. I mean, all right, we finally got a kill.
A great setup. I mean, yeah, the Un's a big part of that as well. Ultraviolet sets Gator up for that kill, and he just stays a little too long. You see, the Bionode came too late in the day, and Hydron, I mean, Ultraviolet had to get out of position to go for that bio onto his Winston and walk straight into the crosshairs of Hydron.
Yeah, we've seen a few times with Atlanta when they're playing this Winston-based comp where they'll get that first pick, but they'll end up losing the fight. We saw that a little bit on Ilios this time. They get that first pick, they try and push all the way in, and they're not able to get anything else after that. So now you're just going to have this battle for high ground, I feel like. It's just going to be jostling for position.
Gator bioed here. This will slow him up. Let's not note the Brig as well for the Atlanta Reign, and the counter Widow duel by Hydron. Plucky rookie. Oh my, Venom was not ready for that.
And Gator got slept there, so not able to do much of anything. So this will be a nano onto someone. He'll drop down from the high ground as Two really anticlimactic fights.
Yeah, this is definitely developing in the direction we kind of expected just based on the map pick and how these two teams prefer to play.
Well, I think it's just when you bring the Widowmakers into the mix, it just slows the pace down so much. Especially at this level of play. You know, you play at home, like it doesn't really matter. But at this level of play with like Infrasight now, like it'll slow things down even further.
Pulse for Venom, not fruitful. He's going to have to wait now with that recall down for another 7 seconds. Sees his nano gated though. Where do they send this Winston? Mayhem are just completely disengaging. Someone has to prime to get back into the fight. Looks like he wasn't close up to his healer, but he slept in the back line here, and Checkmate is trying to keep this going all on his own. Classy little recall to get out of the reach of Gator and Venom, who are just sheltering in the bubble for the time being. That means Hydron can't do too much. But the infrasight is really important for someone up here to make sure he knows what he's walking into. Jumps into the rally here. He's waiting for the mini to come back. He's going to survive this for a little while. Buying time for Hydron to get rid of Ultraviolet. Now in a longer fight, it could go against the Rain. They've lost their honor.
Yeah, it's just, can you get players back for the Florida Mayhem as you still have the Brig on the point?
Guess not.
So that'll be Checkmate bowing out as Atlanta, they will take checkpoint A, but took a while to develop.
Yeah, building up the head of steam, spinning tires for a little bit. But the Rain still have ample time to make their way through the shuttle phase here. And Gator obviously knows he can drop down, harass people on the high ground, jump back up, continue to cycle that ability. He wants to maintain this position as long as he can. Kai, I think, backed away from a Tracer there. Looks like Checkmate was harassing.
These Widow duels, though, throughout this map are so important. Now, your Widow gets the better of the other one. It's impossible to get this high ground. Just opens up the whole map for the rest of the team.
Sleep on Gator was good, but Sumandra wasn't expecting him to be roused so quickly. And yeah, the Atlanta Rain start that fight really well. It's a Venom Pulse Bomb that opens up. Someone was removed from the equation really early.
2 minutes 20, you're going to get past the shuttle here for Atlanta Rain. You're going to get high ground control for the Widowmakers, so really good position here to take this second checkpoint. Oh, Surmagen with a big biotic grenade, though.
OG didn't know what hit him. Venom's able to shrug it off at the very least, but Kai has already a good position. So anybody trying to move out into the open here is going to walk into his sights, and Kai finds both DPS. That's the scary part about dealing with attacking Widows that have position. 1 more second, Kai will be toast, but the card is sailing home, and someone can only look on in dismay. That's 2 checkpoints for the Rain.
Florida makes it interesting towards the end, but interesting, not good enough to result in a fight win. So come into this next fight if you're Atlanta. 3 minutes on the clock, sitting a pretty good time here on Gibraltar, as this is the Florida Mayhem map pick. And look at this, I mean, you're going to have Infrasight, you're going to have your Pulse Bomb, and they've given up on the Widowmaker selection. They go to Soldier 76 there towards the end, where you can get Kai set up. Like, you get a fight winning, you get Kai set up. It is going to be just like that the rest of the game.
Yeah, he's starting to pick up speed, and how the heck is Hydron supposed to challenge this? Beautiful shot as Checkmate is mid-flight. Nasty headshot on the Tracer, and the man don't miss. Pressure now from the Winston, juggling him. Not able to pull off a happy moment there as someone finds 2 key kills to put the Mayhem in a position to regroup.
I think, though, you let Kai get to that position again.
Oh, man.
And you're set up a little bit better from Atlanta. I don't know if it's going to go that way for Florida. He's not going to miss those shots. I mean, look at the one that he hit on the Hydron.
If this is Rust, someone's putting the bedroll up there.
He misses the first one. He's not going to miss that second one.
Stunning stick from Venom, though, as well. He's been chiming in at some really key moments. First, it was a kill on someone. Now, Sumajit. Checkmate. I don't know what happened there, but he's out of the fight for now, and the Rain are looking pretty good, man.
Yup, and now you're going to get Kai set up on the high ground. Gator here at the spawn door. Atlanta looking to set a good time.
Yeah, Kai's position is nasty. There's nothing the Mayhem can do about that Widowmaker. They just have to hope they can dodge or not get hit by the shots, but you can't bank on Kai missing. That's just unreasonable. Gator takes a ton of damage, though, as he tries to get this home. It doesn't matter. The Rain advance. And they look good now on this Winston comp, especially when they can get Kai on the Widow.
And you see at the end the position that Surmagen has to play from, right? He's crouched behind those poles there because he knows the Widow's directly above him. If he stands up, he's an easy target. So what? He has to just sit there and avoid the line of sight. I
mean, switching to the Soldier feels like an admission of defeat there. if you're Hydron.
It does, yeah. It's a pretty good time for Atlanta. So I think that's going to be a big confidence booster for the Atlanta Reign to be able to...
Shout out Khalid, Overwatch, go Storm!
Oh, yeah. We cast Harrisburg?
Yeah, we're in Harrisburg.
I was going to say last year, but it's definitely not last year. It was many years ago.
Quite a few years back now.
Time just went. Good time for Atlanta. Minute 27. Not bad. Complete the map. You gain a little bit more confidence playing this Winston-based stuff, right? Maybe you scare Florida a little bit. You know, you pick this map. You want to do this? Let's see. So,
oh, you dirty. Yeah. Fancy footwork from Ultraviolet, stepping up to the big sort of Ana duel. Well, what do you do here if you're the Mayhem? I mean, do you try and challenge Kai on the Widow? Do you sort of...
You have to.
Oof.
I mean... the sight lines here are too long. Unless you're going to play something like a Tracer Genji type of like dive and go all
Not
out.
this again. McGravy! Is this your idea? Yeah, you best be switching.
Not for long.
All right. I knew you some shenanigans up. All right, so they go for the Genji Tracer. Tell us about this, man. Like, what's the objective here? We also have the brick for Anima.
So you're not going to play the Widowmaker. You need characters that can close that gap. Otherwise, we talked about it. Soldier 76, not effective at those long sight lines. You know, Ashe, not effective at that long of range either. So what are your options? You're not going to play like an Echo and fly through the sky. Reaper doesn't really offer a ton here. You kind of have to play the Tracer Genji, use the mobility of both characters to get behind enemy lines. It's just not that easy.
I mean, Kai finds Hydron with a headshot there somehow. Someone bubbles up though. Gives a pretty safe vantage point for the rest of the Mayhem to play, Rob. I mean, you're dicing with death there, but someone is fearless. Runs Kai down.
So it also offers, you don't have to really go for the Widowmaker, right? You have a little bit more burst damage with this kind of a composition, right? Dash through the Genji from one angle, the Tracer, the Winston jumps on top of you and just blows up a target, where maybe you can just avoid the Widow battle altogether. Someone gets hit with a biotic grenade. Gator wants to chase.
I love that from Gator. I don't know if you'll get there though. Someone, surely you have a Tracer though that can get that done. And yeah, Kai for two, and Animo gets picked off by Gator. Lovely stuff from Atlanta.
If I'm Atlanta as well, I do not overreact and change off of this. You have Kai, and he's such a talented player in these hit scan rolls. This is a map and portion of the map made for Widowmaker. You give him the opportunity to like win you the game, so to speak, right? Where he was coming through on offense consistently. If you let's say you gave up here, you have the shuttle to play from, you're still in a great spot.
Nano is on deck for Sir Majid. Somehow Ultraviolet's just gets a couple stick shots on the Hydron. I want to point out that it's such a big difference here between like a preset map pool that we get in regular season play or qualifier play, and then being able to sort of choose your map based on sort of win or loss. It's what allows the, obviously the Reign, maybe had some trouble with the Mayhem.
Yeah.
But they get to choose maps that sort of benefit them. And this is great. This is the Mayhem's map pick, and Atlanta look comfortable as heck.
Also, there's really no excuse.
Like Hydron's getting ruined.
Yeah. If you lose, let's say the higher seeding, you lose the series. You lost 3 maps you selected.
Yep.
It's really not much you could kind of go out on that. So Florida, you can tell how they've just got like just nothing in these last few fights. I mean, you have all 5 ultimates coming into this one, a minute on the clock. I mean,
This could be it.
I mean, you have to dump everything in here, right? But the thing is you dump all these ultimates in. Kai is playing the Widowmaker, it's just 1 shot, 1 kill, right? Could ruin everything.
Gator gets the nano boost here. For now, he's just going to take his time, look for Vantage. Sees checkmate. Would love to be able to stick to him, but he can't now. Bit awkward for Atlanta. They're maybe hoping to get Ultraviolet back in the fight, but that's the stick that we're looking for. Hydron goes fishing and comes up with a big one.
Yeah, primal for Gator. He'll keep this one going, and OG is going to be very close to a sound barrier.
Pulse not connecting from Venom there. He doesn't find the target he was looking for, and Hydron runs him down. Now this Tracer Genji composition is starting to build up steam. And the Reign get forced back. Florida get an extension.
Yeah, Gator's not going to make it out, but this life goes a little bit deep there as you hold on to 3 key ultimates, and right away he jumps right on top of the shuttle. You know there's no Gator to occupy this space. You want to deny it from the Widowmaker.
Someone will perch up here for the time being. Sound barrier is available for OG. Keep an eye on that one. So Margin unperturbed by the sleep that came in. And you can see the Gators above them on top of the shuttle trying to pressure them down. Someone found Kai with that primal, and it looks like he's not done yet. He's happy to create this space here. Prevent the rain from getting inside the shuttle phase as Gator was cut off from the rest of his team.
Yeah, like losing Gator late there on point A is really backbreaking there, as you have Kai switching over to Soldier trying to come back and make a play because you've lost complete high ground control here.
Sound barrier is going to come out here from OG and the blade from Checkmate. That sound barrier is going to be gone in just a moment. This Genji could be punishing. He's looking for the Ana, but the pulse bomb found them first. Hydron descends upon the back line. And the Mayhem continue to find extra bursts of momentum. Another time bank extension.
Yeah.
3 minutes and 3.
So I wouldn't even panic if you're the Atlanta Reign. You never got an opportunity to pretty much defend that because you were never able to get shuttle control. You were never able to get high ground. Not able to set your Widowmaker up in that position. Kai will go back to Widow as now you can own this high ground.
With Hydra on the Soldier 76, you have one less element to threaten the Widow that's entrenched here defensively. Beautiful pulse. But nothing from it there. Venom could have sworn he had the stick. So here's the dive. This is the attempt for the Mayhem to unseat Kai to pressure him down, but he drops down and backs up. At least some space is created here as the car will proceed.
It makes it hard to get around this corner, right? Because if someone goes and dives Kai, he'll grapple up top. If he puts a bubble down low, like you can get up top and you have you have the advantage of the site over it.
Nano Gator here. Who's he looking for? Whip shot's going to keep him at bay, and Anamo even fancies a little bit of action himself. In he goes. Gator can't do too much to try and hold ground if he can, but even that seems to be hard as the card continues to pressure. Checkmate over the high ground as the Genji now going to force the primal out of Gator, but Venom's going to go down. Hydron is able to find him with the Helix rocket. Kai chimes in. Checkmate's life is cut short, but that card's getting awful close, and yep, Hydron knows his legs are the only thing that could have saved him.
Yes, you're going to have someone get a primal rage, and he's going to pop it. He's going to take out OG as Florida wants to try and keep pushing this.
Under pressure, Bionic Grenade connection, and Sir Marchant takes the duel. Ultraviolet's going to be shut inside the spawn here, and Gator tries to throw down a bubble, give him somewhere to go right now. Florida are in position. They're not giving up right now. They can hold at least from here and maybe bait something. And yeah, the Reign realize, okay, we don't want to walk into anything ourselves.
No, and they got to wait for Surmajet to get back in the mix. He's going to get very close to a Nano and a few options. Visor here. You're going to have a Blade very shortly. Can Venom ruin all of that with a beautifully placed pulse bomb, though we saw from Proper earlier?
That might be the win condition here. Another Nano available for Ultraviolet. Okay, well, those legs get you out of trouble there for Hydron. Pulse bomb got to be dropped well behind him. Here goes Gator with the Nano boost here into the Bionic Grenade on the back line. Ultraviolet, OG, you're in deep trouble. Checkmate has the blade. Hydron from the high ground has the perfect position to go for this tactical visor. OG's shield is cracking, crumbling, but Venom and Gator are able to find 2 apiece.
A huge clutch there from Gator and Venom. You use the rally, you get on in, and Florida dumped it all in there. Nothing here at the end. Maybe you'll have the rally here, but you also have to get the Brig in position because the Widow's set up on the high ground.
The Mayhem got forced to play inside those close corridors, right where the Reign wanted him. Kai needs to be dealt with here. He could end this round. So he does give up that high ground here. Neither team has a lot to work with. Anamo has a rally soon. Kai playing some very obscure angles here. There's the rally, Matt.
I think it's just a threat that Kai poses right now, right? So he had to sleep onto someone on the high ground. Not going to be able to capitalize on that, but a headshot onto Checkmate.
Can't ask for much more than that. Kai opens up the account for the Reign in this fight. And someone, what does he do? Looking for the Widow, perhaps? He overshoots it. Kai's able to get back in the spawn and stay alive. And Gator wants to pressure down a sleep down towards someone. And Kai is popping off. That's 3 for the Widowmaker here on defense. And someone has to leave the card to chase him.
He is so good at Widow. like I said, just ride with it. Give him the opportunity to win the game, right? He does it on offense for them, comes up huge with some big picks. Ultraviolet with the Kai diff in the chat. And you saw it in that second half. Florida did not want to mess with that Widow v Widow matchup.
Right. The Mayhem chose to brawl it. They wanted to mirror Winston compositions, but I guess they forgot about Kai. And that Widow battle that the Mayhem could not win. Into the danger zone now if you're a Mayhem fan. They get another map pick. You better hope it's a good one, or they're going to get kicked out of the series.
Two shots, dead in the ground, we ain't the same, pull up. 3 rounds, bro, you done. We let it rain, head pop. So look out when we in the zone. Don't play around. I got a strap, put to your back. Tell you now, we laying it down. Yeah. Bands up, trapped out. I bring the darts, gang out. Look, don't wanna fade and drop out. Got no clout. Think smart, this crucial. We ain't no average usual. Nah, we let it rain. Ain't seen a savage. Who you?
In a bid to keep the game in their comfort zone, the Florida Mayhem select Gibraltar for our 3rd map in this series, but they didn't account for how ferocious Kai would be on the Widowmaker on land. And the Atlanta Rain snap up another map. Now the Mayhem, they better have something good up the sleeve.
Yeah, they thought it was mostly force the Rain to play some Winston-based stuff, some like aggressive dive. Probably overlooked the fact that, you know, you're going up against Kai on the Widowmaker, and all it takes is a few headshots for him to get hot. And
she hits different on land as well.
Yeah, and just dominating. As we go to push, like I expected in the first series, like I talked about, I expect most teams to select New Queen Street, and we're going to have that selected here by the Florida Mayhem, trying to keep themselves alive in the series. And this allows the Atlanta Rain to go back to some of the other stuff they were talking about. We've seen Atlanta Rain run some Doomfist comps here. Maybe we see them run the Zarya again, as they do have subs, bringing back in that Hawk and Nero lineup.
Definitely another pivot here from the Atlanta Rain. And look, this is the kind of map where you think, okay, look, maybe the Doomfist feels pretty good here. We've seen a lot of teams that have actually started playing more Doomfist on that map, like Gladiators, for example. See Rhino take the Doom on that particular map. Yeah, so you don't have to sort of make as precipitous a climb on New Queen Street as you do on a map like Colosseo. Still a bit of high ground to work with. Most often, though, it's really about the flanks than that sort of high ground advantage. See Nero there, taking his seat once more. And maybe, hey, that Zarya comes out of the mix as well. See him get to sort of continue to work the Reaper play.
And Nero gives you the flexibility of, if you want to play the Doomfist with the Tracer, you can. If you want to play Zarya with the Reaper,
he literally played Pharah on this map last as well, against that Reinhardt setup they faced. Hawk comes back in for Gator at tank, and we're really seeing a lot of interchangeability between DPS and tank players on this team. It gives Atlanta Rain a bit of depth. Something that maybe Florida has chosen not to try and display, and I think maybe they might be getting caught off guard here by their sort of reliance and desire to stick to that one composition.
Well, they do have Xe on the roster, right? I just don't. He's not here yet.
Not quite yet.
Yeah.
No.
So
I'll put it out there. Like, I don't think we sort of see Hydra come in. We expect him to dominate Kai. He has some good moments there, but over like a longer sample size, a longer series, it's really hard for him to keep up with the consistent output of someone who's been at league level for a long time and is famed specifically for his sort of long-range hit scan.
On the 76, I think you're there, right? In terms of like the matchup between Kai and Hydra, and I think like you can match that. I think the Widowmaker is the one where you see the big difference.
Maybe a little bit hard as well for that individual prowess to shine on the Soldier by comparison, right? Just because a lot of the damage you put out is designed to be consistent. Soldier is really designed to pressure the enemy's healers into sort of, keeping their attention away from certain other targets, right? Allow your Tracer to get in and sort of punish that. So a little bit easier to be flashy, show flair on Widow, but when it comes to playing that 76, you really need consistent output over the course of the round. If you go off the boil, your team is just going to get destroyed. Your healers won't be able to keep up.
And we talked a bit about it. Like, I was not worried about Atlanta coming into this in terms of like pressure on land, playing in front of the crowd.
Yeah, they feed off it.
Florida, I think there is some pressure. And to drop 2 maps in a row and on the brink of being dropped into the loser bracket, and you're the higher seed, right? And I feel like there's a lot of pressure going in this map. The beginning of this map is going to be huge. Like, if Atlanta wins like the fights like early, I could totally see it snowballing in Atlanta's favor.
I mean, you rely on Anamo's seniority, his experience here. God, he's been on some of the most storied teams in Overwatch League history.
Yeah. The New York teams didn't have the best of runs in the playoffs, but still.
It's been a while since they've been, that threat. But here we go. I mean, the Mayhem have to try and force a map 5 scenario here. It's going to have to go all the way if it's going to go their way. you know, wouldn't be too shocked to see a comp that sort of looks like this. I wonder about the Hangzhou. I guess there's some value to be had, especially when it comes to those ultimate combos.
You're going to see the Reaper.
Yeah.
You're going to see the Reaper. So, do you play, you'll play the 76. Do you
How now, brown cow?
Hangzhou. Okay. Interesting. It gives like a, I mean, Hangzhou's like burst damage, right? It's really strong. Maybe you feel like with the bubbles, you can take advantage of someone. I mean, he gets just burned down. I mean, he's probably shocked there's a Hangzhou on the other side. You can play like off angles, right, with the 76. Like set up like crossfire type scenarios. It's interesting. Look. Oh my! See, like this is what's great about like these type of events, right? Is like teams pull out like there's stuff you save in these online matches that you don't need to use to beat some teams. Where and maybe this is a little bit of a pocket pick. Maybe they want to try something a bit different. Also for push, it gives you like a combination of ultimates that's like almost like a guaranteed fight win of like grab dragon, right? There's not many ultimates that can do that, and now
you're not resilient against Trace's pressure, I think.
Yeah,
that's kind of the problem. Beautiful little pick there from Nero, but it's crazy that it takes more than killing an Ana to win the fight there. So back to the drawing board.
This is the safer pick. Like if you're trying to punish the tanks and whatnot, safer than the Hangzhou. Reaper with his lifesteal, the ability to bubble, gain the Zarya charge.
The Mayhem just straight up did not look comfortable playing against Reaper Zarya on King's Road.
No.
They end up playing right.
And look at the positioning here. Like Nero is playing directly in front of Hawk. Like he is effectively like tanking in this type of scenario until Hawk gets the necessary charge.
Got any more bubbles?
Yes.
The answer is yes. Hawk's able to stave off that pulse bomb, but that consistent damage being put down by Hydron eventually breaks the dam. And this tactical visor is going to be scary for Hawk. Yeah, gets nano, bio, and what?
So I feel like it falls apart a little bit. If you do not run down the other team and like force those fights and allow the 76 to just poke at range, the Zarya runs out of bubbles. The Reaper doesn't have the Wraith, and then you're just kind of standing there. There's not really a lot of cover. And that's when you see it kind of fall apart. The next fight up, though, Graviton Surge here for the Atlanta Reign. Should be able to stop this before that first checkpoint.
Yeah, they do. We don't see a forward spawn achieved here for the Florida Mayhem. Yeah, again, there's a sound barrier here. Will help with the grab, but it won't be enough on its own. Really depends what Hawk can sort of connect with here. The Mayhem are playing very split. And Hawk can't really unseat them from that high ground position, so they continue to be a nuisance from that. Oh, I love it. Okay. Sound barrier, though, was in response. Animo is not able to hang on and survive. Kai's tactical visor now gets brought out later in the fight. Takes a big hit from Hydron, I think there. He's forced to break line of sight, play a little bit more cagey here as I love the confidence from Hydron moving in. It's going to pay off.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, I think in the Soldier 76 battle, it's been pretty even thus far. I think Hydron has definitely played quite well on the 76. It's just been on that Widowmaker, which is not impactful on all maps. As Checkmate goes in, touches the robot a little bit, stalls out progress. It'll be a Death Blossom on deck here for Nero. Can he get in a sneaky position? Get this one off.
Wide flank here from Kai. Checkmate really just trying to do some scour. That's perfect. The bubble blow from Hawk is going to save the life of Ultraviolet. There won't be one to protect him from the Helix Rocket. Direct hit from Hydron, though.
Yes, it's a huge bubble, though. Able to keep him alive for a little bit longer than probably expected. OG, though, takes out Checkmate, so a bit of a trade. You lose to Zarya. I mean, that is it's a good source of damage. Bubble, survivability, you're not going to be able to fight out of that.
Yeah, Soldier can throw a biotic field if you need a bit of healing in a pinch while you wait for your Ana to return. It's definitely a trade up for the Mayhem. And they have that early lead here, right? We're over halfway in this map. The Reign really need to break through in consecutive engagements now.
I was going to say early lead. We're more than halfway through.
Yeah, over halfway. That's right.
How do you get value out of this Death Blossom? Like, it's got to be on some type of flank. Like, Nero's so low. It's a wraparound here from the Florida Mayhem. The Florida Mayhem has kind of taken the Atlanta Reign side of the map.
The Atlanta Reign clearly not really ready for this. Nero TP's in. Someone has to jump out. Oh, the Death Blossom right to Hydra. The party grenade came in, though, from Sir Margin. And it keeps Hydra alive. He can tack Visor into the Reaper. So Nero ends up coming up with nothing. This is very bad for Atlanta.
It's bad, but you're not going to be able to get that much progress off of this, right? You just have the Tracer, 76, and Lucio available. So maybe you get to this point, maybe a little bit further, and then Checkmate will have to back up. You see how far the rest of the team is spawning. You're going to have to give this up.
Still 57.18. The Atlanta Reign have 2.5 minutes here to beat that. Again, eyes on that Checkmate pulse bomb here. And that would be, I mean, that would be basically the bell tolling for Atlanta if they get cut down by that. Nero spotted out there on top of the shuttle. Coming up in big ultimates for Atlanta. They get both support ultimates online at the same time. This is their moment. Anamo's a fair way away from his here. The question is, when does the trigger get pulled?
Oh, now, yeah, it's going to be sound barriers. They're just poking down the Atlanta Reign at range. They use that sound barrier aggressively. They take out someone, and then they'll get it moving.
Yeah, so someone tries to dive in there. Immediate beat response from OG, and then someone realizes he does not want to be there at all. Just a sound barrier drawn out of Atlanta there. Still some really impactful ultimates, and that's what Atlanta need to do. Ration these key abilities here over the next 2 fights.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely not over, right? Nano, Grab, Tac Visor, all available for the Atlanta Reign, and they're not that far behind. What, another fight? You know, you see where this next fight's going to take place. Florida doesn't want to give up that high ground. Another fight, and you're in the lead.
90 seconds left in the round here. Someone getting topped up. It's going to be a Tac Visor here. Someone's in a perfect position, though, to use his Primal to interrupt. Kai, though, rotates away from the Winston. Now towards him. 2 with that Nano Visor, and yeah, now you're in good shape for Atlanta. You're in position to equalize.
Well, see, this is so dangerous because if Atlanta takes the lead here, right, Florida is going to have to dump some of these ultimates in, and Atlanta is not really pressed to go all out. Atlanta will have a grab here. It's going to be a big investment early on.
Graviton Surge, Hydron, even with the sound barrier on him, is going to be brought down, and he went for the tactical visor as well. You talk about the Mayhem being able to win this fight, that might not even be a possibility here. Hawk backs up, hit with a friendly bio, 100 charge, he's ready to rumble. I don't have Nero to work with right now, but it looks like the Reign still have enough confidence to pressure. Someone going to dig deeper. Here's that Primal Rage. Those ultimates are getting drawn out as you suspected. With 30 seconds left in the round, the Mayhem need to schlep over to the other side of the map.
And what's wild here, and I'll call it out, we are tied in terms of distance pushed. So the bot will go all the way back to the other side of the map. As it is.
Now, what do you know about this situation?
It is very rare. You can't tie this, though.
Oh, dear. All right, front spawn there for the Reign. Now, denied. Both teams 57.18 meters. Going to put us in an overtime scenario.
And because they're tied, I believe it will stay in OT as long as either team has somebody on the bot.
That's big. Death Blossom cut short by Nero. The pulse bomb stick from Checkmate was perfect. Still, the Mayhem have lost someone here, and Hawk's thinking, okay, well, I need to keep this pushing, right? Overtime, pretty critical moment, but Checkmate is causing all sorts of problems here. It's like a 2v2 in this scenario. Someone's going to be switching with the Reigner in position here. Just push a little bit further, and now it's the bot. Is he going to...
I wonder how much experience the players have in this scenario where it's tied. As
just a little bit longer. So close. The bot just has to push past his checkpoint. Someone's going to get brought down here. This has gone wrong for the Florida Mayhem, and they're going to get shut off. The Atlanta Reign make it happen.
Well, we'll have to get a clarification. It does say that. Florida Mayhem have won that, so...
Right. The phone, ladies and gentlemen.
Everybody in the lobby is so confused over who won. They're all talking, oh, we won, who won?
Oh, the Mayhem!
So it is an Atlanta Reign win.
Okay, they will celebrate. They're going to be told that. We know that before they do.
Okay.
So it looks like in this build there is a visual bug on the end card.
Gotcha.
that caused it to come up as the Mayhem winning. But
right, because the Atlanta Reign were on the bot. They had gotten the kills.
Look at Nero.
They had
trying to figure it out. And it is confirmed an Atlanta Reign map and match win, ladies and gentlemen. Again, the bot only had to move a fraction of a meter in that overtime phase to give it to them. They're about to be informed that. Isn't it nice, everybody, to know some key information before them? And there's a celebration. Oh my goodness, we are in uncharted territory, ladies and gentlemen. But the scoreboard says it all. 3-1 is a final series score.
The only thing that would have been better is if it popped up Boston Uprising. But no, I mean, that's a crazy scenario. And I was wondering, like, if the players even knew kind of how that works in that type of just, like, at that point, if, like, both teams would have gotten off of the bot, right, and nobody's contesting it, it would have actually been a draw with the same amount of time. But as long as one team is on it, it'll keep going, kind of like any other game mode.
Yeah, and it's got a lot to do with the fact that the bot stops for a pretty long period of time at that checkpoint, right? The butt scratch, we call it.
Yep, and then all it takes is for him to kind of go back into that animation where it looks like he's going to go forward, and they were, what, 0.01 away?
Yes.
Which that's why you see it end so fast.
The smallest sort of division possible. And again, the Mayhem sort of couldn't see it because they got team wiped. I think they thought for a moment that Atlanta had just inexplicably walked off of the bot, but that's not the case. So away we come. Atlanta were like, yeah, we won, right? Yeah. You can flip a coin right now if you like. We can go to 5 maps. But look, great recovery from Atlanta after a really shaky end to the kickoff clash. I mean, this is a team that, I mean, their future pretty uncertain. They'd already proven their grit and determination many times in the past, but showing now they have that Zarya composition, that's a big step forward for them here.
What a wild first 2 series. Now we have the Justice go up 2-0, then get reverse swept. We have the number 7 seed Atlanta Reign, right? They take out the Florida Mayhem in a push game that goes to OT, like as long as we have ever seen an OT, completely tied in terms of distance. A wild 2 games.
That cheeky visual bug thrown in there as well. I mean,
we've had it all already.
Again, the Florida Mayhem, their journey is far from done here. You got to understand, being 4 seed, I mean, they don't actually get to choose, even though they do technically do. There's no other teams left to choose. No one, Atlanta are 7th. No one wanted to choose them.
Yeah, I mean, their roster is extremely talented. They looked phenomenal at the beginning of the kickoff clash. And I think it was probably hard for teams to determine, like, is this team one that's going to, slide off a little bit and, maybe be an easy out? Or is it just they've run into a tough matchups of teams, right, that they're going up against? And that results in some losses, where I think you see today, they definitely have the talent to get it done.
And yeah, peaking at the right time here in the kickoff clash. Really close map, and we're seeing obviously the Mayhem that there's like heavy reliance on that Winston-based composition. Where is Reinhardt? In the London Spitfire's playbook. Yeah, it's about it for the time being. But again, we did see it briefly from the Mayhem when they were evidently struggling on Kings Road to deal with that Zarya Reaper setup. So this might be a warning to Florida. Hey, there's going to have to be some more substrata to your strategies here.
Yeah, I think Florida, it's interesting because teams will probably look at that match and say, like, can we replicate that and do that against them and be able to beat them where we haven't seen them with a different look?
All right, we're going to head down to the stage in just a moment here. Danny has got us an interview lined up with one of the calmest, most measured voices in the Overwatch League. Danny, take it away.
Thanks, guys. Yes, I am here with that person that has the most calmest voice, but killer instincts, Kai from Atlanta Reign.
Hello.
I do have to ask before I start this interview. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, give him some energy. There you go. That ending. You guys won, but then everyone's a little confused if you guys actually won or not. What was going through your head when that happened?
I don't know. Like, I thought someone C9 on a team or something. I don't know. But like, it's a beta, so.
Hey, but now we're clear. Now we're clear. Now, Atlanta Reign won the match, and of course, I feel like you sort of deadlifted. You were going crazy on that Soldier and the Widow. Why are you so good? That's not really a question, but I just want to know.
I'm gonna be honest. Like the first few maps, I was kind of trolling. Like I was playing so bad, but then busted out the Widow, took over. After that, it was just easy.
Yeah, you sure did. And also, I mean, I feel like all of Atlanta Reign players were really good. But, you know, if you go back a little bit, you know, you guys had some tough matches before this. You guys lost to London. You guys also lost to the Gladiators. How were you able to turn things around against the Florida Mayhem today?
Honestly, think they're worse than those teams. But, like, we just went over the matches and we knew what we needed to change. Just basically tried harder, honestly.
All right. Well, you guys got the dub today, and that means tomorrow you guys will be facing off against the San Francisco Shock. What were your opinion? Did you watch their game? What were your opinion on the San Francisco Shock?
Yeah, they're a pretty good team. I mean, like, they're all-star players, you know, but, like, no one's better than me, so...
There you go. That's the answer that I like. Kai, thank you so much. That is it for the post-match interview. Let's head back to our casters.
There's something to be said for delivery. You know, when you make a statement like, you know, nobody's better than me, if you can just deliver it in that deadpan manner, I feel like it has just some extra impact.
Well, I mean, also, like I think every player, like, would give, like, if you were, like, polling players, and, like honestly, like, every player would give that answer. It's, like, just, usually everybody's just kind of like, oh, they're really good, like, we'll see what happens.
I mean, in his defense...
You should have that confidence, though.
When we talk about top widows, in his defense, Kai is usually the top of that list. You know, like, I think there's, like, Happy and Arns are definitely in that same conversation, but... I mean, this guy's really been popping up. He also, ladies and gentlemen, is your player of the match for this series against the Florida Mayhem. And I think it's an important distinction to make because the Mayhem, they go Gibraltar, hey, we can play Winston here, we've got them. I feel like they definitely didn't account for what Kai could produce on that particular map. That's what may have put them in a losing position in this series, but again, tough to quantify Soldier 76's impact in some of these maps because it's constant, it's consistent, it's ever present as Kai was in many of these fights.
He's so consistent on the 76, right? They're just tracking in the aim so good. I think where the series turns, though, is when he's able to play that Widowmaker at a high level on Gibraltar. Gibraltar is a map pick for the Florida Mayhem. They fully expected to take advantage of probably the Winston-based compositions of the Atlanta Reign, and Kai shut all that down real quick. And then you go to New Queen Street, and that's kind of an even map for all these teams. And it's really this Widowmaker play on Gibraltar, stealing this map, that makes the difference in the series.
Yeah, and a lot of the stuff is sort of happening as well while there's a Winston dive going on. Kai is not only, you know, winning the Widow versus Widow battle, but just constantly Hydron switches to Tracer.
They stopped playing it. They started playing Genji. The Genji
Tracer, whatever they could. It wasn't enough. Really impressive stuff here for Kai. Someone who's also getting dived in a lot of these fights, right? This is his Soldier 76 stats. Very, very, very impressive performance. The guy's known for being a particularly meticulous aimer. That's where like a lot of his fame sort of came from, and that seems to continue to be the case, especially in a game like Overwatch 2, where that individual impact is going to be amplified that much more.
And with how the Shock played today, like, you know, if it's a Shock of the first two maps, like, that's a winnable series for Atlanta. I think that's going to be a pretty good one.
No doubt about it. Looking forward to seeing those two teams go to head. We've got more to decide here today, though. A couple Texas teams that need to see if they're going to make their way forward in the upper or lower brackets. So stick around for that one, everybody. This is day one of the Kickoff Clash tournament here, live from the Esports Stadium in Arlington. See you after the break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to our game break. Lots to unpack, lots to break down, because we're treated to some absolutely fantastic Overwatch so far. 2 series in, and I'm already emotionally spent.
We got the Preds right.
We did. Also, there's that. Yeah, Necro, we were on top of our Pred game today. We got it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the fact that all 3 of us picked the Atlanta Reign, I feel like we've got some big brain stuff happening on the desk right now.
Yeah.
That's why we had to get rid of Costa and Danny, because we know they get it wrong, can't trust them. We're going to bring in the big brains, and that's why I had to bring you in, Necro. So let's talk about the match we just got to see. I mean, obviously, it started a little rocky for the Atlanta Reign, but then they really started to heat up, and Florida Mayhem just didn't seem to have a right answer for what Atlanta Reign was throwing at them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing about Florida Mayhem is that they are a really good Winston team, and I think they put that on display throughout the entire series, to be honest. And Ilios is a map that kind of caters to that. They came out with a nice Widowmaker strategy and got use out of that from Hydron, of course. But then when we got to the closer maps, when Atlanta Reign were able to pick King's Row and force this Zarya composition to what they consider is their strength currently as they move away a bit from the Doomfist, that's when Nero gets going on the Reaper. Kai warmed up a little bit on the Soldier and then turned it all on Gibraltar as well with the Widowmaker, of course. And this is Atlanta when they're able to play their game. I thought it was impressive, though, that a team that perhaps Florida were trying to throw off their guard, you know, shake things up a little bit by going to Gibraltar, force Gator onto the Winston. Kai just came out with like a fantastic superstar performance on the Widowmaker and just made up for that perceived flaw of Atlanta not being able to play the Winston comps as good. So great sign for the Atlanta Reign here, Necra. What did you really see here in these final couple of maps here on the series?
I feel like the big standout for me was just how much Kai was able to really carry the team. It wasn't even just Kai, though, either. It was Kai and Nero really continuing to, you know, build off of the momentum that both Hawk and Gator were able to put forth in Gibraltar and, of course, New Queen Street. But it's just the whole team. You know, we talk about this a lot when getting a chance to watch the Atlanta Reign and how good Ultraviolet and OG are specifically. And we give a lot of credit to Ultraviolet because obviously we get a chance to see those bio-nades pop off. But OG as well has just been a particular standout on this roster, being able to just help keep that momentum pushing forward with those Lucio speed boosts. And of course, just keeping the team alive.
Absolutely, and overall, I really liked what we saw from the Atlanta Reign today. I liked the Zarya composition, the way they played around it, and they really forced Mayhem's hand in map picks and map choices to trying to, you know, force those Winston comes out, alas to no avail, and the Atlanta take the W. So, yeah, take that, chat Preds.
Oh, whoa.
I'm sorry, they're coming at me every time I'm wrong, so I have to.
Don't talk to YouTube chat like that.
Nah, we love each other, chat. We do. Now, we do have another match to set up. What? I'm allowed to glow too, okay?
At least we're on the same side now, right? Because I think we got Gladiators, right?
Exactly.
So,
now we got it.
Yeah,
we're hanging. There we go.
No, neck rush. You went with Houston. But YouTube chat, we're with you guys.
That's all right. Well, we can talk about that. Awkward. Well, then let's talk about why you went with the Houston Outlaws here, Necra. What's the selling point other than your map?
Okay, I get it. Yeah, the math is very silly, and, you know, I still stand by the Houston Outlaws, of course, being able to take this match. And a lot of that is actually off of my faith of Piggy. You know, Piggy has been an incredible tank player. I know we always talk about the Doomtae, the Dawn tank, and the Doomfist is very, very special and a great strategy for the Houston Outlaws. But I feel as Houston Outlaws has started to lean more into exploring Piggy as a main tank for the team, it has opened up a wider range of possibilities for Houston Outlaws to pull out of their back pocket. So I kind of expect to see some tricks coming out for this match.
Right, okay, Necra wants to see some tricks, but if we're looking at the opposition, the Gladiators, what are you looking out for on that side?
Adaptation, quite honestly. I think that the Gladiators are a very tactically prone team, strategically as well. One might ask, like, what's the difference? Well, compositionally, I'd say that's like strategy, you know, messing around with compositions. But the Gladiators, they have a way of knowing their play style of their opponent and what they're good at, what they're bad at. And so I'm expecting adaptation here from the LA Gladiators this time around. Houston Outlaws, they might come out playing that Zarya because, as Necra mentioned, we've seen them play more Zarya, right? But this is a Houston team that can also bring out the Doomfist with Dante playing the tank role, of course. But the Gladiators, they know this already. They know what lies ahead of them. They know what Houston Outlaws, that they have two different kinds of compositions that they can play. And they're going to adapt accordingly. Maybe they slow down the pace a little bit with Reiner on the Winston, let someone like Parifan on the Soldier get a lot of value poking from afar, and Kevster just play a bit more supportive, protective kind of role. Or you can step up the tempo as well. If they're playing the Zarya, maybe just aggressively dive. Maybe play the Reinhardt. I'm expecting the Gladiators to come out compositionally, come out here and change the pace of the game and mess up the Houston Outlaws a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we did show that in our preview already, in our pre-show. We do have a lot of compositional depth. We do have a hero pool for those players on the Gladiator squad, which make them very flexible and therefore very scary to go up against. Now, this is a match between two storied out franchises, the Houston Outlaws and the LA Gladiators, and all of that is going to go down right after this break, so don't go anywhere.
We are back in Dallas, Esports Stadium, Arlington. Scott, it's been a good day already. Some close games, in fact, earlier on today. We've got a couple of gigabangers coming up next.
Gigabangers, yeah. The matches so far today have been absolutely incredible. Gone to 5, Atlanta Reign turning their season around already. So I'm excited to see what these teams are going to pull out. we have the Los Angeles Gladiators taking on the Houston Outlaws. And, you know, Houston's had their up and down. They've been doing some certain things, while the Gladiators had a great season so far if you don't think about the 2 reverse sweeps.
Yeah. Don't think about that.
No, yeah.
No, forget about it.
It didn't happen.
Forget about it. Let's talk Houston Outlaws real fast.
Yeah.
Scott. They should have the home field advantage here.
Well, it's funny because I predicted the Houston Outlaws on the Watchpoint desk, and the reason I did it is I passed Jake in the halls and he said, Custer, we got something cooking up. We got something good. And if Jake comes to you and he says, we got something cooking up, you have to pred them. So I'm excited to see what they're going to do.
Okay. When did you make the pred? Before or after you met Jake in the hallway?
After the, I was going to go for the Gladiators, I'll be honest. I was going to go for the Gladiators. I think they are the favorites heading into this one, but hey, Jake buff.
Oh, we'll have to wait and see. Let's have a look, though. The Houston Outlaws, do they come in with the home field advantage? They already beat Dallas in, well, Dallas. So, do they come in with it? The Houston Outlaws, here they are. Oh, yeah. The stage glowing green. We know there's a lot of Houston Outlaws fans in the chat and here live in Arlington. Dante front and center. We've seen him a lot on Titan recently.
That's going to be the story of this match. They're going to come out with the Darn Tank, the Doomtay. I don't even know what we're calling it at this point, but Dante has been phenomenal for them so far. The question of this series is it going to keep working for them? We've seen them have mixed success, work very early on, but they have started to be countered. So he has an excellent roster around him. This is what makes them such a dominant roster, why we thought they were going to be so good heading into this year. Lasher, Iris on the back line, absolutely incredible. And Pelican, Rookie of the Year, great signing for the Houston Outlaws.
It's just unbelievable damage output from Pelican recently. Like, he has been solo carrying a lot of these team fights. I mean, if you want to look at some of the top DPS players we have right now in the league, you're thinking proper. Pelican is up there. I mean, there's so many scary rookies coming in, but Pelican just holding his ground against all these superstar amateurs, rookies. Can't call them amateurs now.
Amateurs, Jack, how dare you.
Bit of a joke. Well, Among Us, pretty sus, not gonna lie. Okay, Gladiators though, their opposition, a little bit of a home field advantage for the Outlaws, but Gladiators coming in strong. There they are. Give some noise to the LA Gladiators. Few boos. Few cheers. Has to be a thing, right? We're in Texas.
We're in Texas. Of course they're going to get some boos. I don't know if I'd be booing the Gladiators. They seem like the kind of team that if you sort of go against them, they're going to step up. Reiner, the rookie tank for this team, has been absolutely exceptional on that Winston so far this season. He's shown a little bit of Doomfist as well if we want to see that Doomfist mirror matchup. But just the superstar lineup of this Los Angeles Gladiators has been incredible so far. Once again, if we don't talk about that reverse sweep, and that's going to be the story and the narrative of this entire Kickoff Clash event. Are they going to be able to close out against the best teams that we have in the league?
Yeah, it's crazy that we've already seen one reverse sweep today. Astro and Shu in the backline, let's mention them real fast. Astro, just god tier Lucio player. And Shu, another Ana player that has just stepped up massive. We've seen how important Anas can be, and Shu, one of the best.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He was MVP nominee last season just because of how much output he does, not only in the healing, but in the damage as well. He's that playmaking player for the Los Angeles Gladiators, and they're going to need that because if Dante is coming at you on the Doomfist, that Ana needs to be clean and make sure they're hitting those sleep darts to punish.
Of course, Gladiators, they can rotate their DPS too. We've seen a few different shades. Kevster and Paddy starting off, just all out rushing people down ideally, right? I mean, you have Reiner, Astro is just, well, you got Astro in, guess what he's playing?
He's going aggressive.
He's playing Lucio. He's into the back line.
Kev's has been having an MVP performance so far this season, absolutely. On that Tracer, we almost
be careful, Paddy. Okay.
Paddy almost took a dive early on in the match, falling back.
don't tempt him. Just please, okay. Chair, upright. If you fall over, you know, have a little accident. Not the best showing in your first game of the Kickoff Clash, that's for sure. Lijiang Tower, our first map. Control we always see. Astro coming in, of course, Lucio player, wants to run over people. This tank line matchup, two extremely different styles. When we see Dante, we know it's going to be Doomfist. When we see Reiner, it could be
A little bit of Doom, a little bit of Winston.
Well, Jake's being said they've been cooking something up, so maybe we'll see something different from Dante. I doubt it. When Dante is in the lineup, you expect him to play that Doomfist, but I'm excited to see what the Outlaws are going to bring out because, as Johnny said in the pre-show of this, the Gladiators, you know what the Houston Outlaws are going to bring out, especially when Dante's in that lineup. They've so far heavily leaned into that style of playing around the Doomfist, diving aggressively, and so far, right now, it looks like that's what they're going to go with on the first round of Lijiang Tao.
Just want to see the Lucios go at it. Lastro has been a fantastic Lucio on top of that too. I mean, the Houston Outlaws just, you know, you ride and die on the Dante Doomfist, especially on control, but Iris and Lastro, two phenomenal, like old school players at this point.
It's interesting if we're going to see the Moira coming out here as well. The San Francisco Shock have really popularized that style so far. What you are able to do is when these first fights happen, Iris can go aggressive. They can play fast and they can get that fast coalescence. Let's see how the Outlaws are going to route around the Los Angeles Gladiators. And interestingly enough, we have Reiner coming out on the Doofus as well in the mirror.
Like in the mirror, I like it. It's just Shu and Iris that have different heroes. Kev's taking the 1v1, has the recall. It's bad news for Pelican, has to retreat to the rest of his team, but Lastro caught off guard. Nice nade by Shu. Pelican, Lastro dead. Outlaws, 3 people down. Point unlocks. The Gladiators steamroll through the Outlaws. The Outlaws want to go faster than that Moira. Gladiators hit a big nade. Easy game.
That's the major difference between the Ana and the Moira right there. The Ana has that ability to get that biotic nade, make it impossible for them to be healed up. Shu is going to have so much impact in this match if they are going to play the Moira. And look at that coalescence charge from Iris here as well. They didn't even get the value that you really want to get from that Moira. They're going to need to play faster. They're going to need to start getting smoke moving picks. And there's against them. Pelican goes down.
Dead, but Shu has fallen for the Gladiators, so has Astro. No healing for the Gladiators now. It is a 2-on-3, so you'd imagine the Gladiators win, but Merrick is still alive. That sustain, not only from the Moira, but from his shotguns, just winning them that fight. The Gladiators lost Shu and Funny Astro so early, they just couldn't sustain against the Moira. Post bomb comes out from Kevster, over ambitious. Gladiators building up 33% now as the Outlaws find the cap.
Questionable commitment of the pulse bomb right there from Kevster. Maybe he was thinking he could turn that around. The Houston Outlaws playing that aggressive style, but this is just going. The Gladiators want to fight again, and they have Shu with that nano.
Yeah, Pelican went in, used the recall already, and now the Outlaws have to be worried about this visor, and a nano one at that. Lastro already dead. Dante, those fists aren't going to save you now. Gladiators, clean sweep of the Outlaws. 4 kills for Paddy. Does he make it 5? No, he does not. Shu finds the last and a very quick flip.
Paddy Pan showing up in this match so far, and he needs to show up in this Kickoff Clash playoffs. He has been struggling on that Soldier so far throughout the tournament because what's been happening is he is either gone too aggressive or too passive, and he hasn't got the value from the visors. Great signs for the Gladiators that it's already paying off for them.
Outlaws want to be able to go fast, speed boost with that Coalescence, jump to the back line, maybe use the Pulse, or even speed boost the Death Blossom. Meteor Strike being used by Reiner straight onto the health pack. Not using offensively whatsoever. Can he get the punch on the Moira? He cannot, but Dante actually ends up going down. Huge pick by Reiner, who was escaping for his life not just a moment ago. Sound barrier from Astro. And the Gladiators, they beat the Outlaws back, but only for a moment.
With that empowered punch as well that Reiner got, he also cancelled the Coalescence from Iris. So that one big ultimate that they've been working towards gets cancelled immediately. The Gladiators looking strong, heading in 80% one-fight territory here for the Gladiators, but the Houston Outlaws, they have ultimates.
Lastro wants to watch his back here. He's got the beat, and Kevster has the pulse. The Outlaws, they're trying to make their way onto the point, but Pelican's already dead. Outlaws need to make something happen fast. 10% to go before the Glads take the first round. And Shu is building up so quickly towards that nano boost. The beat comes out. It hits 4 of the Outlaws. They try and make their way onto the point. Merritt jumps down from the rafters and kills both supports. The Outlaws doing what they needed to do. The Gladiators, they do lose control off of that Death Blossom. The Glads can come back with a nanovisor.
Good play by the Houston Outlaws, especially with Pelican going down early, but now you have to work up from that. They have no ultimates while the Los Angeles Gladiators are leading up to it, and Shu and Paddy Pan with that nanovisor. If they can do it again, they'll close out this first round.
No, they can't follow up on a sleep onto Pelican. It was nice by Shu, but it was too far away to really do anything. 20% away before the nanovisor can be deployed. Houston Outlaws want to play back, make sure Dante can get a lot of value.
Get that visor up as well. That you can tell they're just playing slow. They know they have that advantage of the ultimates. Outlaws aren't very close to them, so they're just waiting for it. They're about to pull the trigger.
Couple of seconds to go. There it is. Tactical visor online. Shu behind him with a nano. But whoa, already Pelican gets shot out of the skies. Nano visor deployed. Paddy gets knocked off, but he still takes Dante with him. Now 2 kills for the Outlaws. Shu and Paddy end up falling. The Gladiators still need to fight on the point, but it looks like they are maintaining control. Kevster could lock this point down with a pulse bomb, but it's now up to the Outlaws to try and touch. OT is triggered. Lastro chase down. One less person for the Outlaws to get back to that point in time, but it looks like the reinforcements have arrived. A lot of ultimates for the Outlaws, but the Gladiators riding on this pulse bomb. Maybe they decide to go again, but the flip hasn't yet come through. The coalescence signals the Gladiators to pull back just a little bit, but Kevster says no. Pulse bomb on to Merit. Gladiators are up. One person launched the beat in. Shu doesn't receive it, but it doesn't matter because Dante's already dead. The Outlaws trying to get back to the point in time. 85% in building, but the Gladiators are still finding kills.
We're going into 90%. Houston Outlaws, if they can make it to the point, they can make anything happen.
OT here, there's the Lucio. Lastro making it back to the point. Merrick needs to find something special. Teleport on, but he's no HP. Instantly killed off by Kevster. OT ticking down. Paddy sitting in his healing station. It does fade away, but Merrick falling does mean a lot of damage away for the Outlaws now. A good beat from Lastro. An anti-nade is going to get negated by those over health, but Lastro is still finding kills. The Gladiators, one by one, picking Outlaws to shreds.
It's the
round 1 to the Gladiators.
It's the alley-oop by Reiner and Funny Extra onto Dante that puts the nail in the coffin for the Houston Outlaws. The Gladiators coming out and showing their prowess. Kevster having that dominant performance on that Tracer early on, really just maneuvering around the Houston Outlaws, diffing Pelican on that Tracer, and that pulse bomb heading into that final fight on Merit really being the difference.
Now this is the thing with the Gladiators, this team that they're running with into control, they can switch up.
The rush composition.
Yeah.
They've shown it. They showed it recently against the Atlanta Reign. Some of us thought it might have been mental warfare, but they're proving that it actually is a strategy that they believe in. Paddy Pan on the May as well has struggled so far this season, as I said, but his May has looked clean. They're going on to something that maybe the Houston Outlaws won't expect.
Just posturing, that's all they really need to do. Take control of the server room. Dante getting a powered up punch. That's a big slam, good counter pin. But Padapan can put up a wall at any time he chooses and separate the rest of the Outlaws. There you go, Dante is dead. Unfortunately, he doesn't have armor, so a little more squishy. When you do go for that counter pin, you both go down. Gladiators off to a good start, point unlocks.
And it becomes harder and harder when you are playing against a May to enter into this point. The Gladiators, they're able to dictate when they want to take this fight. Paddy Pan already here, up goes the May wall, pushing them through a choke.
Big wall, Reiner can now swing basically for free. Iris goes down already, and the Outlaws struggling to get anything done. That May wall, yeah, it didn't obfuscate the Outlaws. They still find a small path, but they run just into a wall of damage.
Reiner's just sitting there with the hammer, waiting for them to come through. And now you have to question, are the Houston Outlaws going to be able to find some purchase on this fight? You can see they're waiting for it. Dante has that empowered punch. Keep an eye on that. I think he's going on a long flank here, potentially going to come in hard and fast.
It's only 30% for the Glads right now, so it's not the worst.
Down he goes.
There's another counter pin. Nice. Focus fire from Kevster. There's a okay, Kevster just going ham. Okay, sit behind the window. Does a lot of damage, by the way. Cassidy, yeah, still with the magnetic grenade and a couple of headshots will do it. And with Kevster's aim, you're never missing a single one of them. Straight to spawn. Dante peeks his head out, and he's already dead.
Kevster showing his flexibility, flexing his MVP muscles a little bit here. And the Outlaws haven't even looked close to getting into one of these fights. Iris is only about to get up to a coalescence, so this has to be the fight in which they're going to find some form of contest.
Yeah, going aggressive, and hey, you could get a couple of tanks on here with a copy. Pelican go for a small flank. Would seem like a good copy target. Nice wall once again to stop Dante and Pelican having a word in this fight. High Noon finds Dante potentially having the worst game of Doomfist I've seen Dante play. He's just not being able to get anything done. The Gladiators, 80% Scott. The Outlaws have not touched the point.
Losing these supports late is going to hurt them as well. All of a sudden, how do they get to the point? I wouldn't be surprised to see Dante use this Meteor Strike just to get to the point, because 90% and counting, and they're not even close.
Iris has actually switched over to the Ana. Maybe wants to go for a Hail Mary nade. Reiner on the side, he's got the shadow, lined it up, knocked him down. Goodbye, Iris. A change didn't mean anything. Oh, Ice Block in the way of Reiner there. Unlucky, I guess.
Paddy's griefing Reiner here as he tries to make that contest.
Outlaws, though, they do end up flipping, and Merit does go down, so should be a fairly easy clean-up. The Reinhardt against 3 extremely mobile characters is going to fall pretty fast. Immortality to Phil to save his life. Can the Outlaws have a say in this fight? I'm not sure. They actually open up with a window, focus down Dante, and in fact, Reiner's just jump into the backline. Pelican already dies. That's a single headshot kill up in the sky. Reiner going pretty low, but the rest of his team are keeping him alive and well. This is the man that you want to watch, though. Kevster, just unbelievable deadlift right now in terms of damage. Shu does fall to Dante, but Merit gets a double stick out of nowhere. OT is here, and the Gladiators have control of the point still, but Merit saving them at the very last moment.
That is a clutch pulse bomb right there. You could feel it slipping away from them. Dante was about to go down, caught in the back line. So now it gets harder for the Los Angeles Gladiators. All of a sudden, the May, it's very good to defend with, but attacking it can be very hard to find those initiations, especially the Houston Outlaws playing a dive composition. You're going to see them spread out on this point, wait for the Los Angeles Gladiators to walk into them, and then find their moment to strike. They have no ultimate other than Pelican's copy. I wouldn't be surprised to see some Ryan-on-Ryan action here.
Nice nade from the Outlaws. 3 glow bright purple, but look at that. The Immortality field saving Reiner, Shu, and Funny Astro from instantly dying. Kevster and Paddy, the DPS, take out Merit and Dante. A copy might be good, but it's only onto a Cassidy. Has he got the damage really at all, or even an angle to try and get onto this point? It's 62% for the Outlaws. Pelican's got the Deadeye. The value could be fairly big if he gets them in the back, but no, everybody just escorted away by Astro. A beat to put Gladiators back in control, but this nano boost onto Dante might be good enough, but Shu on the high ground is just doing absurd amount of damage and healing. No one's going to be able to dislodge him. Dante going pretty low, fist is up, but Shu still doing work. Dante's finally found him, but Shu doesn't go down and he kills Dante! The Gladiators now assume control, and 99% should tick over. Shu with another kill! The Gladiators take map number 1.
How does he keep doing this? Shu on the Baptiste is a better DPS than anyone else on the server right now. I think he gets 4 or 5 final blows in that one. He gets onto that high ground, is just shooting, raining down onto the Houston Outlaws with no way to get him down.
How can you stop that? Dante tried twice. Yeah, I mean, you don't, right? But Dante tried twice to get up there, just using the seismic slam, and he either slightly missed or just gets shot out of the sky by Shu. The Gladiators up a map 2-0 on control. The Houston Outlaws, maybe they have that lamb buff, but we'll have to wait and find out after this break. Welcome back to the Commonwealth cast.
Oh, we're here. The Commonwealth have made it.
Yeah, finally taken over the league. Let's go. The Gladiators versus the Outlaws. The Gladiators 2-0 in that control map. And Scott, you may have been lied to, just maybe. I'm not sure what Jake's secret source or plan is, but there's no subs.
I feel like Jake might have just lied to me to gain some favor, gain my prediction, you know, because they're going to keep Dante in unless I said it's something crazy like a Dante Sigma or something like that. It seems like they're going to lean onto this Doomfist play. And the worrying thing if you're the Houston Outlaws right now is they played the mirror. They did it on Lijiang Tower in that first round, and Reiner proved that he can hang with Dante.
Yeah, the only real difference there was the Moira versus the Ana.
Yeah.
The Gladiators, they came on top with the Ana like over and over again. I mean, we saw Shu go absolutely crazy with the nades. It's definitely Morbin time, that's for sure.
Yeah. You had to get that one in there,
you know, I saw the sign, you know.
Yeah, of course. You got to get one in.
If Matt can make the joke, who is normally at least a couple of months behind relevant jokes, then I can make it.
Matt, the boomer of the Overwatch League, if he can get that one in, you definitely can. We're going on to Eichenwalder. It's going to be interesting to see what we get from both of these teams. The Los Angeles Gladiators, they have a deep bag of tricks. They've shown us many, many looks. Are they going to try that rush style on the first point? How do you protect against that? They're going to play their traditional Winston style. They have so many tools in their arsenal. How do the Houston Outlaws prepare for it?
Yeah, that's a big question, because you know what the Outlaws are going to play, unless this is the secret source. Maybe Dante has been playing Orisa.
Orisa.
Yeah.
We've already seen it pulled out once today by Mag, and it was legendary. It didn't work, but it was legendary. So maybe we can see the same thing from Dante.
I mean, maybe so. Looks like Glads are on the defense first, so at least we get to see what they're pulling out. But it makes the most sense, right? Just put Reiner back on the Rhine. If you're not subbing out Astro, go straight on the Lucio and just fill up. Same plan for Kevster and Paddy. I mean, Kevster can basically play anything under the sun.
That can be said for the entire Los Angeles Gladiators roster, and that's what makes them incredible. Paddy Pan, a player who has come in, we haven't seen that much flexibility from him so far in this season, but he does have that. He's that flex DPS player. When you put him and Kevster together, there's almost nothing that they can't play. We've actually seen them flex between the Genji as well, but it looks like right now the Gladiators are going to go to their tried and true Winston Soldier Tracer style.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Jump to the back line. Kill off Lastro. Shit a cheeky nade. Whew. You ever did stone skimming as a kid? Like,
oh yeah,
across the pond?
I was awful at it. It was like 2 max, otherwise it would just hit it. Or you just like throw it in and it just plonks. And you're like, well,
this sucks.
That was embarrassing. I got to get another stone.
Well, you went 8. Oh, this is embarrassing. It sucks. Well, let's see what Outlaws want to run. I don't mind the Moira at all. Like I said, you want to go really fast, right? Dive to the back line ASAP, pick off an Ana who's, I wouldn't say vulnerable. She has 2 very defensive abilities in the nade and the sleep, but Iris did not have a good time.
No, and the problem with this Moira is you have a lot of throughput with your healing, with your damage, but you don't have a lot of utility like the Ana does with the sleep dart and the nade. You're going to see the Houston Outlaws routing around the Gladiators. Are they going to go all the way through spawn, or are they just going to hold out in this mini pack room?
Just wait for some cooldowns maybe, wait for that orb, wait for the fade. If Iris used that, looks like going to the pub.
Commonwealth, you know, they have to go to the pub.
They have to, yeah. I mean, Astro's on the Gladiators too, so there we go. Kevster in a little bit of trouble, but this is where the Outlaws want to be. They want to just plant Merit on the point, make Reiner fight him in a 1v1. Straight up in the face. There you go. They've already made the Gladiators retreat and secured a tick. Gladiators need to push forward, and they're a bit scared of Merit on the side, but blowing his Wraith form does mean that they know he's going to play a little bit more defensive. Dive in from Reiner, going extraordinarily low. But Lastro does fall, so 1-for-1. Limited healing now for the Outlaws, but Dante falling, no speed boost to get him away from Kevster. The Gladiators are working their way up to a nano boost so quickly, 10% away already. It looks like Reiner's going to actually come back on the Doomfist, and Kevster just rolling Iris, forcing him all the way back.
Reiner proving that he's comfortable in this Doomfist matchup. I like what the Houston Outlaws did there, setting it up. They wanted to go behind them, make it so the Gladiators feel they have to walk into you. That cannot happen if you are Lastro on the Houston Outlaws. You can't be giving away a free kill like that. What's that? 20 seconds off the clock?
Yeah, not great. Well, the Outlaws, they build up what they need to build up, which is the Coalescence. So at least got that in this fight. But Gladiators, you would expect Moira to build up the Coal before this Nano, but Shu and Paddy Pan already have that Nano Visor available.
They're going to respond. As soon as they use that Coalescence, we're going to see Paddy.
They're actually going with a Nano onto Reiner. Yeah, there's no way you're escaping that one. Beautiful sleep onto Iris too. Wow. I mean, you don't need the visor if everybody's cowering in a very small room. Just charge up that punch, and everybody is as good as pulp on the floor. Lastro and Pelican die, and now, I mean, half the time bank gone. Pelican used his pulse, but they've got a beat and a coalescence for this next fight.
I wasn't expecting that one. Either was the Houston Outlaws with the Doomfist Nano in. The silver lining, if you are the Outlaws, you kept that coalescence for Iris. You still have that engage tool. Shu does not have that nano, so you're going to be able to play aggressive. Paddy Pan, how is he going to use this visor effectively to mitigate the coalescence?
Dante just going in, taking a whole heap of damage. Almost got pulsed. Would have died for sure. Kev's just walking, just WM1ing. Oh, beautiful little diag. Doesn't quite get much. There's the Meteor Strike. Beat has been used from the Los Angeles Gladiators. Dante now in the pub, looking for a fight. Shu goes down, and now it's only Astro to heal the rest of the Gladiators. Outlaws using the beat should signal the end of the fight for the Glads unless they pull off a miracle. Doesn't look like it. Reiner can't do it. Now Astro skirting his way around the point, but the Outlaws looking to win. Should be a clean sweep. Astro still not dead somehow. There we go. Finally dies. And the point is unlocked.
Great engagement from Dante there, finding that opening, utilizing that coalescence very, very well. The Gladiators looking quite poor in terms of ultimates now, but we go on to the second point of Iconwater. Almost everyone's least favorite thing to do because it becomes a battle of who can control that castle. The Gladiators already getting Paddy Pan set up there, get Shu set up there. It becomes very difficult. Merit on that Reaper though, he's already in the basement. He's lurking around. You've got to keep an eye on him because that Death Blossom could turn this fight very quickly.
As edgy as you can get. Whoops, a daisy. That war will fill it in the morning, I'm sure. The Outlaws not too fussed about that one. Without a pulse bomb, Kevster is a little less dangerous. Dante going so low. What a sleep. Can they follow up? Don't think so. A bio grenade onto Dante, and Kevster just follows up with the kill. Nice positioning from Shu there. And now the payload hasn't been stopped. The Outlaws, I don't think they want to fight. Kevster building up towards a pulse bomb pretty quickly, but it's going to be about Shu in this next engagement. This nano boost can be used to what? Save Paddy or save Reiner from any dangerous engagements.
You can see the Houston Outlaws, they're just sort of setting up on the castle. Dante's already in though.
Nano boost onto Paddy, he's running forward. Merit hit in the Death Blossom, kills Shu, but Paddy surviving through all that damage. With the damage mitigation of the nano boost. There's the Cole. We're finally seeing it, but it's not getting too much damage done, just mainly healing. I say that as Reiner ends up going down, potentially trying to stop the Cole from getting any more effectiveness by punching it, but that didn't end up working out, and the Outlaws now making their way with the payload.
Small corridor with the coalescence. Seems good for the Houston Outlaws.
Good.
The Gladiators walking in somewhere they shouldn't have, but now we have the Outlaws pushing it across the bridge. They have that Lastro beat. Paddy Pan with the visor. How is the Los Angeles Gladiators going to enter?
Pelican might come up big. There's the pulse. It gets cancelled though. Paddy with a bullet to the brain takes out Pelican. The Gladiators now pushing forward with the beat. Outlaws respond in kind. They push Astro back and actually get a stun, but he's a slippery Lucio and he does get away. Paddy on the flank with a tactical visor. It's not finding any kills, but it's finding a ton of damage, helping secure the kill not only onto Merit, but to Dante. They stop the payload just before the doors, and with 1:17 to go, and the bank of the Outlaws looking rather bare, not a good sign.
Paddy making those legs runs all the way behind the Houston Outlaws, gets that great visor after the beat from Lastro wears off, and it just pays off for them. But now Houston Outlaws, they go back to step one. They need to get control of that castle. They need to dislodge Paddy Pan and Shu from this spot again. You have to question if they should make some switches or if this is going to work with no ultimates and only 49 seconds remaining, and Dante's dead before the fight's even begun.
That cannot happen. Reiner, ooh, that was close. Gets healed up by Shu. And now with 40 seconds to go, at least they trade, right? Paddy is dead, and the Outlaws are now putting themselves on the payload. It's a 5v5. Kevster's going pretty low too. A nice position from Shu though, all the way at the back, and an unbelievable nade.
Iris coalescence.
That rate. Coalescence from Iris, yeah, it's going to be pretty important for this next engagement, but they have to survive it first. Shu ends up going down. Dante came back from spawn, paid him a little visit, and the coalescence is good. Reiner ends up falling, and there you go, the payload has sunk in, and the Outlaws, they're making it work, but it's the coalescence that's really just pushing them over the edge.
It is that primary ultimate that they want to get up as fast as possible. That's their big win condition. It gives you that healing, that damage to be able to deal with the Los Angeles Gladiators. You need to see those differences between the Ana. Shu has that nano boost. They're going to use that to go aggressive. Are they going to nano Reiner again to get aggressive? But Merit is already behind, and he is close to that Death Blossom.
Dante's got that powered up punch. Fortunately, he doesn't have a nano because he's got a Moira, but that's okay. Speaking of nanos, though, Gladiators have both the nano and the support, the other support ult. That beats Nice little nano onto Reiner, powered up punch 2. Dante's in trouble. Sends himself to the heavens, but can he find any kills? Yes. Helps Merit secure the kill onto Paddy. And the Gladiators have to use that beat to try and find something in this fight. Merit's just waiting for that overhealth to disappear. He's got the Death Blossom in tow. Astro in trouble, ends up falling. 49 seconds, and the Outlaws, they're making their way to third with ease.
That late beat by Funny Asteroid might cost them heavily. They're going aggressive. They see blood in the water and they're going to go aggressive. Don't let the Gladiators out of the door.
2 meters to go, and Merit finds a kill with the Death Blossom, and now Kevs is the one to touch. Almost gets 1 tap there by Merit. Make that a 4 tap. Reiner, someone, Astro, now Padapan, they have to touch the point. Astro's going to get burnt down. That right click of the Moira, way too strong apparently. Merit cleans on up, and the Outlaws complete with time.
That is an important cap for the Houston Outlaws. It's about gaining confidence in the matchup against the Los Angeles Gladiators. They were starting to stumble, but getting that second point capture, and now they finish with time. A very important thing for them. Gladiators, though, are they going to come out on the mirror? Are they confident in their ability to adapt against the start by the Outlaws?
I love the signs already, by the way. Beautiful stuff. I like the little cat in the bottom left. Excellent stuff.
I love me some cats.
Yeah.
They wouldn't let me bring my cat to Texas.
Really?
Yeah,
That's
I asked.
Crazy.
I have 3 of them. They didn't let me bring any of them.
That's
so
crazy.
What's the point?
Yeah, it would have almost been like all of us being allergic to cats and just sneezing everywhere.
That sounds like a you problem, not a me problem.
It does sound like a me problem, yeah. It's unfortunate. Okay, no, I'm not doing it.
I know
they might look a little sus later, though. We'll see if Spark will bust out the sussy later. We'll see.
It's interesting to see the Outlaws leaning heavily onto this Reaper. It's something that we've seen the Dallas Fuel play heavily with the Xayah. You get that effectiveness, but Merit likes playing it with the Doomfist, and you can understand why. It feels very hard to deal with the Doomfist, the Reaper, the Tracer. There's just so many threats, and then you add on top of that, it's hard to punish the backline. There's no one protecting the backline, but Iris is a Moira. They can protect themselves and heal themselves up. So it'll be interesting to see how the Gladiators are going to make adjustments, if they'll go to the Reaper themselves, or they're just going to stick with what they know works.
Go on, Kevster. Go on, son.
Speaking of what works, this never works.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen that work.
No. So the Hog and the Bastion thing, that's been tried for so many seasons now. It worked once. So eventually that will work.
One of these days.
One of these days. It'll be fine. Okay, yeah. So we're seeing kind of the same thing we've seen before. Shu on the Ana still. Iris on the Moira. They're not playing too far up, those guys.
You can tell the Outlaws, they want them to come into them. They have that Reaper. They want to play those corners. So as soon as the Gladiators turn, they go.
Nice punch. Nice sleep, though. Healing Station actually keeping Shu alive through all of that damage. So you're a third support. It's insane. The Gladiator's trying to punish Dante as much as possible. Dante gets punched out of his power block, doesn't find the empower to punch, and unfortunately, Reiner does. Stuns incoming if they can find kills. Yes, there you go. The main healer now down for the Outlaws, and Dante was soon to follow. The Gladiators already building up to not only a Meteor Strike, but a Pulse Bomb. Unreal ult charge generation from the Glads.
Look at Dante's as well. He's only at 46%. Reiner having immense impact on that first point, especially with that pick up on Iris. Iris, as the Moira, very self-sufficient here, cannot be getting picked off like that. But now, that wealth of ultimates that we talked about from the Gladiators, they can use them pushing into this second point.
At least they get high ground advantage, but they're going to forego it and just fight the close fight. Kevster misses the pulse. Dante looking to punish, but it's not going to happen. I don't think they expected Reiner to have the ultimate that early on. Pelican finds a nice pulse bomb, though, on an unlikely target in Astro. Good start for the Outlaws. They can hold the gate, and it's not even open yet, Scott, so they're fighting exactly where they want to.
This is an important thing that people have been doing since the beginning of time. Fight early so that the gate never opens. So even if the Gladiators do win this fight, they're going to have to wait for that time for the gate to open. As you can tell, this is a lot of time off the clock, and if you're the Outlaws, you didn't really even commit anything. Pelican used that Pulse Bomb, got that connection, and now the Gladiators have to use their own Pulse Bomb and the Meteor Strike.
Yeah, I mean, the Outlaws have that Coalescence on again. That's the thing that's been winning them a lot of these fights. And in fact, well, Meteor Strike, Death Blossom's coming up. Got the beat, should be good. They just got to avoid Shu, ideally, right?
Just avoid Shu. It sounds easier than saying it.
I know. If you get naded, you're pretty much done. You have to force the beats. Oh, Iris once again punched out of that Coalescence and killed off by Kevster. There's no way that the Outlaws can continue to let this happen. There's the Nano Visor in a small corridor. Merit falls to Shu, and Paddy now just clean it up. Dante kills the support eventually, but Shu had already done as much work as you could really expect from the Ana. The Gladiators, and I mean, well, Iris, just Coalescence, that's the tool they've been winning fights, and Reiner interrupts another one.
Another one, that's the important thing, because Iris needs to be getting these, and Houston Outlaws, they use both of their support ultimates there. They don't have many answers to the Gladiators' aggression.
Looking for that Kobe post spot. So many people gathered onto the left-hand side. Kevster trying to push out Dante. There it is, gets the stick. Power block off, but it doesn't matter. Kevster with a perfect start to the fight. Hits the recall, so he's a little bit more squishy now. But it doesn't really seem to matter. Beautiful double blink all the way to the back, and Iris once again falls. Reiner got his number in this game. The Gladiators with a humongous time bank. 3 minutes are going to unlock that castle door. The Outlaws, they may need some of that Jake's secret sauce, Scott, because right now, it's not looking good.
We've already determined, I think he was lying to us, unless the Moira was the secret sauce, but the secret sauce isn't that good then, because it has not worked for them on this defense. When they are that defensive team, it doesn't feel like they're able to control the tempo. Gladiators, they're going first, but we actually see a switch from Shu in that fight, going to the Moira himself.
Okay, Cole versus Cole, that's what maybe you want to see. Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe, not many.
Not many. Look how defensive they're playing. Like you mentioned, they want to play around these corners so Reaper gets maximum effectiveness. Coalescence from Iris. But Dante is dead again. Astro cleaning up the kill. The Gladiators, their focus fire is just so good. Shu's going to be able to Coalescence almost directly after this fight. Pulse bomb, tactical visor. The Gladiators just full send right now. Lastro ends up going down. A Wraiththorn forced out by Merit, so he has to run back to spawn. The Gladiators just running away with this game. Skill abuse to kill Dante, and look at that. A 4-minute and 12 time bank versus a single minute for the Outlaws.
That wasn't very good for the Houston Outlaws, and it just feels like the Gladiators have sort of understood how they want to play against this style. Isolate Dante. As soon as Dante goes too aggressive, he uses that power block. He feels like he doesn't have that exit. Maybe not enough healing with Iris on that Moira. That individual healing might not be there for the Doomfist.
And if you're forcing out that fade super early, it's pretty easy to go, hey, we just dive on this, right? I mean, Moira, if she's used to orb early too, like that's a whole lot of self-healing that's disappearing.
412 on the bank. This is an insurmountable amount of time, but the silver lining, Iconmod is a map that if they can get that first fight win, they can get the gate open, they can win with their first ultimate cycle, all of a sudden you can end up on that second point bridge, and 4 minutes 12 doesn't matter as much as you would think it would. So Houston Outlaws, are they going to be able to find some adjustments, and it needs to be on the back of Dante, on that Doomfist. Merit Reaper though, what do you think of it? Because it feels like Paddy Pan, that visor is just getting way more value than the Death Blossom.
Yeah, the Outlaws, they're trying to hold super close with the Reaper, but Paddy Pan's just sitting all the way at the back, and then Dante's just focused out. Dante's trying to make some space, and then use the power block, and well, as soon as that's gone, the Doomfist a little bit more squishy. You don't block 90% of damage, you know, if you're just kind of standing there.
90% doesn't matter if you take 1 million damage, so.
Yeah, I mean, okay, simple maths, I suppose. Quick maths.
The power block from Dante, he's going in.
Straight to the back, does miss the punch, a little bit short. And now without the power block, oh, tries to go for the quick punch, but Paddy again, like you just said, Scott, like, he's sitting all the way at the back. Paddy Pan's running away with this. There's, what, 25 seconds now? Maybe the Gladiators can come back, they can speed boost, but looking rather unlikely, and Kevster's already near that pulse.
And that becomes the problem of all of a sudden you're working uphill, and you saw how much distance Dante had to cross to even get close to Paddy Pan, and then he just falls over with the sheer amount of damage that's coming in. Outlaws, one more fight to be able to keep their hopes alive in Iconmod.
Nice punch by Reiner and Dante, sending them both to ground, but Dante is super low. Again, that nade being so good from Shu, stopping Dante from getting healing, and he has to play a little bit more safe. Reiner did get stunned, I assume from a Dante pulse, but there's the stick. Unreal from Pelican, but that's the fight opener that they really needed. Shu with 5% away from that nano. The visor's coming out. It's just a plain one, but it still kills Dante. Keep Paddy alive, you should be good. The nano applied. Can he take down Merit? Merit is diving and dodging, but he can't quite get away. Shu takes out Lastro with a
big bio grenade, and the Gladiators are going to be able to defend. 36%. The Outlaws, they've got a chance to win this map, but it's looking slim.
Winnable? Maybe? Probably not. They have a monumental task ahead of them to full hold the Gladiators. Just do a mental reset. All they have to do is full hold on this first point. The problem becomes the Gladiators on their last offensive cycle. It wasn't close. They absolutely rolled through them. And when the Gladiators are playing that soldier, it feels like they're able to set the tempo because it feels like the Outlaws, they're on that clock. When you're playing that Reaper, he has no mid-range damage. He needs to get up in their face. And it's hard for him to get up in their face if they don't have that Zarya bubble.
That's a face I like to see. Astro with a cheeky grin. And not only that, that healing station is crazy. I wonder if they do change it a little bit later on, because you just pop it on the ground, and then Shu just nades the floor right next to you. The healing is insane.
What are you saying, Jack?
Nothing.
You know, these soldiers can finally heal themselves. The DPS players can finally heal themselves, and they don't have to keep spamming, I need healing, because they can heal themselves. This is a great time for us. They don't need us anymore.
That is true. Maybe we could just do more damage.
That's true. Wait, it's true. Of course he's going to start doing more damage. Maybe Paddy keeps putting it down because he knows he's not getting healing from Shu.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I definitely would.
Hi, maybe this time it'll work. Here we go, Kevster. Round 2.
Come on, son. Whoa. Okay. It's all right.
Pelican giving him a look. We're going to see the exact same compositions once again from the Gladiators on attack and the Outlaws. What are the adjustments that the Outlaws are going to make here on their defense? You can see the Reaper holding out in this glass room. Are they going to just maneuver around him? No, the Houston Outlaws are going first.
There's a big sleep onto Dante. Again, just antied instantly, and Shu and Funny Astro escorting each other all the way back. Merit, Dante dead. Outlaws' hopes now dwindling. Pelican falls, and would you look at that? Easy fight. Gladiators just roll over the Outlaws, and now it's 2-0. That's it. They're a match point now, Scott. Something might need to change. The Gladiators, we spoke a lot about them at the start of the season. Their roster looks stacked. They're able to play so many different compositions with the players in their lineup. When you have the Outlaws come in with this lineup, you know what they're going to play. They're going to play the Dante Doom. But the Glads, currently, they're getting the better of them on this Doomfist matchup.
It almost feels a little one-dimensional for the Houston Outlaws. It doesn't feel like they have that ability to mix things up when they have Dante in the roster. When things aren't going well, it feels like the Gladiators, they can just pick and choose how they want to play, how they want to engage, what compositions they want to play. So the Houston Outlaws, maybe if they haven't pulled out the secret sauce yet, maybe it's time to pull it out.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. The Outlaws boys looking a little bit down. I'm sure the crowd can help with that. We're going to jump to a quick break. We'll see you in a bit. the myth, the Luchador, 200 League tokens, and that skin, that beautiful skin, it could be yours. It's on sale through till June 25th. I had to look around then. I was looking away. May 17th to June 25th, 200 League tokens for the Luchador Reaper skin. Looking pretty clean. We're seeing a lot of Reaper as well, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, Merrick could definitely use that skin right here. It puts jumping from the top rope to a whole new level when you get to play the Reaper with that skin. But, you know, this match, the Gladiators, looking very clean so far in the kickoff clash.
Familiar situation for the Glads, being 2-0 up in a series. Thoughts?
You had to bring it up, didn't you? Yep. You had to bring up Gladiators being up 2-0, but yes, it is the familiar story. The Gladiators got reverse swept already this season against the Dallas Fuel and the San Francisco Shock. The Houston Outlaws maybe not on the same caliber as those two teams, but they're no slouches. They can definitely start a reverse sweep.
There he is. Piggy coming in for the Outlaws. Dante taking a step back. This is potentially what they needed, right? Just a quick switch up. Dante not doing as well as I think everybody expected him to on the Doomfist. So we got Piggy coming in. Circuit Royale was actually the map chosen. So where does that lead us?
Very different map type to every other one we've seen so far, because it is the one map we see a lot of Widowmaker, and there's the man that you want to see if we talk about Widowmaker. Arn subbing in for Paddy Pan. He's done it time and time again. He did it in the 2020 season for the Shock, and he's been doing it this season for the Gladiators.
Definitely one of my favorite players to watch for sure. Just cracked on the Widow. And there you go. Another face people love to see. We got Space off tank for the Glads, and hey, Circuit Royale, you're going to see some Space Sigma.
It's my boy. It's my boy, all the way from back in 2018. Phenomenal tank player, phenomenal leader for this Gladiators. We haven't seen him so much throughout this season because he's the off-tank player, and Ryan has been doing such a phenomenal job on those main tank heroes, but we've seen him come in just last weekend on the Sigma and hit the world's sickest prediction rock that I've seen in the Overwatch
on
League.
the recalling tracer, I do remember that. Space looking clean, and Skewed swapping in for Funny. Astro Skewed also in that series had just a phenomenal game on the Zen. He also helped Space with that prediction, just throw in a couple of orbs directly where the tracer recalled the head. That was disgusting stuff. And, well, we said about Outlaws, well, you know what they're running if Dante is coming in, right? Circuit Royale in itself is like that. Most teams right now just running Sig.
Yeah, and that becomes the thing. Like the Houston Outlaws, we're definitely not going to see the Doomfist. We have Piggy coming in, so we expect to see him probably playing that Sigma mirror matchup. But his shoe stats from Igerwalder, that's a lot of healing.
That's unreal amounts of enemy slept and bio grenade kills. Like every single time he had that cooldown up, he was throwing it, and yeah, it did put a nasty dent in the offense of the Outlaws. Like Dante was consistently going in, he was either getting slept or naded, and it's pretty tough to come back from that position, especially if you've got that power block up. That sleep goes through the power block, you're down on the ground, you have no real defensive tools, you hope you have Seismic Slam and your team can back you up, but it's a pretty tough situation to be in.
And that's it, and that's why so many people have been leaning towards that Ana over the Moira, even though the Moira can put up the same numbers in terms of healing and damage as we see from the Ana. That utility that the Ana, and particularly Shu, can put out on that hero is nuts. But we go on to Circuit Royale, and the interesting thing is we're going to see nothing like we've seen in the last two maps. We have potentially double flex support coming in from the Los Angeles Gladiators. We know Lastro can play flex support pretty well for the Houston Outlaws as well. So I think you're going to see a lot of these players end up on their comfort heroes, and a very different look to what we've seen in the series so far.
I'm just scared. I'm going to be real.
The reverse sweep, is it lingering in your mind?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just there, isn't it? It's that fluttering feeling that if you're a Gladiators fan.
But this could be the game, the series, to remove that curse, right? I mean, that's another thing to kind of think about. You bring in Space, an unbelievable tank player, like award-winning, and you also have a Skewed in the backline on the Zen, another cracked Zen player. Like you expect, especially the way the Outlaws are playing right now, very aggro, want to get Dante into good positions, want to be able to set up the Reaper, Merit, but you've put a lot of that to rest when you have Shu in your back pocket. Scary stuff. We should be getting into map momentarily with Circuit Royale the one we're going to.
The thing that I'm looking for in this matchup, we haven't seen as much Merit Widow so far in the league since he's come in as a rookie. He's been great on that Soldier. We even saw some great plays from him on the Reaper. But the Widow to Widow head-to-head matchup is where we've seen a lot of the Circuit Royale maps be determined. When players are able to get those long sight lines, take control of the game, it gets very hard for you to move around the map. And as a rookie, I'm sure the person I don't want to see in the lobby with me is Arns.
Yeah. It's crazy too. His aim is obviously quite godlike, but he took a small break and then came back and it's like, wow, it's still the same old Arns, you know? But, I mean, Pelican maybe has something to say in that small little duel, right? He can put a bit of pressure on the back line. As soon as that Widow's under pressure, your Widow gets a free ticket to kills.
The question that I have for this team is, are we going to see a different look from the Houston Outlaws? We talk about maybe we get this Sigma head-to-head matchup. Houston Outlaws, they have shown the willingness to play rush on it before. Piggy's Ryan did get a little bit chatty diffed, but it was still not a bad look. They went on to win that map. We got to see some incredible Hangzhou play on the back of that as well. It's something that you can't just discredit and you can't just assume they're not going to do again.
Yeah, dude. Jake, are you in the building?
He's here somewhere, because remember, he lied to me somewhere. He's here somewhere.
I'm looking. Can't quite see him just yet, but we'll have a word. Yeah, I mean, Piggy Ryan, run it down. I mean, the Sigma doesn't really want you in the face. You want to stand back, throw those spheres, throw the accretion every now and then. Like,
it's unlikely. It's unlikely. I think you'll see these teams go to their comfort heroes. Piggy on the Sigma, making his debut in 2021, was very, very good. You know, made a name for himself, and that's why the Houston Outlaws put so much trust and faith in them. But someone they also put trust and faith in is Pelican, the Rookie of the Year from last year.
Damn. Hero damage, Amon Lim's currently second for Reaper this season. Solo kills sitting at a healthy #1. Oh, I just saw someone enter the lobby. Yeah, okay, Scooter's in. Looks like both teams are almost ready to rock and roll. Pelican said he's crying now, but no need to cry. Don't worry. Everything's fine.
Is it fine? They're down 2-0, Jack. Don't lie to Pelican.
Everybody's like, wait, why? I'm sad. It's okay, Pelican. You got this. You put a smile on everybody's faces when you let out a cheeky grin. I won't lie. It's all good.
It makes you wonder, you know, Pelican stats, looking at them right here, why do they have Merit on that hero? Maybe they have to have Pelican on that Tracer, but it just goes to show how flexible and versatile a player like Pelican is. He hasn't even played what I would consider his signature heroes.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to go in. Everybody's spamming R in the lobby. There he is. Maybe that's the Outlaws. That's the secret plan that they have. Just Pelican popping off. We're going to Circuit Royale. The Gladiators 2-0 up. Quite dominant Li Jiang. Eichenwalde. Almost a similar thing. Circuit Royale, where it could all change. They need to do it. Again, home field advantage. They crushed the Dallas Fuel 3-0. Last time they played on LAN about, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago.
They got to tap into that again. And remember, this is the playoffs, so you get to choose your map. So the Houston Outlaws obviously very confident in their setup for this Circuit Royale matchup. We know that the Gladiators are no slouches, so that must mean that the Houston Outlaws have some confidence in what they're about to pull out on this map.
They just need that fire in their bellies. Or some spicy rum, I don't know.
Also, yeah, one of those two. Iris on the Baptiste, a hero he made his name on last year for the Atlanta Reign. Yeah, well, obviously very good in that rush composition, those double shields. So you know you're confident in what they're going to produce in the backline, but once again, I just have to hit this home. Merit on this Widowmaker, he's coming out on it. He's going to go head-to-head with Arns, but he also has to worry about Kevster potentially on that Hangzhou, and Kevster's Hangzhou, ooh,
pretty spicy. Yeah, double snipe is kind of an interesting augmentation of what we're seeing on Circuit Royale, especially on defense. I like it. Like, hey, that Sigma shield ain't gonna last too long when it got a couple of storm arrows flying at it. As well, a lot of pressure on that Widowmaker. Pelican, all he needs to do is put a little bit more emphasis, just trying to take down Arns, make them look the other way, so Merit has an easier time.
You see Pelican here on this Tracer as well, maybe going to maneuver around the map, help Merit in that Widow head-to-head, because it creates so much space, because the Houston Outlaws, the Los Angeles Gladiators, they have no space control. They just have a lot of damage.
A small thing too, actually, I just, like Sonic Arrow on the corner, you basically give Arns walls, like, that's also pretty nice. Immortality field already burned
very early
by the Outlaws, extremely early, Scott.
And you can see what the Gladiators' plan is. They're going to play back on this bridge, and it's going to force the Houston Outlaws and Piggy to walk forward. But then as soon as you walk forward, Arns is waiting, getting those headshots in, and the shield for Piggy is almost non-existent.
Yeah, it's disappearing in a blink of an eye. As soon as Kevster sees it up, it's just like, well, I just hit Storm Arrow, like, da-da-da-da-da, and you're basically done-so. That was a nasty shot onto Pelican. Pelican wants to be able to get on top of this bridge.
Oh,
dude,
what do you do against
keep doing this? And now look, Piggy's off to the right-hand side, but Arn's just getting perma healed. Like, what can Piggy do? Not much behind the enemy team. His shield, maybe, just maybe, can cover their approach.
We see Pelican make the switch over to the Genji, realizing that Tracer flank is not going to give him space. Goes to the Genji, goes over the roof. I don't know if that's allowed.
Well, no, legal move, we're all good. Skewed dice to a headshot, but both Zenyatta's now down. Outlaws finally making their move, pushing forward. Piggy didn't end up dying when he was on that large flank. The Gladiators can hold this corner though, Scott. They do have that window available, but it's on to Piggy's Flux to try and get something. This lamp's going to have to be rather huge. They do not have the Transcendence, but it's only space. In fact, he's just going to be more than fine. He just backs off.
It's a two-step going down these streets. They've gotten the first step. They've taken that space, but the Gladiators coming back to the Ant Matrix.
Yeesh. Okay, that's a lot of damage. Iris instantly dying. Double window opened up and Storm Arrows through. Dragons on the high ground for a cherry on top. Lastro's got nowhere to run. Should be an easy clean-out. But Kevster does die. Unfortunate. Should be able to get back to the point rather quickly. And another nice stagger kill onto Pelican. Gladiators holding down the fort.
It's getting harder. Only 90 seconds remaining for the Houston Outlaws. Pelican has struggled to get any value so far. Merit's got a couple of nice picks, but they've now utilized that Flux, which is their big ultimate to try and get into these fights. They're going to have to try and get Pelican this blade, and Merit, he needs to start hitting some shots.
For the Outlaws, at least they have that Transcendence, so they can sustain through the Flux, unless you get headshot out of the sky. Very possible. Transcendence isn't going to save you there, unfortunately. There you go. Okay, Gladiator's now playing back. They don't want to run it into the sights.
This is
still popping heads, though.
This is the 1-2 step that I was talking about. This final part of the checkpoint is where we see most holes. Big Flux, though, from space.
Big Flux. Transcendence coming out. Everybody is alive and well. Now Arn's up on the high ground. Pelican nearing this blade, but still skewed, sitting on that Transcendence. They should be good. The payload's almost at the first checkpoint, but with 40 seconds to go, they are in trouble. A jump, not from Merit, but from Iris. And now they try and make some space, but what an arrow from Kevster. 2 snipers on the field, 1 takes out Merit. A Transcendence from Skew to push them forward, and Pelican's going pretty low on the sidelines. He cannot go in with this blade just yet, he is still so low. 19 seconds to go as the Gladiators use the Immortality field to keep themselves alive in this fight and push past them with the window. Skew takes 1, Shu another. There's the blade, half HP, cut down before he can even do anything. Space! With a beautiful left hook, and the Outlaws with a couple of seconds to go, they're not going to be able to touch. What? Is Merit going to step up to the plate? Absolutely not. The Gladiators complete round 1, stopping the Outlaws a couple meters before that first checkpoint.
Pelican just not able to get healthy enough to pull that blade after that Piggy Flux, which forced the skewed Transcendence. And then by the time that he tried to pull the blade, there were already 2 people down, unable to get any space, unable to get any kills, and the Houston Outlaws struggling to get anything done on their offensive round.
Will the curse be broken?
Surely.
The reverse sweep curse. Surely. What? I mean, surely. Never say never, though.
I'm a little worried, but hey, this should be easy for the Los Angeles Gladiators to close out. You can tell their strategy, you can tell they're comfortable in that setup. Space coming in, map 3, nothing on him. He just comes up, puts a great performance on the Sigma, everyone doing their jobs. It wasn't even like they did anything nice or tricky or special. They just did their jobs, and the Houston Outlaws, it's just hard, but look at this. We talked about the rush from the Houston Outlaws. They could pull it out. And coming from the top rope, like we said.
I want to see if Kevs is going to stick on the Sojourn. I doubt it very much. There you go, double sniper. Are they going to expect it? Probably. I mean, Sonic. There you go. Hello. What's up? Oh, instant switch to the Echo. I like it. Play super far range against what? Pelican Merit? Sim May? Not too much to be scared of.
Houston Outlaws giving the space very early. After getting spotted, they just back up to the corner. And this gets hard because they have no pressure onto Arns. They're going to have to find a way to deal with him because if you leave Arns unchecked, oh, there they go. Through the
teleporting straight onto Student Arns. That's how you deal with that range gap. Straight on top of his head. Piggy just clobbers him.
And that's the cat's out of the bag. The Houston Outlaws, they're going to play that aggressive style. They're going to wait for the Gladiators to step up, start getting angles, and then they're going to TP until the space is isolated.
Yeah, nice wall, no immortality field. Piggy just carving him up right now. And not only that, Scott, I mean, look, they get themselves 2 fights if they hold this close.
All of a sudden, they're starting to lose time, Gladiators. It's going to start getting out of the way. Arns needs to start finding some purchase, finding some picks, but every time it feels like he takes that angle, he gets some extra TP on it and goes again.
Oh, run, Arns, please, someone help him. Oh, dearie me. It's not looking good. Arns can play all the way back, yeah, but that teleport does work. Oh, wow, that is not good for the Outlaws. They lose Pelican, and now look, the Gladiators stepping up to the plate. They need to end this fast. Immortality field from Iris has already been used. Piggy ends up going down, and they go crumbling just off of 1 pick. Merrick does find the kill onto space, but it doesn't really matter. They have afforded themselves 2 fights though, Scott, as they played so far forward.
Exactly, because they're playing forward, they give themselves 2 fights, but the spawn is so far for the Houston Outlaws, they're going to have to close the distance and get close, but they don't really have much going for them, and it's going to be very hard to cover off all the angles. Kevster has that copy. He's going to be able to play hyper aggressive, and that's going to leave Arns safely in the back line.
The Blizzard coming online for Pelican. This wall could be big too for Merritt. Could block off a lot of that healing, maybe isolate space. Who's the only one playing the payload. Arns playing a disgusting angle.
We've also seen Shu with the amplification matrix before. He's made miracles happen, he's done it himself.
There's Piggy, he's charging in, wall up to try and separate space. He's in trouble, he goes down. Shu using the window, it's a fair bit of damage, and look at that, a TP straight onto Shu. The Blizzard's coming out. That's an easy kill. Okay, the Outlaws making perfect use of that teleport from Merritt.
I love that play by the Outlaws. They actually put it down originally, but didn't go through it. It was a bait. The entire Gladiators backline turns to look at the teleporter, and they were rushing down space in the front line. And now we're at 1:20 remaining, and the Gladiators, they need to get big value out of these ultimates, but look at the Outlaws. They have ultimates for days.
Yeah, never say never, Scott. Double support ult. There's the giant wall. The flux is coming out from space. It does hit a couple. That bait's a little bit too late. That beat doesn't find Iris. That's a lot of healing now down. They have to find something crazy. Piggy with a shatter could come up big. Straight under the payload might be good, but he has to get something. There's the shatter. It hits 2, but can they follow up? The copy from Kevster on to the May. He finds the kill onto Lastra, and that Blizzard doing a whole bunch of work. He's trying to kill them, but the immortality field's there. But the Los Angeles Gladiators, they just run it on in. A 3-0. The curse is broken, and the Houston Outlaws, home field advantage dissipating. And the Glads off to a good start in the kickoff clash.
Lastra getting a little greedy with that beat, not thinking they were going to require that one. Iris going down, almost having a great frisbee moment from across the spawn to save the team, but it just wasn't enough. The Gladiators putting on a clinic of their flexibility and their strength, and hopefully, as you said, the end of a reverse sweep curse that has been plaguing them so far in the kickoff clash.
Hey, it's maybe not what the crowd wanted. Maybe Houston a W here, but they still get their chance, of course. A little bit later on, they'll go down to the losers bracket, but fantastic. You couldn't really ask for more, right, from the Glads. A quick and clean 3-0. Iconbother was a little bit closer. It felt like that secret thing that maybe Jake was planning didn't really end up working out. It was Iris versus Shu, and Diana came out on top the first couple of maps.
You can understand what the Outlaws are trying to do. Put a different spin on the composition they had already played. They played that Reaper, they played that Moira, allowing them to potentially be more aggressive with Dante to potentially stop him from getting isolated, but the Gladiators proving that they had an answer to what the Outlaws were pushing out.
Oh, Reiner on the stage. Maybe has some choice words. We'll see.
We know he loves a little bit of banter from time to time. But you know, Unta coming good on his confidence in the selection show, dominating the Houston Outlaws today.
All right, let's jump down to Danny though. He's got an interview of Reiner. Let's take a listen.
All right, thank you guys. Yes, as Costa mentioned it, yes, I am here with Reiner from Los Angeles Gladiators. Everybody make some noise, yeah! All right, first 3 Overwatch of the day. You guys looked very dominant today. How'd you guys get it done?
I mean, coming into this match, we knew that Dante was going to be playing a lot because, you know, they're the Houston Outlaws and they had to put a DPS player on tank. So our plan for this match was pretty much if Dante's in, expect Doom with his comps, and we found a way to counter that by either mirroring or using that Rhine comp. So that was pretty much like the focal point of our victory.
And that definitely did work because it was 3 Overwatch. And I do want to ask personally, because Reiner, this was your first LAN event on the Overwatch League. You came in as a rookie, and you know, how did that feel? Were you nervous at all, or were you just super excited to just be on stage?
I mean, it was like a good blend of being nervous and excited, you know, but I do really good in these conditions, you know. It like gets the blood pumping, adrenaline flowing, and I play like probably the best I do, so happy to be at LAN.
All right. And one final question. Next match is against Dallas Fuel versus the Toronto Defiance. And I want to ask your prediction because whoever wins that match is going to be your opponent. What do you think?
So I'm feeling a little lucky today. So we obviously play these guys next. So I'm hoping for a Toronto 3-0.
Toronto,
I'm praying for it.
Amazing.
Some mixed reactions.
Mixed reaction. I like it, Reiner. Thank you so much. That is it for the post-match interview. Let's go back to Casta and Jaws.
Well, a little bit spicy there. A 3-0 for Defiant? Is that what the crowd wants? Really?
No. Those are fighting words in Dallas right there. I don't think anyone wants that. Obviously, I think he just wants to face the Toronto Defiant. Everyone's a little scared of the Dallas Fuel right now.
Yeah, they are looking rather clean. And again, home field advantage, right? Maybe it didn't work out for the Outlaws, but maybe it does work out for the Dallas Fuel. Let's have a look at the player of the match, though. Well, you just spoke to him. It's going to be Reiner. His Doomfist looked very, very clean against the Outlaws. A team that's known for Dante Doom, right? But also is Reiner looking rather clean. I mean, hey, he's a glad.
A man of many talents, it feels like, for him on the Gladiators. He's shown his ability to play all these things, and that's been such a big boon for the Gladiators, just being able to play that aggressive style, and no matter what he does, going toe-to-toe with Dante on the Doomfist, though, that is no slouch of an effort.
Yeah, absolutely not. I'm so glad Doomfist is a tank now. You can do some crazy things. Everybody's just getting better with him too, which is also awesome. Reiner definitely deserving that one. Or maybe Shu, those nades are pretty crazy, but yeah, look at that. Damage per 10, almost at 10K. 24 limbs per 10, like, it was steamrolling.
And you could tell just in his ult charge generation, he was just getting it so fast, almost outpacing Dante from time to time. And I think that's just such a big thing for the Gladiators moving forward into the kickoff clash, because how do you prepare for them at this point? They've played everything. We saw them on Circuit Royale playing the Sigma. They played the Reinhardt. They played the Doomfist. They played the Winston. You can never know or prepare exactly what they're going to do, and that's going to be scary for any team facing them.
Extremely scary. You heard Danny down on the stage, though. Whoever wins this next match will face the Gladiators a little bit later on. It's going to be the Dallas Fuel versus the Toronto Defiant. We're going to go to a quick break, though. Don't go anywhere. That's a match you're not going to want to miss.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
gentlemen, welcome to our game break. Zoe here, joined by Reinforce, and of course, Necros joining us remotely as well. We got a game to break down. This one, however, was a little bit more of a quick affair.
Another thread in the bag.
I was about to say, I don't want to brag, but you know, you got that one right.
What happened, Necra? Come on.
Yeah, I know, Necra. How did that not work out?
Okay. Listen, I had to commit to the bit, all right? So, like, I don't mind if my bracket gets a little boomed. I still have Los Angeles Gladiators going to the grand finals, okay? So, I feel like I'm still okay.
All right.
No, that's you got the safety.
You're gonna be wrong again.
Yeah.
Congrats.
All right. Okay, listen, I can't wait to look at your bracket, honestly. I feel like I have to do some investigation in that regard.
Oh, it's
Maybe
spicy.
Tomorrow. Is it spicy?
It's spicy.
Well, if it's
it's some
spicy,
Capicola right there.
that's
Wait, I don't know if Capicola's spicy.
I don't think so.
It's fishy. I don't know. Well, Capicola's not fish
That's
either.
definitely not. I mean, yeah, never mind.
It's.
All right, well, we're going to have some
cookies on the go.
culinary discussions, and also we will be looking at your bracket maybe tomorrow. So I'm very excited for that. Now, I do want to talk about the match we just got to see. It pretty much, again, everything we predicted, everything we pointed out heading into this one, it kind of came true. It was the Gladiators showing us the versatility, and the Outlaws just a little bit more one-dimensional there, Necro.
Yeah, I mean, you can even see just how well the Los Angeles Gladiators were able to adapt. I mean, Reinforce put it so well before we even hopped into this match, which is that Gladiators are really strategically inclined. You could even see that with the Hangzhou counter pick coming through on Circuit Royale. We saw Kevster go with that versus Piggy Sigma, and then on top of that, you saw Kevster with the quick pick of the Hangzhou to just be able to use the Sonic Arrow to sniff out what the Houston Outlaws were going to be doing on the defense there.
It's tough. Yeah, I mean, it's really tough if you're the Houston Outlaws. Just like on an individual level, like not even like the strategies or whatever. You're asking Pelican to just like, hey, can you go toe-to-toe with Kevster on the Tracer real quick? Can you do that for us?
Yeah.
Well, if that's not the case, then, well, you need the Houston Outlaws to find something else they can invest their resources in. Like, are you supposed to know like a Winston player? Well, you got Dante and Piggy, so that's also tough. And, well, I guess you got Merritt, who plays a really mean soldier, but we saw him sometimes on the Reaper here for the Houston Outlaws. I feel like the Houston Outlaws just, in this meta, they're a pretty difficult place where you can't really have your best players in roles they really succeed in. If they wanted to lean into something like a Zarya, we've talked about it before, you can have Piggy playing the Zarya, and maybe you can have someone like Pelican play the Genji for them, and then Merritt can roll over to the Soldier. But we saw last week, they struggle against the Paris Eternal already, and you don't really have enough time to practice and get something going for yourself.
I was just about to
in
say.
the playoffs, yeah. So it's tough for the Houston Outlaws. I think if you're going into tomorrow's matchup, I feel like you kind of just have to commit and just go all in. But that's already what they sort of did with Lucio Moira, right? So
but then they go up
I
against
don't have
one
an
of the
answer
hardest
for them.
opponents as well, of course, in the Gladiators. So maybe that was
Yeah,
just a
that's
little
true.
bit of a compositional mismatch
Gotta give them
there
credit.
as well. Yeah. So, but yeah, as you said, the turnaround time was obviously very, very short for them to like just bust something else out if they're already committed to the bit, and we appreciate that. You know, like commit hard and go down on that hill. Like why not? Or die on that
But they
hill.
could come in tomorrow and just like surprise everyone, because that is the power of playing on a stage as well. If you're just like, well, we're just gonna go all in. We're gonna pick this composition and go all in, and then your opponents are like, whoa, what are you doing? What's going on here? And then you gotta figure it out and like puzzles, and you know, it's crazy.
I mean, I don't know. Some teams might roll up with Orisa, you know.
Yeah, what do we think about the Orisa, Necra? Would you recommend Houston Outlaws playing out the Orisa tomorrow?
No. No, I really don't recommend that.
All right.
We're not quite there, desperation-wise.
No, okay. All right. Well, give it a stage.
No.
Houston Outlaws usually then.
Yeah. Also, of course, there's going to be a bit of a reset, of course, after this tournament cycle is over. Heading into the next one, it's going to be a new patch.
Daniela can kick.
I was about to say, that would change everything.
I'm sorry. Start your point.
That's fine, but I like the great minds think alike, and I like that that's the only thing which really stuck with us for like the entirety of the patch notes. Like, that was all interesting. But Zenyatta can kick, though.
Yeah.
Have you seen that? Now we do have one more match. Gladiators helped us play catch-up here a little bit time-wise, as they made it a quick 3-0. But we have one more for you to go, and that is the Toronto Defiant taking on the Dallas Fuel. Now, Reiner already tried to rile up the crowd, predicting 3-0 for Toronto Defiant. I don't think he had that in his pick'ems, to be perfectly honest.
You think Reiner does pick him?
I doubt it. No, of course he is. Everyone does pick'ems.
Do you predict against yourself? I feel like that'd be a bit like disingenuous, though.
Why against himself? No, he picked for Toronto Defiant winning over the Dallas Fuel.
All right. Yeah, all right. Sorry, let's actually do our job here. Sorry, I'm distracting.
Anyway, let's talk about the match. I mean, heading into this one, I think our upset alert here is on the lower side, I guess. Toronto Defiant, though, how could they get it done, Necro? Who do they have to rely on?
I think you're really looking at the back line of Toronto Defiant. Those are going to be your standout performers, and especially when we're playing on Overwatch 2, I think it's a lot easier to be able to see when the support line is doing such a good job, whether it's with those bio grenades coming out for the Anas, or if it's just Lucio's being able to get those final blows and save the team with some incredible sound barriers. That really is going to be the difference maker, to be able to outlast the damage output from the Dallas Fuel.
And who from the Dallas Fuel is going to shut that down?
Hanbin. If you're a Zarya, you can apply bubbles to your team, and it removes the anti-healing effect. So it's pretty powerful. I'm just gonna warn Toronto Defiant. If you land those, you gotta be careful that Dallas can dispel them. Just get rid of them and dispel them.
Yeah, we have some magic coming our way in this next match.
Yeah, you have two. That's right, and I do think that Necro is right about the backline. It is the strongest part of the Toronto Defiant. Yeah. So no, I think Necro is right there. You probably want something out of Chorong on the Lucio or Twilight on the Ana, of course. Definitely the strongest part of Toronto Defiant, but Dallas Fuel, like, they're just so strong as a team. Like, it's gonna be a very tough challenge for Toronto Defiant. So they'll have to conjure something up. Very magic-y in this.
Yeah, it's just a lot of spell casting going on here.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I appreciate it. And also there is, of course, the LAN factor, which can always pop in unexpectedly. You don't know.
Maybe Hotpress a land monster. Jaws can tell us all about that.
Exactly. So you never know what's going to happen, and that's what makes this so exciting and so interesting. This is going to be the last match of the day. I think the crowd is ready to make some noise. Get your popcorn, get a drink, and get ready to get hyped, because Toronto Defiant will take on the Dallas Fuel. What was that?
Water.
Water, yeah. Stay hydrated as well. We're heading back to Texas right after this break.
Posture check.
Welcome back to the Esports Stadium here at Arlington. Our penultimate game for day number 1, Toronto Defiant up against the hometown favorites, the Dallas Fuel.
It's gonna be a banger. The Dallas Fuel, last time they were in Texas, maybe not doing so hot, but we know they've made their redemption arc so far in the kickoff clash. They've been looking very good on the back of that Harbin Zaya. Toronto Defiant, big task ahead of them today.
Oh yeah, I mean, they recently faced off
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, and the Dallas Fuel won 3-0. But the thing that still sticks in my mind with Dallas, when they faced Houston on LAN a little bit earlier on, they got 3-0.
It was a little silly though. Houston played the Doomfist. Obviously didn't work today, but it did work 4 weeks ago when we last saw them play. But the Dallas Fuel have really defined themselves. They've invented the meta with the Zaya Reaper. We've actually seen Toronto mirror that composition, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them have that head-to-head today. But the nice thing about the Toronto Defiant, if they have another look, they're also willing to play Muse on that Winston, have Although come in, you know, we have Finale also on that Tracer. They have different looks, and I'm curious to see which one we see today.
I think a lot of people expected Toronto to do well coming into this season. There's a lot of name value on the team. They've had quite a nice schedule, to be fair, but then they also beat teams like the Houston Outlaws. I mean, there we go. I think we better get this one underway, though. Let's welcome the Toronto Defiant. There's not gonna be many cheers for them in the crowd. There's a few. Red versus blue, which is always quite nice.
A classic.
The Toronto Defiant.
When you look at this team, you have to highlight the back line. They got Twilight, who was a championship winner, phenomenal player, finally getting that mainstay spot on this team, especially on that Ana. But then Chorong has been an incredible rookie on that main support, having a lot of hype coming into the league, and he has delivered so far this season.
Yeah, Hopper starting, which is cool. Like you said, there's a lot of different looks the Toronto Defiant can go with in this series. We'll be starting out on Control. So a lot of flexibility there.
Although in as well, big signal that they're going to play that Zaya Reaper composition. That's the thing that they've been leaning on. When Muse Finale come in, they play the dive. When Hopper and Although are in, they play that Zaya Reaper. And it's looked good. And that's the thing about them. They've actually adjusted, learned. It didn't look great at the beginning, but now they've gotten to a good point and they're starting to get wins. But it's very hard when you're copying the composition of the team that invented it, and then you have to face off against them in the playoffs.
Yeah, really tough. You hope you can improve on that invention, but you know whose name was Edison the inventor? Well, Edison, that's for sure. The Heat needs to be least in this game.
It has to be.
For them to stand a chance. I think, though, it's time to introduce the Dallas Fuel. We're going to jump down to Danny Lin on the stage to bring out the hometown favorites.
All right, everybody. The Defiants are sitting here, and we have empty seats. You guys all know why I'm here, right? Fuel fans, make some noise! I am actually going to introduce each and every single player that are going to be starting this match. Are you guys ready? I think you guys could do better because the players are literally right behind there. I think they want to hear you more. I said, are you ready? Dallas Fuel. Here is your first player. Player number 26. DPS. 강민서. 구리오. Player number 20. DPS. 김동하. 동하. Player number 8, Tank, 이의석, Fearless. Player number 31, support, Kwon-jun Fielder. Player number 9, support, Han Hyun-seok, Chio. Player number 11, tank, Choi Han-bin, Han-bin. Player number 7, DPS, Kim Tae-hoon, Edison. And last but not least, player number 1, DPS, Kim Young-han, Sparkle. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your Dallas Fuel. All right, thank you everybody. You guys may take your seat. Starters, take your seat please. 자, 여러분 자리로 움직여 주시면 되겠습니다. 감사합니다. All right, everybody. Oh, I am excited for this match. Are you guys excited? All right, let's send things over to our casters, Costa and Jaws.
Cheers, mate. Let's go. Dallas Fuel. You heard the crowd already. Scott, man, seeing players walk out like that, especially someone like Sparkle.
They're so loud. Every time Sparkle walks onto the stage, people cheer, and we get to see him in the starting lineup today. We haven't seen him as much in the kickoff clash. We thought there was going to be a lot of Genji, but it hasn't been as much. So I am surprised to see him in here because over the last few games, they've had Doha in to play that soldier, and Sparkle's been taking a backseat.
It's blue versus red. Dallas Fuel versus the Toronto Defiant. Our final game of day number 1. They're ready to kick off. Of course they are. Hanbin starting 2 on the tank role, going up against Hopper. You mentioned it. We've seen a little bit of Fearless, but their Zarya comp is so clean.
It's just immaculate how they play. Hanbin and Edison, those are the 2 players you have to watch if you're keeping an eye on the Dallas Fuel. Edison goes in with that teleport and then Hanbin bubbles him. That is a problem. That's a threat that the Toronto Defiant are going to have to deal with. And no one has really found an answer to it so far because of how coordinated they are with it. And then you have the backline of the Dallas Fuel as well in Fielder and Chio. Chio's been a great rookie, filling in the shoes of Jexay from last year when they had that incredible run throughout the entirety of 2021. And he has been living up to the hype.
All right, we're going in. Map number 1. It's Lijiang Tower. It's going to be Zayas running into each other. Reapers doing the same. What's scary about the Dallas Fuel? Not only, like I said, being the inventor of this kind of composition, now the Defiant have to surpass. They've had maybe, a little bit of an easier run coming into the kickoff clash, but they've got such name value. They have Twilight in the backline. Like, that's a massive pickup for the Defiant organization. A team that I think people expected, maybe not doing so well, just looking historically, but this is their year to turn that around. And what better way to do that than right now?
As we talked about 2 weeks ago, the Toronto Defiant, they've already taken their beat down from the Dallas Fuel. You can take things away from that. You can learn from that. Let's see how they're willing to adapt and move on from that loss, and if they can come up with something new, something different, even if it's just minute micro play of understanding how to deal with the threats. It looks like Dallas Fuel is going to come out on their trademark composition of the Hanbin Zaya with that Edison Reaper, and Toronto Defiant taking that mirror.
Gonna unlock those gates. The Dallas Fuel want to meet the Glads a little bit later on. There we go. Eddie switching back to the Reaper. It's a mirror comp. Just complete skill matchup now.
and you can tell Dallas Fuel taking that Symmetra teleporter, but Chio down before the fight's even begun.
Almost instantly, Twilight hits a fat nade right to the backline. Phil and Chio already dead. Okay, that is how you want to start a series.
We talked all the big game about Twilight on that Ana, and he's coming up big early on. They need to keep that going. Don't give Dallas Fuel an inch, because they will take a mile.
All right, Toronto got the point. Okay, here it is. Time to show up. Well, Reiner, was he right? A 3-0 at the Defiant? I don't think it'll be that much of a clean sweep, but it'll be a close game for sure. Dallas Fuel rotating through White Room. Try and make their way onto the point. A nade from Fielder. Doesn't quite find anything, but they've got to be scared of Twilight. Sparkle on the flank. Dude, a few message Chora.
Harmon's so low. Look at him on the point. And Fielder's dead. They don't have that presence on the point right now. It just feels like they're walking into the meat grinder that is the Toronto Defiant, and they haven't found any purchase. Look at the ultimate charge across the board. Twilight's coming up to that nano. Edison's only at 40% ult. He hasn't done anything so far in this map. What are we going to see here from the Dallas Fuel? Yeah, it's good to be back.
You know who the crowd's behind. There's the Nano, onto Harbin, close to that grab. Use a bubble to cleanse himself and kills Twilight. Sparkle using that visor for some covering fire, but can he get damage done? A humongous grab from Hotba. Everybody sucked on in at the Dallas Fuel. It looked like a good start to the team fight, but Hotba coming out huge.
Hotba with an enormous Graviton surge. The Dallas Fuel getting a head full of steam with that first pickoff, and then Hotba hits the brakes on that one. The silver lining if you are Dallas, Toronto Defiant has used their bag of tricks. Dallas Fuel now have that Graviton surge for Hanbin. Is he going to be able to find the same bit of value? There's a Lucio behind them right now.
You step up to the plate, son. You're going to get some. Hopper ends up going down. Shio using that beat to re-engage. Hisu tried to get a little bit funny with it and get to the back line, but it wasn't successful. The Toronto Defiant, yeah, they're on 90+%, but the Fuel, they want to fight, and they're here to stay.
I thought I saw Chorong hiding in the corner, through with that little silhouette in the back. Toronto Defiant recognizing they're at a disadvantage, going for something a little different, playing for that flank, trying to punish, but Hanbin with a great grab and a great response of the aggression by Chio with the sound barrier. So now Dallas Fuel have the positioning. They can't drop another fight. Hisu has that Death Blossom, so does Edison. How are the Toronto Defiant going to enter onto this point? Because they have to make this slow bit of aggression, and Hanbin already has a bit of energy going for it.
Toronto Defiant, you know, they can wait. Twilight's very close to the Nano. Death Blossom available for Hisu. Where's he TP? Straight to the back. Does he get any damage done? A little bit. Use that Wraith Form to get away. Edison, the same. So both Reapers having to play a little bit more safe, but Edison a little bit less so. There's the Nano, the speed, and the kills for Edison. Picking up Hisu and Twilight, you're long gone. The Dallas Fuel, holding it down.
Edison proving why he said in an interview recently, I'm the best Zarya in the league right now. Absolutely putting on a show. We saw Hisu try and go in early as well, take that bubble, but as soon as he came out of that teleport, he instantly had to Wraith out. Edison, on the other hand, waiting with open arms, but Sparkle's down from across the map from Aldo with a great Helix rocket.
You cannot let that happen, but look at that. Instantly response from the Fuel. Chio getting the boob onto Twilight. Unfortunately, Hanbin a little bit too deep. Nano Boost was used, but another boom by Chio. No way can you let this happen, although tried to come back with the visor, but Sparkle's got a better one. That's a double kill. The Dallas Fuel planting their feet firmly on the point. The Toronto Defiant lose 2 people to a boom.
Dallas Fuel proving why it doesn't matter what you do to them, they always have an answer what you provide. The rookie Chio coming up big with 2 incredible boops, and the veteran Sparkle putting the nail in the coffin with the visor. Hanbin getting close to that grab, but Hopper's got another one. Is he going to go huge?
Overtime is here, 99-98. This could be a full blowout for the Defiant. The Graviton surge in the back, but Hopper can't do much. He's stuck inside Hanbin's grab. Dallas Fuel used that beat to push them forward, and although he's now dead, the Defiant, they've got the Death Blossom to use, but Sparkle just dishing out the damage, and now Hanbin jump into the pipeline, but Hisu, where did that come from? A triple Death Blossom to end the Dallas Fuel. Are you serious? A TP onto the body, just pay him respects, give him the little clap. Hisu, massive play at the very end to clutch the round.
Hopper getting a little bit greedy with that Graviton Surge, trying to throw to the backline, absolute whiff. And then Hisu heard me chirping about Edison, heard Edison chirping a little bit about the Reaper and says, I'll do it myself. Absolutely clutch play from the Defiant. And this is an important first round from the Defiant because that sets the tone for the rest of the match. We know you invented this Xayah composition. We know this is how you like to play. We're going to do it, but we're going to do it better. Dallas trying to get behind their fans right now.
Let's have a look at how that ended up going down. Oh, perfectly placed in the doorway. God, that was a clean TP. There you go, Dallas Fuel now switching up the composition, Scott. They're going on the May instead.
It makes sense. That might be why Sparkle is the lineup right now, so they could play this May setup. You see them getting that first point advantage, getting control of the white room, but Hisu's going in.
Little TP doesn't really have too many bubbles at his back, but already takes out Sparkle. With that removed, you don't get the walls to isolate the rest of the team. Nice sleep and a return sleep, in fact, by Fielder. Stops Hisu from finishing off Hanbin, although still dishing out a ton of damage. Like, it's impressive at that point too. I mean, you lost Sparkle, you can't separate the team, and then all those just free firing.
That is that big difference between the May and the Soldier. That Soldier just pumps out so much. Sparkle getting caught off guard with that aggression by Hisu, and now they need to find some better walls.
He is charged up and ready to go. Chio gets naded, and unfortunately, although finishes him off, Hanbin still doing a fair bit of work. Can they come back? Fielder goes down, Sparkle and Edison just so low. Losing a fight back-to-back. You know what that? Hey, happened last round. Maybe it can happen again. Toronto Defiant looking good so far. Nano Boost and the grab coming up.
The exact same story from last round. It feels like Dallas Fuel is just walking into a meat grinder. Toronto recognizes they're playing the mate, setting up that disengage, and then Dallas Fuel are dying before they can even really get in the fight. But we're starting to get ultimates up. Twilight with the nano boost, Fielder with the nano boost. How are they going to put these up? But Hopper with another grab. If it's following last round, we're going to see a big one.
Nano boost onto Hanbin. He's very charged up. There's a wall to isolate. Can the Defiant respond? Yes, they can with a grab. Sparkle is caught in it too. Puts himself in a little ice cube, but doesn't end up surviving the onslaught of damage to follow. The Toronto Defiant off the back of a grab win that fight. 60% in building, but Dallas Fuel coming back. Not only with a grab, they got Blizzard, Beat, and potentially that Death Blossom too.
They have the ultimates. Toronto committed a lot to that. They used the Graviton Surge, the Beat, and the Nano themselves. So this has to be a must-win fight for the Dallas Fuel, especially as we watch the percentage tick up. 80%, this is last fight territory.
They need to turn this around. The Beat to counter the flanking visor. The Graviton Surge on point. They're still using that overhealth and they should be good. Nice nade by Fielder. Finishes off Hopper. Although playing so far back, knows he hasn't got a tank to stand behind now. A good little flank does kill Edison, but can he do much more? Doesn't look like it. The Dallas Fuel only burn 2 ultimates in that fight to flip the point.
That was a big team fight win from the Dallas Fuel right there. As you said, only using the Beat, only using the Graviton Surge. They had those big May Ultimate and Death Blossom, okay? Sparkle needs to find something with this May Ultimate. He needs to find the wall, and they're going early.
The wall is down. Edison is out. Didn't want to match up against Hisu, especially with the backup he's pumping in. Death Blossom available, but Hisu hits it first. A nice sleep onto Hanbin, can't apply those shields. That Blizzard separating everybody though, and Sparkle kills Twilight. Hanbin trying to get damage in, and he manages to help Sparkle finish off although, but Hopper cleans him up. The Dallas Fuel on their last limbs on this point. They've got to stop Hisu from doing the damage. The wall will do just that, but Fielder gets run down by Hopper. A nice little double kill. Oh, Edison somehow gets the kill onto Hopper, in fact. Hopper couldn't quite escape, and Chiyu comes to the rescue. The Dallas Fuel are still in 50% now.
Chiyu coming to the rescue again, always coming in clutch. Great play by Edison, recognizing, dies early in that fight, but comes back, puts that hammer down. But once again, we talk about it, the Hopper grab, it needs to be better than it was last round.
Hanbin switched over now to the Doomfist. Look at that, unreal nade. Hits Hisu, and although Hisu pops that Wraith, cleanses the nade, but you can't cleanse the damage, son! Dallas Fuel just demolishing the Defiant in the neutral. 75%, this is last fight territory, Scott.
I want to see something different from Dallas. They need to catch the Toronto Defiant off guard. If they just take this fight head-to-head, they don't have the ultimates to close it out. This is final fight territory. Dallas have nothing in the tank. I want to see something different. Maybe aggression with this Chio sound barrier to catch the Defiant off guard.
Wow, Hopper almost instantly killed on the walk-up. There you go, dive to backline. There's the beat, that's what you want, but that's a massive grab. Can they do the damage? I don't think they can. The wall's going to stop a lot of it coming through too. The Dallas Fuel are far on the backline of the Toronto Defiants. They're scattering. They still need to touch the point. A tracer pick from Although to get there in time, but Hisu unlikely now to do anything in this next fight. He's dead. It's up to Although and Chorong to get back. Twilight's got the nano in 10%, but it's up to Sparkle in this little 1v1. Chorong is here. And so is Twilight. In fact,
Nano up
on Although. Can Although find a one clip? He's trying to. Hanbin puts up the fist and says, not today. OT still in session as the Dallas Fuel are coming back in. Death Blossom approaching for the Defiant, but they've lost Twilight first yet again. The Nano onto Edison. That's a whole bunch of damage. They're focusing down Hopper, and they finish the kill, and they might just finish the job. Overtime is here. Defiant are no more. And the Fuel, they're tying up Leisure.
Great composure from the Dallas Fuel right there, recognizing their win condition, going aggressive, not making the same mistakes they did last time. Kept Hisu in check. They got the crowd behind them right now. They're feeling good. Once I said earlier, you give Dallas Fuel an inch, they will take a mile, and Dallas Fuel managed to claw their way back in that round from what started to be a shaky one.
And again, you're making it to 90+% if you're Toronto Defiant. You did it once, you got Gardens. Couldn't do it again on Control Center. Will the same thing happen? All right. Night market now.
Is Sparkle going to come out on the May? He's on the Symmetra right now. I doubt he'll commit to that. Just teleports out. Is he going to commit to the May? No, going over to the Soldier. So we're going to have a complete mirror in this first fight. Dallas Fuel get positioning first with that Symmetra teleport, and they're holding that corner. We have a sleep on Hopper, who's not able to take that positioning. And using bubbles for energy, that's the one main difference we see between the Dallas Fuel and the Toronto Defiant in the past. Hopper likes to use those bubbles personally to get energy, while Hanbin likes to give it to Edison. Hopper's found his way to the point. The Toronto Defiant going to get the first cap, but Dallas Fuel have something to say about it.
Yeah, they do contest, although on a sick flank. Nice nade from Twilight. It's a pretty even fight so far, and Hanbin has slept for a brief moment. A wake up from Although. He's trying to dance around. Look at that. The healing station too strong. Can Eddie find the kill? He does. Although he's dead. He's being escorted along by Chio, but now Chio's doing the damage that's needed. The Defiant, they're sitting on the point, Scott, but they got no healers left. Twilight went down so early, and Edison, with not only the passive, but Chio just healing him throughout this fight. It's so hard for the Defiant to do anything. Chio's picking up so many kills. His life eventually put to an end, but the Dallas Fuel, they take the point.
We always talk about Sparkle, we talk about Edison, we talk about Hanbin. Chio's making his name known right now. Absolutely having those crucial mid-fight impacts, getting those kills, staying alive more importantly, and closing out these fights. And Dallas Fuel need that because Toronto Defiant keep finding these first picks somehow.
Hisu is so far behind in terms of ult charge right now. 50% to Edison's ult. There you go, Death Blossom in the back. He gets one, Sparkle finishes another. The Dallas Fuel, they're gonna wipe Toronto Defiant. They're gonna have to go again. And it's the first time, in fact, the Dallas Fuel have won a first fight, so they're pretty happy with themselves, I bet.
Edison goes down, but the damage was done at that point, and that's the coordination between Hanbin and Edison that we know and love. Edison goes in, gets that bubble, and Edison is just able to live just long enough to get some of those kills and close out that fight, and that's just a one ultimate fight win. Toronto Defiant trying to get through this choke again.
Graviton Surge is coming online. Hopper a percentage point away. Beautiful sleep onto Hisu. It was almost too easy. Wraith form and a health pack will heal him up. A Graviton Surge from Hopper gets little to nothing. A nice beat from Chio, and now the Dallas Fuel knowing they can just back off. Hey, look at that. That's a lot of damage from Hisu, but we can just run away. They come straight back to the point, and the Dallas Fuel negates so many ultimates. Defiant's bank basically empty.
the
So
same
Fuel
with Dallas.
still in control.
Yeah, great disengage by the Dallas Fuel, recognizing they're losing that fight, and then they re-engage. Hopper gets too aggressive right there, expecting they need to get to this point. A little bit of desperation, if anything. Dallas Fuel close it out, and as you said, Toronto have nothing left in the tank other than the Hisu Death Blossom. They're going to have to find magic because there's 10% remaining, and Dallas Fuel holding aggressive.
He's done it once. Can he do it again at the very end of the round? 95%. Defiant need to touch. Looks like, although, switch to the Tracer to do just that. So it is going to be a 5v4 in this choke point. But Dallas Fuel working their way back. They know maybe they need to be a little bit scared of Hisu. But it's where he teleports and where he positions himself is going to be what's important.
There he goes.
Here. Straight to the back. He's got a bubble on top. But instantly, the Dallas Fuel just burning him down. That ultimate completely negated. A nice nano boost onto Harbin. He's not that charged up, but he's still doing damage. Hopper and Twilight take out Sparkle and Edison, as now it's a 3-on-3. And Twilight now in trouble. Make that a 2-on-3. Harbin still holding down the fort. Choron can continue to touch, but the Graviton Surge online for Harbin. Just throw it at him. You know they have to continue this fight. The Defiant found the flip somehow, and they're building up percentage, but Harbin just sits there with the grab. Oh, Hisu! Not where you want to be. Dallas Fuel with 99% and OT ticking through. Hopper with the Graviton Surge. He's 10% away, but can he actually survive? A nice little double B-hop through the window. Okay, what is this, Tony Hawk? A nice post bomb from although. It's good, but Harbin just rushing down the back line. Twilight is in trouble, keeping the rest of his team alive, but so is Choron. Choron gets nanoed so he can use the beat. Hopper coming back strong too. Somehow, such a scrappy fight is won by the Toronto Defiant. They're going to find the flip and build percentage.
Timely moment for the Toronto Defiant to get all their ultimates. The unfortunate part of that is they used all of them. In the panic of that final fight, it's not the worst thing. Obviously, you need to win the fight, but now Dallas Fuel coming in with a wealth of ultimates. Sparkle on that visor is going to force so much positioning from the Defiant, put them in that corner, and Edison's going to close that door with the Death Blossom. Keep an eye out for that. Here we go, Spark with the visor.
There's the visor. He's playing rather safe. Edison's been slept, but instant Death Blossom. And in fact, Death Blossom disappearing completely. Oh, nice little boot. Is that a double kill? No, it's just one. It's Twilight. Unfortunately, the Dallas Fuel's still bleeding. Not burning blue right now. Defiant holding down the fort, and look at that, Edison got slept mid Death Blossom and Sparkle's visor found little to nothing.
Twilight sleeps Edison going into that fight. That is the crucial moment of that fight. Edison isn't able to get that space, has to force it late into the fight, and some great play by the Defiant backline to stay alive. Now Dallas Fuel, they don't have those ultimates anymore, and we're going into very close territory, but first, Twilight down, caught in the middle of the
All eyes looking towards the supports. Twilight taken down so early. The bubbles from Hopper just not there to save his life. The Defiant, they need to touch. OT is here, and the Dallas Fuel just run over them in the last few seconds. They're going to take map number 1 of the series.
Almost a little too easy. Just walked in the front door. Somehow get Twilight caught with his pants down, and the Dallas Fuel clutch is always closing out the first map.
Beautiful stuff so far. The crowd going a little bit crazy, but why wouldn't you? Those two unreal close rounds to start off the series. There are signs of life in the Toronto Defiant right there. They were the 6th seed coming in, and Dallas Fuel chose them to be their opponent today. We're going to jump into a quick break. Got Hybrid coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
The Dallas Fuel up 1 game already. Here, the kickoff clash. Scott, they're in the hometown. Like, this is where you want to be, right? And you want to see Dallas taking it. However, Defiant, they're also looking pretty good. Happy birthday, Doha. Yes, it's his birthday too.
We just did a happy birthday song in the stadium. We wish him well. We're not seeing him right now though. Sparkle is in the lineup and doing quite well. It's a look that we haven't seen from the Dallas Fuel so far, but as you said, the Toronto Defiant not going down without a fight. They look much improved, and this series is much closer than I think a lot of people anticipated so far.
Yeah, Toronto Defiant almost hitting both like 99% on the first 2 rounds. Could have taken it. I mean, Hisu came up with a massive Death Blossom, 3K at the very end of Gardens to secure them that map. Well, everybody's favorite music in the game right now.
It's a vibe.
We're going to Midtown as our next map. No substitutions, like you said, Scott. So, same kind of thing we're going to be seeing.
I would expect to see the exact same mirror composition as we saw. No reason to change.
Yeah.
If you're the Toronto Defiant, I think they were in the driver's seat for most of that map. So they should be confident. It's about the little mistakes, the little things that seem to go by the wayside, and you have to always account for that clutch Dallas Fuel moment. It's what makes them a championship contender.
Number 2 seed versus number 6. A lot of people burning blue in the audience right now.
Toronto Defiant at the 6th seed. I don't think a lot of people came into this season with high expectations. It's the best time, the best roster the Toronto Defiant has ever put forward. They have great talent, they have a deep roster, and they have the potential to play anything, but they've found their stride with the Xayah composition, and it feels like Hopper has improved week on week, and his synergy with Hisu and Aldo has improved week on week, and we're starting to see a team that maybe some weren't expecting to be as good in this kickoff clash land, starting to sort of make waves against the Dallas Fuel.
Very well could be. Twilight's doing exceptional too.
Oh yeah.
On Diana, but you expect that, right?
We knew that was coming.
Oh, big flank. Sparkle and Chio just kind of poking their little heads out around the corner. Hanbin trying to make some space, but Hopper stopping him. I wonder if Edison's going to like kind of TP across and just go for something rather special. Whoa, Hisu. That was close. Oh, how does that happen?
Chorong down.
I'm sorry, Chorong is down. Twilight had to nade himself and Hopper to keep them alive. Now you lose your speed and you're going to have to regroup at a choke point. But it's a bit difficult when you split up this far.
You can see the Dallas Fuel just slowly manipulating their movement, trying to get towards that point. They need to dislodge, although from this high ground though, and I believe we just saw Edison go into the window, but Chio, as always, somehow getting the kills.
Securing the kills over and over and over again. Twilight in trouble, 1 HP. Hanbin in a 2v1, takes him out, Hopper dies. And that's point A. Taken by the Dallas Fuel. What a pick to start us off. Chorong going down like that, not what you want.
Just can't happen. It just can't happen. Chorong as the Lucio, one of the most survivable players, heroes on this team. He can't be going down first. Toronto Defiant trying to hold that such a defensible position on the high ground, but Dallas Fuel just methodically picking it apart, getting the first point pretty quickly.
Super nice. But, well, I mean, Toronto Defiant at least to get the high ground. Maybe not for long. Edison, there's anything to say about it. Nice little boot from Chio, could send him to the ground, but unlikely. Just the amount of damage plus the anti-nade, a little bit difficult. All right, coming up to the first ultimate, Nano Visor for the Fuel. Nice nade onto Twilight Chorong again. Sparkle just hiding it. He's waiting.
Waiting.
He's there's the missiles straight over the top. Can they stop any damage being done? Twilight in trouble. Nice grab, but it doesn't stop him. The Dallas Fuel more than happy to take that trade. Hopper ends up dying, and the Fuel on top, on the high ground, just need to find the clean-up kills. Although trying to make it difficult, but what a play from Sparkle, jumping up onto the top rope, basically.
That's a first. Never seen that done before. That was great play by Sparkle. One of the hardest things about attacking that point is contesting them on that high ground. If you rocket jump onto there, it got done. You saw that aggression force Hopper into the grab, but they didn't have an answer to the damage. Now Dallas Fuel holding this choke, making it so the Toronto Defiant can't walk in, but they have a nano visor of their own. How are they going to mitigate this?
Nice
grab from Harbin.
The beat's going to come through from both teams. No one going down that fast. I say that. Oh my God. Hopper got obliterated. On the flank is Edison, or at least tried to. Hisu doing a fair bit of work. The Toronto Defiant, they're holding it down, but Chio, once again, how is this guy just continuing to run rampage? Nice little death blossom. That's a good storm. A bit of revenge from the Heath.
Great play by Chio once again. That aggression, that pick, forces that Death Blossom out of Hisu, so now all of a sudden they have nothing left in the tank once again. Dallas Fuel, though, so narrowly getting at 0.3 meters. I'm sorry, but the Dallas Fuel building up those ultimates again. Sparkle almost back at that Nano Visor, and Edison with the Death Blossom, and they're already taking that space, and Defiant has to bend back.
Yeah, pretty tough. They're trying to make sure Edison doesn't get a free path or a free teleport into the backline. I say that. There's the Nano. A nice bubble onto Although, but it wasn't enough to stop the impending damage. Twilight now in shambles. The Dallas Fuel just run over that fight. That was over before they even knew it.
The understanding of the Dallas Fuel, knowing that Edison, he TP'd in, he got bubbled, he got nanoed, literally a parting gift from everyone on the Dallas Fuel, and Edison just opens it up. Toronto Defiant don't have an answer, and he didn't even use the Death Blossom, just that aggression gives them that space, and Dallas Fuel are going through Midtown at a blistering pace right now.
Yeah, kind of crazy. What, 3 minutes and 40 seconds in the time bank? That's a Death Blossom, nice boop, but goodbye Hisu, goodbye Twilight. The Dallas Fuel not letting go of this tempo at all. They're just continually forcing these fights, Scott.
And this is the thing that no one has had an answer to with the Dallas Fuel. They just keep going. Edison never stops. He throws his body on the line. He is that frontliner as the Reaper, and that synergy between Harbin and Edison coming in clutch again.
Visor available from Sparkle. Hisu dies to a Helix rocket. The Toronto Defiant, they send out the grab. Can it find anything? I mean, Sparkle's just on the side doing the dirty work. The Toronto Defiant, they're all in spawn. The Dallas Fuel are rolling this payload home. That time bank just ticked below 3 minutes, but this is unreal speed from them right now. They might as well be driving an F1
He's
car.
He's asleep. He's dead before the fight even started the last fight. Hopper's moved over to the Doomfist.
Beautiful nade, though, onto the back line. Ends Chio's life. The Toronto Defiant still have a chance. A grab from Harbin. The damage is there. Sparkle, basically in melee range. He was ready to go straight off the back of that grab. The Dallas Fuel just running this one home. It's only Hisu and Chorong left. They clean up the Reaper and they clean in house. 2 minutes and 25 seconds for a completion on Midtown. That is fast.
Wow. We thought the Toronto Defiant had an answer to the Dallas Fuel on Midtown. Not so much. There's the disconnect between Hopper and Hisu there. Hisu goes in with the teleport, doesn't get the bubble, and he gets slept, he gets punished, and that it just starts crumbling for the Toronto Defiant. Dallas Fuel, they're taking that space, and once they have the pedal down to the metal, there's no stopping them, and Toronto Defiant, they're gonna have to hope for some magic on their offensive round.
Can they come in clutch? Can the Heath be leased? Like, that's what we need, just that star power in the front line. Because although his impact's not really there right now at all, like Sparkle's just outpacing him just over and over again with the soldier, not even with just the tank visor, just in the neutral.
But I don't even think it's just on Although. The amount of space that you're seeing be created by the rest of the Dallas Fuel team is allowing Sparkle to move around the map, get those flanks, get that damage in. Although, on the other hand, it feels like he has Chio, of all people, just hunting him down at all moments, following up Edison, and just playing that aggressive style. So Toronto Defiant, it's not one player who I think needs to make this adjustment. Their team needs to find some teamwork and synergy like we saw from them on Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, just got to bring it back. Little run back. All right. Defiant's turn to attack. Can they match the offensive power coming out from the Fuel? Oh, that was a wall.
Take that wall.
Take that.
Someone pulsed one early.
Oh, Dallas is going early. Sparkle gets all low, but Dallas in the front line is running them down. You can see Toronto Defiant running for the hills.
Hanbin has been slept, but yeah, look at this aggression. That's kind of, like, no one's expecting this at all. It's almost a free rotation more often than not. The Dallas Fuel, they're going to fight you in the streets, in the alleyways. It doesn't matter where you are. They're going to run you over.
The difference between those two teams, Toronto Defiant gave that to the Dallas Fuel, but Dallas knows that is the crux of the hold. They can't just allow them to walk down that alley, take all that positioning. So Dallas go aggressive the best way they know how, just running it down mid.
Ooh. Rough. Rough stuff.
Oh. Wait a second. Hang on. Hold.
It was his fault. Yeah, he unplugged something, sorry. We'll go back into game.
Turn it back on, Scott.
I'm sorry, the Dallas Fuel fans are chirping. They want to see better things. They want to see the continuation of the domination from the Dallas Fuel. Yeah. Look at him. Look at where Hanbin's standing right now. He's spawn doors. He's at the spawn doors. You guys can't see it, but we are. He's looking at the spawn doors of Toronto Defiant. And this is the thing you need to be afraid of, Dallas. When they get that head full of steam, it becomes very difficult to slow them down.
Should be getting back in just a moment, do not worry. I mean, they're ready to rock and roll, look at them. Just zoned in. Like
Edison is locked in, look at that face.
I was about to say, yeah. When he walked up on stage, I'm like, oh my God, he's already locked in. Like, just standing there menacingly, I'm like, oh God, okay. I mean,
he's RPing Reaper, you know, that menacingly dominance.
It's a new one. Hand warmer problems.
Yeah, they get cold sometimes.
That's true.
You just got to give them a shake sometimes, you know. They're really helpful. You know, the stage gets cold from time to time. When I was a player there, you know, shaking them up really helps you out.
Yeah, we've had quite a lot of gifs of that happening.
Yeah.
In very strange ways.
Get your mind out of the gutter, Jack.
Yeah,
Come on.
It was never there. What do you mean? I'm a polite boy. All good. Yeah, so we're getting back into it in just a moment. I mean, they're ready to go. Oh, I mean, smacking the keyboard definitely will help.
I think they poured some water on the keyboard. I've done that multiple times.
Ah, I see. Okay, yeah, so from what I'm hearing, thank you, production, by the way, the hand warmer accidentally exploded. And it's in the keyboard. So that's a new one.
That's a first.
Yes, yes. Well, it's all good, don't worry. Heath was just getting too loose.
Yeah.
That was the problem there. But it's all good, yeah. Just clean the desk down, it's all good. I love how we're getting action cam of this.
Yeah, no, this is live. This is
great.
Live feed of the hand warmer extravaganza. Might not be one of our longest pours we've ever seen, but definitely a unique one.
Definitely a unique one. Maybe this was their strategy, right? Just shake up the fuel just a little bit. Hey, we're just going to jump to quick pause.
He just starts tearing the hand warmer. Everyone's like, what are you doing? He's like, we need
don't
this.
Worry. Don't worry. This is my secret plan. Nah, looks like Heath is good. Dallas Fuel already. Like you said, they're locked in right now. Just about to jump back into the game. And, well, 3 minutes to go. A minute was burned. Nice aggression from the Dallas Fuel to start us off. There we go. We're back in, everybody.
He loved to see it. All right, let's see if Toronto Defiant change up how they want to attack this point. Last time they tried to go down the alley, but Dallas Fuel said no. Look at where Edison is hiding right now in the corner, and they walk into him.
Edison might be in a little bit of trouble. There's one bubble available for Hanbin right now, and there you go, applied. Toronto Defiant just couldn't run him down quick enough, and now they're split. Could be a little bit of a problem. They're still funneling into this room, but Spark on the side takes care of Twilight. You don't really expect Sparkle to be there, and unfortunately the Toronto Defiant once again just caught in this alleyway. Oh my word. The Dallas Fuel. 2 minutes to go for the Defiant. They need to come up with something fast. You know the Dallas Fuel, as soon as you peek that head around the first corner, they're running at you.
It doesn't feel like Toronto Defiant are ready for this Dallas Fuel aggression. They just walked into that room as if Dallas wasn't going to stop them. They even had their backs to Hanbin. Never turn your back to Hanbin because he will run you down. So let's see if Toronto Defiant take a different approach this time. But Dallas are running through the train.
And then going straight over to the high ground. Nice little boop. Give me some airtime. Why not? I think that helped him more than hindered him. Nice nano visor. Kills Twilight. Chorong's going down too. Sparkle, he's done a lot more damage than potentially Toronto Defiant anticipated. Although gets chased all the way to those doors. Hopper luckily has that grab for the next fight, but he's looking at not only a Death Blossom, a Graviton Surge from Hanbin, but Chio with the beat.
how many pages is in this Dallas Fuel handbook? It's got to be as big as a textbook at this point. They're just mixing it up on Toronto, and they're never ready for anything. Harmon's going aggressive with the grab.
Yeah, he's ready for that grab. Oh, instantly onto the although. He knows where he wanted to place it. A return grab from Hopper's good, but Chiu says, okay, no worries. Instant beat, and look at this. Edison already in the back line. Death Blossom's not going to get used just yet. The Toronto Defiant pulling all the way back. They know with the amount of casualties that they sustained, it's not worth going again. Now they're grouped up. They got a minute to go, Scott. They need to find an entrance into this fight.
They're going aggressive right now.
Nano boost onto Hisu. Hisu's so close to the Death Blossom, but can he close the gap? Hopper certainly did as Harmbin ends up falling. He's actually waiting for people to come to him, and it's actually working out. Spark will find a return kill, but the Dallas Fuel have lost the majority of their damage. Toronto Defiant with one tick on the point. Harmbin's coming back as Doom.
That's an interesting choice. They're wanting to recontest this. Dallas Fuel have no ultimates on the board, and they're almost at the capture.
88%, nice leap onto Hiso, but he's gonna be good. Straight in the train car, double kill for the Reaper. And the Toronto Defiant, once again by the skin of their teeth. They're gonna be able to cap this first point as soon as they take care of the tank. There you go. Fire truck, now leaving the station.
I like that attack from the Toronto Defiant. Sometimes they're getting too cute with it. They're trying to do too many strategies and maneuvering around. The one fight that they just walk at the Dallas Fuel, it works. You're in the mirror composition. You just got to have confidence in yourself, because Dallas Fuel have confidence. Nothing but confidence. So Toronto Defiant, I want to see more of that. Stop trying to navigate around them and letting Dallas Fuel go first.
Dallas Fuel want to go first right now. You see what ults are up. Nanovisor and a teleport from Edison across to the other side there. That green tarpaulin should be good. I like that position that Edison's holding. It could be so strong, just dropping to the back.
Another one.
There he is, jumping up. Nanovisor's been hit. Hisu's already down. Those bubbles don't last for long. You got Nanovisor staring at you. Toronto Defiant. I mean, they were kind of expecting that, a very quick and clean fight. They're burning down the time back as much as possible with a minute and 50 to go.
It feels like Sparkle's new trick he just learned. Yo, I'm gonna rocket jump in and we're gonna Nanovisor, and he's just doing it on cooldown.
We need the Tony Hawk like sound.
Grinding off the rails. Yeah. You can see Dallas Fuel why they wanted this position. They want to take this window, force Toronto Defiant to clear it, because Edison's waiting in that room.
Yes,
but they're going to force him out early, which is important because they can't keep walking into this crossfire.
Oh, yikes, that was close. Yeah, luckily, Fielder's just over there. Like, he can just heal it. It's all good. Dropping straight down on the soldier. No healing station, buddy. Where you running? Oh, to your team? Well, I got Wraith Form. It doesn't matter. I got bubbles to back me up. Once again, Chio finding kills onto Hisu, the player that we needed to stand up for the Toronto Defiant, getting beat down by a support. The Dallas Fuel maintain control, and now they're in the old spawn. Nice grab, in fact, it's Chio! No! He dies using the beats, and a nade to follow up. The Toronto Defiant execute that one perfectly. Little bit of an Ajax there, Scott. Seen one of those today already. The Toronto Defiant were ready and are waiting for it.
I was questioning where Toronto Defiant were going, but Hopper coming out of spawn, Dallas Fuel weren't expecting that level of aggression with one person down, really making it work with just that one ultimate as well. Look at how many ultimates Toronto have coming into this next fight.
I mean, they're just running at him. Harmon's so close to that Graviton Surge, why not? 100 energy for Hopper. He is purple, has to back up. A beautiful nade onto no bubbles. Zarya. It's an easy kill. Although he's been slept in the visor, luckily they didn't use the nano, but the Toronto Defiant fighting for their lives on the point. Twilight kills Edison, but it realistically doesn't mean a whole bunch. The Dallas Fuel are continuing to hold, and with 7 seconds to go, this is gonna be it. They've got ults to spare. They didn't use anything really in that fight, and no one can touch the Dallas Fuel with 2 maps and match point in the series at their homestand.
Toronto Defiant caught with their pants down on that one. They had the ultimates to answer, but just weren't ready for that level of aggression from the Dallas Fuel, and that summarizes this entire map. Dallas Fuel playing with that confidence, playing aggressive, not allowing Toronto Defiant to have that freedom to set up like they did on Lijiang Tower, and the Toronto Defiant caught off balance one too many times.
Midtown is the Fuels. They're on match point. Toronto maybe looking a little bit defeated, but there's still an opportunity to come back. We saw what they could do on Lijiang Tower. It's scary. It really is. But we're going to jump to a break. Can Dallas Fuel bring it home? We'll have to wait and find out. What's better than hitting a Primal Rage, or a huge Primal Rage? Well, doing it in style. Tune into the Kickoff Clash this weekend for 5 hours to claim your very own Overwatch League Winston home and away skin. Only for tuning in, so that's great. And you get some League tokens too, so even better.
Love to see it. Get those tokens in. Make sure to connect your account. Don't spam drops in chat. It does not help. And we've been saying it for years. It does not help.
Sources say doesn't help. All right. Toronto Defiant need to find a way back into the series. The Dallas Fuel, though, in front of their hometown crowd, like, they are destroying right now. We saw a lot of work being put in by the Defiant the very early stages of the series. So where are we going? Well, Toronto's map pick, it is Dorado, and they've made some switch-ups. Finale in for Hisu. We also have Muse in for Hopper. So, Scott, what does that ring?
It makes sense. You know, they've played the Winston composition. You have to. You can't play the Zaya on Dorado. The questionable thing for me is Hisu coming out. We've very rarely seen Finale and although together, usually Hisu is the mainstay of this roster, sort of taking out their hit scan player. So I expect them to play the dive, but probably not the Widowmaker.
Oof. The Dallas Fuel have some substitutions too, so just getting them set up. Widowmaker superstar. Edison taking a back seat. Gurio's coming in to play Widow. He's looking calm, cool, and collected.
I've heard he's a nervous one, so hopefully the stage is not going to add into that. He talked about in his opening match that he got to play, he was very, very nervous. Gurio, we believe in you. Dallas Fuel fans, do you believe in Gurio?
Absolutely. I think they believe in Fearless, a whole bunch too. A man that's made quite a reputation for himself, Ryan extraordinaire. Probably playing the Winston on this map on Dorado. His Primal Rages are, they are just things of dreams, I think.
I've never hit one close to that. The one more map chant goes on for Dallas Fuel, trying to cheer their team on to a victory. This is the Dallas Fuel that we've been liking. We haven't seen so much of their dive, but they have played it on Dorado. They have sort of moved away from that style with that great Hanbin Zaya, but Fearless coming in, that's a great sub to have if you're the Dallas Fuel to just come in and play that Winston, because the Dallas Fuel were nerfed when we went into the 5v5 lineup. They can no longer have that legendary tank duo, so we'll have to see if Fearless can come in and make an impact.
Looks like most of the players are ready to rock and roll. Dallas should be more than ready. I mean, yeah, one more map. Dorado, Zescore. Can imagine a very aggressive mode that Dallas just want to continue running. Like, Midtown was ridiculous. Like, they were fighting up to their spawn. Can this be the final one? The Dallas Fuel, they win here, they move on. They face the Glads. Reiner predicted, what was that? 3-0 Toronto Defiant? Not.
Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not. He's riling up the crowd, let's be real ourselves here. It looking like a Dallas Fuel 3-0 right now, but Toronto Defiant, they can still come back. It is very doable. And they still got another chance too, worth mentioning. Of course, they go down to the losers bracket after this. I mean, there's plenty more Overwatch to come across the next 3 days. And we've only just got started. We've already seen a reverse sweep. We've seen some crazy things out of Dallas.
It's just the beginning. I'm curious to see how this Muse finale setup goes, because it has looked good for the Toronto Defiant earlier in the Kickoff Clash. They've moved away from it as teams have started moving away from that Winston style. And as I said, the thing I want to look out for in this map so far is you see Finale and Although playing the Genji and the Tracer. They're fully committing into this dive. Don't want to take that hit scan mirror against Gurio. And Gurio, I'm curious to see what we're going to see from him. Is he going to stick to that Ashe, or is he going to move to that Widowmaker? It can be very difficult to play Widowmaker into a Genji, Tracer, and a Winston.
We've seen a little bit of Ashe here and there too, so maybe some of that back. Hey, it's tough to play against this dive. Toronto Defiant need to be able to play aggro here. They've got the comp to do it. Look at that. No TP for you. Well, maybe a TP in a bubble. Okay, there you go. Nice, all right. Nice play from Fearless. Bubble in the teleport. Oh, he meant I always think, oh, maybe he's supposed to go high ground, but no, he dropped low.
He missed it, but I would have missed it. He's going everywhere that he means to. We see Gurio go over to that Ashe, so he's going to have that high damage. The number one thing Gurio needs to do is just stay alive. The damage output from the Ashe from that range is very high, and it's going to force the Toronto Defiant to go. But as soon as Gurio steps forward just a little bit too much, he's going to have people in his face.
He is. That coach gun's going to be extremely important, keeping himself alive and the rest of the team, to be fair. Nice little engagement from the Toronto Defiant. Shio is going extremely low, but that dynamite, oh my word. They are quite literally burning blue right now. Gurio just trying to take the 1v1. It's pretty hard against the Tracer, and it is Finale, who's another Tracer player who's been exceptional this season. Muse, and although executing that dive with pinpoint precision. Dallas Fuel now going for a big reset. Dude, look at the ult charge from the Dallas Fuel, from the Toronto Defiant, sorry, right now. That pulse bomb from Sparkle, that was a Hail Mary at the very end. Is he switching or is he sticking? Because that seemed like a bit of a fat finger to me.
Sparkle's done that in the past as well. Sometimes he likes to go for those Hail Mary plays, go for the Reddit clips. But Gurio, you saw the issue of that Ashe. As soon as their team goes forward, Gurio just gets left on his own little island, and Finale just hunting him down. So let's see if Gurio can find some more space this time.
Ooh, nice little dynamite, forcing the recall. Could get one-shot headshot, gotta be careful. Pulse bomb in hand. Nano boost onto Muse. Nice little whip shot there from Chio. And Chorong falls to Fearless. That's not where you want to be. Muse not really making the most use of the nano boost, but it doesn't seem to matter. That Primal Rage in the small room is doing plenty of work, and Finale doing a little bit more so. Chio and Gurio fall to his hands. Those Winstons now find themselves in the kill feed, but the Toronto Defiant still holding down. This is a good start. The Dallas Fuel, half the time bank, disappearing.
Finale making his presence known in the server right now, popping off on that Tracer. Chorong's now got that rally. It's going to make it very hard for the Dallas Fuel to dive in. But although Blade, that's what I'm looking for to be this difference maker.
Rally. Blade available for the Toronto Defiant. Can, although, find anything. This is a big Primal Rage from Fearless. They're stuff of legend, but can he actually secure any kills? He's disrupting the bag climb for long enough, although pops the Blade, slash, dash, there's one kill. Beautiful sleep by Fielder, but still a support missing. But Gurio just lines up the shot. It was easy. He was on the ground already, and a couple of meters to go before the Fuel do put that point in. The sixth man, he's on the field. It's only Beautiful Bob touching right now, but it might just be enough. Finale comes up big once again. Sparkle dead, Pulse Bomb thrown, Gurio falls, and Finale is keeping the Toronto Defiant in this game, but the Dallas Fuel, they ended up capping under their noses.
Oh my, a little bit of a Charlie Niner, I think, coming in from the Toronto Defiant, not able to stay on the point. Dallas Fuel get away with that one. That was slipping away from them. They only had about a minute remaining on that first point, and they didn't have much left going for them. We're going to see a re-aggression here from the Toronto Defiant, trying to touch the spawn of the Dallas Fuel.
Dude, another nade, are you serious? Another sleep even? Muse is doing next to nothing on the Winston. It's really punishing going for these dives when Fielder has these cooldowns up. Fearless, though, has been slept by Twilight, and Finale, once more, just beating Sparkle to the punch. An attempted sleep from Fielder, he's so low. Not much Chio can unfortunately do there. Twilight finds a nice couple of kills. And the Toronto Defiant, this is the way they want to play though, right, Scott? Straight up in their spawn, they want to dive hyper-aggressively.
The shoe is on the other foot now. We talked about how Dallas was very aggressive on that Zycon position. Toronto kicking it up a notch now that they're playing this dive. And look at them in this elbow. They're waiting to go. Twilight's going to take this angle and try and attempt for a big nade.
Nice nade onto Fearless. But he can back off rather easily. Not the most honourable 1v1 of all time as Finale's getting healed, but that's okay. Fearless jumps in and gets slept. Finale with another stick. Doesn't quite get it. Chio with a perfect reactions with the shield. Sparkle, though, on the other side of the map, actually kills Twilight. Toronto Defiant, they're making space with this Primal Rage. With Gurio dying, the Dallas Fuel once again in a situation that they don't want to find themselves in, struggling to move this car past this small gate area.
I am starting to think this Gurio Ashe might be a problem. It doesn't feel like Toronto Defiant is giving them any breathing room. Gurio is just struggling to get any purchase and any damage, and he needs to be pumping that out. Almost at some point, I'd like to see him switch over to that Soldier if Toronto Defiant keep up this aggression.
Nano boost available for the Dallas Fuel, can send Fearless in with it, and he can back himself up with the Primal Rage. They need to get this high ground control away from Toronto Defiant. Ideally, that's where they want to be with the Ash. There's the engagement from Fearless, but instantly, Twilight, one of the best diamers in the world, hits him with a sleep. Nano boost, though, onto Chio to keep him alive. Can he actually do much damage? Yes, it looks like it. Just dashing straight in the church. Say your prayers, Defiant. You got to deal with Chio, and he's nanoed. A nice little anti-nade, though, from Twilight finishes him off. A rather scrappy engagement as Fearless is letting sleep in again. Sparkle with a big pulse bomb onto Twilight. As long as Chorong stays alive in this fight, they might be good. He's so close to that rally, but it doesn't look like Toronto or Defiant want to pop it just yet. They know the Dallas Fuel can regroup quickly, which is what they've done, so they end up backing off.
They need to take this high ground, Toronto Defiant. They need to control that space so that they can drop onto Fielder, because look at how exposed they are on this low ground right now.
Coach gun up into the skies. You've got to get that bob on high ground, or at least get the bob going. It can be such an annoying tool for a Tracer or Genji to deal with. The Toronto Defiant, a couple of DTBS ultimates in hand, although could set up with a big blade, but look at this. The Fuel actually going for a big wraparound. They need to find something. Time's ticking. Finale with a double pulse bomb. They cannot let Finale keep getting away with these pulses. The Dallas Fuel are now in overtime. They don't have Bob, they don't have Rally. Two huge ultimates taken away from them. Choron kills Sparkle, and now the Toronto Defiant is sitting pretty on the payload. Muse, he may be sleeping, but of course he can do that when the rest of his team are cleaning house. The Toronto Defiant stopped that payload before second, and the Dallas Fuel, uncharacteristically, especially in this series, a little flat.
That's been the story of the Dallas Fuel so far this season. They have not looked as dominant on this dive as they have in the past. It's the thing we know them for. It's what they did all of last year. But it feels like when they're playing these dive heroes, when they're playing these dive compositions, they're struggling to find purchase. They're not being able to play their tempo. We saw the exact same thing last time we were here in Texas versus the Houston Outlaws. Dallas Fuel, they need to start finding a way to slow down the aggression of the Toronto Defiant, and I think it has to start by looking at Gurio's hero. Are we going to see something different from him on the defense?
Yes, of course we are. It's got to be Widow, right? That's what you want to see from him. This is Finale's pulse bomb. Wow. I mean, you take out the two tools that the Fuel needed. The rally and the bob. Like, Finale comes in, you know, maybe a bit cold, right? It's his first game on stage for the Defiant. And he comes out with performances like that. Yeah, I'm down.
Finale having a phenomenal time right now on the Tracer, something that we know he's good for, and he has been good in the Kickoff clash, but I was not expecting it to have this level of impact. Dallas Fuel need to find an answer to him, because it just feels like he's running around the map for free. With no Gurio to pump out that damage, we didn't see Gurio kill Finale once.
Although switching over to the Widowmaker to try and match Gurio. Oh, nice nade. I think it resulted in too much. That's what I want to see, just them both just going with these crazy grapple shots.
Although it goes back onto the Genji, maybe just looking for that first shot. So once again, Gurio on that Widow maybe won't have that space to shoot like he's going to want to.
Yeah, you can see slowly the Defiant are encroaching on their position. And yeah, you have to pay respects to the Widowmaker, but when you can just push the payload, get high ground with the Genji, it's pretty tough to do much.
Just look at how much space the Dallas Fuel is giving to the Toronto Defiant. Yeah. We haven't even fought yet, and it's probably because of the Gurio positioning right there on the top of the arch. That's the defensive place they want to play on. I wouldn't be surprised to see, although you saw him moving towards it, he's going to go over this wall and try and punish Gurio for playing so far back.
He's got to wait for the call. He's gone over. He's on the high ground now, denying that away. Hit the Venom Mine, which is kind of frustrating. Oh, Gurio's in the back. No way, here's this headshot. Oh, he's straight there. Of course he does. Are you You didn't expect that, did you?
I didn't even see his head.
Gurio now trying to line up another shot. The Dallas Fuel, they've lost Fearless, unfortunately. The Defiant is still moving this payload, but it's on Gurio's shoulders right now to try and find a little something extra. Twilight in trouble. He takes the double shot. Make that a triple shot. Choron falls. Gurio holding down this point solo right now. Muse, don't step up to the point. He's going to bite back.
Gurio proving why he's here right now, having that hit scan prowess, getting that amazing shot against Although at the beginning, and then becomes the body shot bandit as the fight goes on, getting those important final blows, and Toronto Defiant has to take a reset.
Dallas Fuel have that nano, they've got the pulse, near in that sights. But look at the Toronto Defiant. They're so far away from that blade, Scott. It's been quite tough for them to build it up. Okay, they're checking Guria. Makes sense. Nano boost onto Fearless. Jumps to the back. That's a lot of dead supports. Goodbye. Sparkle is going to be able to chase this one. Just help assist Fearless grab these kills. Although kills Fielder shouldn't matter. Shrug it off. It's good. Oh, hang on. Sorry. Say again. Gurio also forced it, although now trying to take control, but the Dallas Fuel, they have rally, Scott, so they should be fine. They're going to give up a little bit of space, but Spark was still there, jostling on the payload.
It feels like Toronto Defiant used ultimates to try and stay in this fight. They like where they are. They can't give that positioning back to Gurio, but the infrasight comes out for him, and he's going to have all the information in the world to get in the right spot.
Nano boost on, although Gurio, yeah, spots his arch nemesis, has to back straight up, but already Sparkle being a mischief in the backline. Charong ends up falling, no heals from Twilight, and there you go, Spark and Phyllis with a perfectly executed dive take out the supports from the Toronto Defiant. And now that they've nothing to fall back on. Although, yeah, again, he's getting these kills, Scott, but there's nothing resulting in them.
He's just getting the pick of the litter at the end, but it's nothing impactful. He's not even at his blade yet. He hasn't been getting in that damage. He hasn't had that big fight ultimate, and he needs to come impactful in this final fight. Dallas Fuel do not have an answer to the blade. He should have all the space in the world.
Oh!
Goodbye, Twilight. 20 seconds to go. The Dallas Fuel use the pulse
to make this last fight, although needs to come up with something big. We've seen just the neutral kills, but this blade to keep them in the series. The Dallas Fuel looking at a 3-0 dub if Defiant can't find this fight.
Final fight.
Engagement's coming in. Rally out. Gurio dead. Defiant pop the blade. He's got a lot of health, but he needs a lot of kills. There's one. Make that another with Finale helping. The Toronto Defiant are still in this game. They wipe the Dallas Fuel in OT and make sure they get that first checkpoint. But with 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go, it's still an upwards hill battle.
A great blade by Aldo, but once again, I have to highlight Finale. Getting that pick onto Gurio gives them all of that space, allows them to walk forward. Trying to get onto that second point, but they only have 2 minutes to get all the way through this this fight, and Dallas Fuel have the position on the high ground with Gurio switching to that Ash.
Pulse bomb in the hand of Finale. Fearless in trouble. Primal Rage has been earned. What a stick, but a recall there from Sparkle to keep him alive. Or maybe stuck Fearless. There was a lot of people there. Regardless, didn't do much. High ground is Finale's. He doesn't want to get killed by Gurio. Coach Gun has been used. Now the Ash is in trouble, just getting chased down. Perfect positioning from Toronto Defiant, forcing the Ash to use cooldowns and dropping to low ground to finish the kill. The Dallas Fuel dying on payload. A 10-player killing spree there from Finale. Putting in unbelievable work right now for the Toronto Defiant. But still with 1 minute and 30 to go, Scott, they have to run up against this Pulse and the rally from the Fuel.
The rally is going to be the big problem. The Toronto Defiant don't have that big damage. They don't even have any of those ultimates to shut it down. So the Dallas Fuel are going to survive through the initial dive. If anything, I'd like to see Toronto go aggressive, force the rally, and then regroup.
Okay, Sparkle Pulse, he's not hiding this time around. Nano Boost from afar on Muse. Can they escape? Yes, they can. Beautiful boot once again by Chio, and he's using that rally. There's no way they go down, so Muse decides otherwise. He's going to help the rest of his team. Somehow, Fearless escapes with 1 HP. He gets finished off by Although, but Sparkle comes up clutch once again. And a healer down for Toronto Defiant. 50 seconds now remains for them to get it to that white box of victory. The Fuel, they have closer spawns. Sparkle still holding down on the payload. With Muse falling, this is Toronto Defiant's time to back up, go again, make this a fight win. Nice kill into Finale, shuts him down.
All right, we're going into final fight territory. The Dallas Fuel, Gurio moving quickly towards this bomb. They're going to need it in this fight. Chorong is going to have that rally, and Altho's blade is coming up. Dallas Fuel, they're going to want to end this fight before it begins because Toronto Defiant are coming up on everything.
Altho's blade, once again, has to be massive. Finale's done himself a pulse bomb. These DPS ults are going to be crucial to win this fight. Chorong starts the fight off with a rally, keeping him and Twilight healthy. Altho's now on the side. Nice little deflect, but the flames are burning blue. Although has to now back up. He he is so low. Finale throws the pulse, doesn't find much, and Bob joins the fray. The Toronto Defiant now have to deal with 6 people. Guerrero and Finale find kills, but it is all Dallas Fuel right now. Fearless in the backline. Finale is dead. Carry down. Twilight, he hits the sleep, but it don't matter. The Dallas Fuel in their hometown take the series 3-0, and they will face the Gladiators tomorrow.
That's going to be a match right there. The Dallas Fuel fans getting up and about for the Dallas win, making it look easy. There were some struggles and some pain points here for the Dallas Fuel dive, and I think the other teams are going to be looking at this. If you can force Dallas Fuel into these kind of maps, they look vulnerable. It's going to be a weekend where Dallas Fuel is going to have to shore up some holes if they're going to win the kickoff clash.
They only lost 1 game coming into this, and it was against the Shock. They want some revenge, Scott. They really do. They're ready to rock and roll. Crowd is definitely helping, I'll tell you that right now. Being on there, being on stage when the crowd is just going crazy for every single kill you get, like, that is energy for the soul.
You hear it when you're on that stage, you have those headphones on, you hear every single cheer when you get that kill, when you get that impactful moment. The fans let you know, and that feeds you, and that's what fuels you. And it's awesome to see these players on stage feeding off of that. And on top of that, it's good to see Dallas Fuel feeding off of that, because they didn't do that in their earlier series against the Houston Outlaws when they lost.
Now that really warmed up. That is for sure. It's going to be a heck of a weekend, I'll tell you right now. Or a heck of 3 days, because tomorrow there's some crazy ones. But the Dallas Fuel did go close to the Toronto Defiant, and the Defiant have another chance. They're going to drop the losers bracket, could make the run.
I think the Toronto Defiant had good looks. Other than Midtown, they looked incredibly competitive. The Lijiang Tower could have easily gone towards the Toronto Defiant. On that Dorado, Finale looking phenomenal on the Tracer. There is many good things to look forward to for the Toronto Defiant. And apparently, according to the crowd, it's Morbin time for the Dallas Fuel. It's going to be a good weekend.
I mean, 3-0, that's more than you can ask for, right?
We love you too, Dallas fans. We appreciate you, and so does the Dallas Fuel with an incredible first win, first of many, I'm sure.
The crowd in Texas is just so good. I think we're going to dump down, though, to the floor. Danny is down there with your boy, Chio.
Thank you so much, Jaws. Everybody, give it up for Chio and the Dallas Fuel. Amazing, amazing stuff. I'm sure all the fans over here are super proud of you, and for Dallas Fuel as well. Now, my first question for you is, I feel like today against the Toronto Defiants, Dallas Fuel were a lot more aggressive, very high tempo. Was that just out of pure confidence that you guys could defeat the Toronto Defiant, or was there, something that you saw from Toronto Defiants that, maybe they're bad at playing against a really aggressive playstyle? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 오늘 경기에서 원래 달라스 팀의 모습보다 조금 더 공격적이고 조금 더 템포가 빠른 모습들을 그런 한타들을 많이 봤던 것 같은데, 그게 어떻게 보면은 이제 진짜 좀 넘치는 자신감 때문에 우리가 이건 정말 쉽게 이길 수 있다, 좀 그런 생각에서 그런 플레이가 나온 건지, 아니면 이제 토론토 팀의 좀 어떻게 보면 약점 이런 거라고 좀 이렇게 생각을 하셨나요?
오늘 첫 경기이기도 하고 저희가 좀 긴장도 했는데, 이제 긴장하니까 차라리 저희가 잘하는 걸 더 잘 굴려보자 해가지고 평소보다 템포를 더 빨리 잡은 것 같아요.
I mean, because this was our first match, and because we have to play in front of our crowd, and there were a little bit of nerves involved, so we decided to run with something that we were really comfortable and just go push as hard as we can, and I think that's why we were seeing a lot more aggressive play style, and it really worked. It was 3-0. 그 당연히 잘 됐잖아요, 그죠? 3-0으로 이기시게 됐는데, how do you feel?
솔직히 첫 이제 오프라인 경기니까 좀 긴장도 많이 되긴 했는데, 그래도 이제 계속 3-0으로 계속 이기고 있으니까 기분이 좋고, 이제 응원해 주시니까 확실히 힘이 많이 나네요. 감사합니다.
All right, I mean, yes, like I said, it was our first match, so we were a little bit more nervous, but it feels really good to win 3-0 against the Toronto Defiant. Not only that, we have all these fans cheering for us. It really helped out. Thank you so much.
That was honestly, I think, that was also kind of my question as well. My second question was, this is your first time seeing the Dallas, not the first time, but I mean, in front of your home crowd in Dallas. So how did that make you feel, just playing in front of all of your fans? 자, 두 번째 질문이 아까 방금 답을 살짝 해주셨는데 일단 뭐 이제 오늘 달라스에서 경기를 하게 됐고 또 거기다 승리까지 거두시게 되셨는데 좀 어떠셨나요, 오늘 경험?
오늘 경기 확실히 저희 팀의 장점을 많이 보여주고 이제 사람들이 보기 재밌는 게임을 보여준 것 같아서 많이 기분이 좋아요. 네.
Alright, I do really feel great. I mean, not only were we able to show Dallas strength, Dallas Fuel's strength, but I feel like we had a lot of moments where a lot of our fans would have really enjoyed. So it really does feel good. I surely enjoyed it. Fans, Dallas Fuel fans, right? You guys enjoyed it? And this is only the first day, baby. Let's go. Chio, thank you so much for your time. Hope to talk to you soon. 오늘 인터뷰 해주셔서 너무 감사드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. Alright, that is it for the post-match interview. Let's head back to Costa and Joss and hear what they have to say.
Thank you, Danny. And Chio, of course. What an unreal game from the Lucio player. Like, how many final blows? Like, how much impact did he have? He felt like he was a DPS player throughout that whole series.
Every time it felt like the Dallas Fuel were losing traction. Chio's coming off of a wall at like double the speed of everyone else, getting incredible boosts, getting incredible plays, and saving his teammates. Absolutely deserved performance, and he is our player of the match for today.
He is indeed, yeah. Unreal amounts of damage, and that's the thing too, when you're diving your Winston, they're doing a little bit of damage. Your Trace is obviously trying to clean up those kills, right? But it's you that's also there just pounding them into the dirt. It feels very good. That beat was unreal. That saved them, that map.
Yeah, absolutely. Chio had so many great sound barriers. He was charging up very fast as well. Just really synergizing well with this Dallas Fuel team. Not a lot of people knew what to expect from him coming into this roster. Jexit was perfectly good for the Dallas Fuel, and a lot of people were questioning the decision. I'm hoping that the questions have simmered down now because Chio putting on a great performance so far today.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I don't think there's any questions about it now.
6 final blows per 10.
As a Lucio player. Like, what? 6 final blows per 10. That's what you love to see from main sport. Another very aggressive main sport player, like Funny Astro, for example. Like, we've seen a lot of good, aggressive Lucio players come up, not only through, like, contenders and tier 2, and Chio is just one of the many right now, and that's what you need. You need one of those extremely aggressive Lucio players to be diving with your tanks, and sometimes it's a little tough. If you're a little bit more reserved, you're not getting as many final blows and as much damage as like Chio is. You just need to go just all in the paint.
Sometimes you just go hard in the paint as a Lucio. I fed when I did that, but Chio proving that he's better than me.
Yeah. You also missed a couple of ults, but we won't talk about that.
Come on.
We won't talk about that. We're going to jump to a quick break. We'll sort this difference out a little bit later on. Yeah. Producers, please take us a break, please. Thanks. Please.
Bruh.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back to the Watchpoint post show. As Reinforcer's just taken apart the set, you got it. Save the diva, save the world.
She lives there now.
No, she does live in there. That is correct. Now, hey, just between the two of us, before we bring Necra back in, we want to quickly gloat about our predictions. Let's do it.
Do it.
Let's do it. Let's bring him up. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at how right we were. It doesn't happen so often to us, right? So we gotta take those W's when we can.
Oh! Oh!
Yeah,
Wow,
X's are actually really satisfying to see happen up there in real time.
Yeah, eliminated.
Absolutely.
Failed.
Yeah, make sure to everyone hit Costa up on Twitter.
Yeah.
For 2 wrong.
Houston Scrimbox, what a guy.
I don't know if we can allow him back on
Yeah.
this.
Sorry, anyway.
Yeah, that's it. We just needed a minute here with our Preds.
Yep.
So now that's done, we can bring Necra back in. Woo! We didn't want to rub it in, right, Necra?
I heard that. I can hear everything. I heard that.
She hears everything.
He made me do it. I couldn't do anything about it. He's just so much taller. And stronger.
Okay. It's okay. I take it. I take it strongly. It's okay. It's okay.
All right. You come back stronger tomorrow, and maybe we get everything wrong. You never know. Because today's matches were kind of crazy. And they were hard to predict. So let's talk about the match we just got to watch. Dallas Fuel looking very, very dominant. But I think Jaws and Costa summed it up nicely when they said that there were some bright spots for the Toronto Defiant as well. Maybe not necessarily on Midtown, but other than that, there were definitely some moments where Toronto Defiant fans, they have good reason to hope looking at maybe a very successful lower bracket run. So let's roll the match highlights. And Necra, what stood out for you in this particular match?
I think what stood out to me is just how well-oiled Dallas Fuel looked overall. I mean, the first 2 rounds of Lijiang, they did look a little bit rough because it took Dallas Fuel a little while to be able to ramp up, and they kind of left things till the last moment before they were able to take the point back, but they did end up actually winning the map, and it was off the back of just Chio's sound barriers. You know, Jaws and Custa pointed out just how impactful Chio was on that Lucio pick, and the efficiency of those sound barriers was incredibly staggering. On Lijiang alone, Chio had an average sound barrier efficiency of 4.67, and that was after the last one of the day. It was at 4.8 before that on that map. So it was just kind of incredible to watch just the rookies overall for the Dallas Fuel perform, because Gurio was also a standout.
Absolutely, yeah. I think I really like the point you hit as well, just how well oiled the Dallas Fuel were. It feels like I'm making a pun here with like a car and fuel and well oiled, but I'm really not. Like, it was just a good display of coordination.
You went into a good
by
direction with this one.
the Dallas Fuel here. Yeah. I liked what Costa and Jaws mentioned on the cast as well on Midtown. You saw the rotations, the way they're approaching fights. It's always different. They have different kinds of approaches. One fight, we might want to be super aggressive with our Graviton Surge. In other fights, we want to peel back and maybe make some room for Gurio on the Ash Pick or Soldier, etc. Right? So it's that really that is really a science of being an elite team. When you have so many kinds of approaches, so many kinds of rotations, strategies in your pocket, just like, well, we're gonna do this with our ultimates, and you catch the opponent off guard. So Dallas Fuel, I mean, this is why they are the best in the region. Just like the way they execute with so many creative ways. Like even the May on Lijiang Tower, when he came out on Control Center, they were just like, yeah, we're gonna play May with this comp, and then we're gonna ice wall our way and like play Tetris, because that's what we do, and they ended up making it work, right? So how many teams in the league can pull it off? Not many, and that's why the Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, and it's very impressive considering that we're only a month into this. It is, you know, there are a lot of new pieces to that Dallas Fuel puzzle, and yet the coordination and the cohesion in that team is just so strong. And you see that if you're playing a composition like a Zarya Reaper composition, that cohesion on those comms need to be on point. You saw those disconnects between Hopper and Hisu, where they weren't just fully aligned on their approach, and that makes your attack crumble immediately. And yeah, as you both say, like Dallas Fuel, they got their ducks in a row, and it's working well for them. A very dominant first day for the Dallas Fuel. Happy ending, of course, for their fans. It's great to bring those W's home in front of your own crowd, right? Yeah. So we had so many great moments today that I gotta say, choosing a best of the day was very, very, very difficult, but we still managed. However, first I want to once more take a look at the bracket before we look at all our silly highlight clips, because we want to visualize how the day shaped up. We did see San Francisco Shock and Atlanta Reign advance into the next round in the upper bracket, as well as the LA Gladiators and the Dallas Fuel. Now, is there any of these two matches that you guys are especially hyped to see play out tomorrow?
I have to say, I think that the LA Gladiators against the Dallas Fuel, it's going to be close, because I think LA Gladiators, they might have a bit of an unorthodox approach. I think they'll forfeit the Zarya matchup. They'll just be like, we can't match you on the Zarya, so maybe some Reinhardt?
That's the thing, they don't need to, because they have the depth, right? They can play so many other things on such a high level that
who knows?
It might be hard though, right, Necra, for the Dallas Fuel? Like, how do you prepare against a roster such as the Gladiators?
I think it's going to come down to who's going to be able to get those individual star moments. I mean, you just take a look across the board for both of the rosters of the Los Angeles Gladiators and the Dallas Fuel, and I was just looking at some of the all-time rankings for these players, and Los Angeles Gladiators has 5 out of their 8 players in the overall best all-time rankings, and Dallas Fuel has 5 out of 7, and it's basically just the rookies that are left off the board there. So star power, a lot of confidence, and then also just the fact that they have the playtime. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah. That's fearlessness. Just being able to, like, we're going. It's the Dallas Fuel. We'll just go. We'll commit.
Be confident.
Yeah, that's great.
Yep.
That's what it's all about. Now, let's take a look at the lower bracket here, also dubbed the losers bracket.
Well, they technically are losers.
I mean, that's
relatively speaking, they lost one match, but
I'm just telling you,
in general.
Within esports, I felt like we made such a point of like, no, it's upper and lower bracket.
Lower bracket?
And now suddenly, I don't know when the shift happened.
The underdog bracket.
The underdog bracket.
The puncher uppers.
I mean, I like it. I like that we went back to winners and losers, because that's what it was. But yeah, anyway, let's take a look at those matches. For those, of course, this is all or nothing. They can make a run through the lower or the loser bracket, or they're out. Last chance for each of those teams. If you had to pick one to make the run through, which one is it for you, Necra?
I'm going to give it to the Washington Justice. I know they came in at 8th, but I'm backing them, especially if they've got a Happy. I mean, take a look at the fact that the Washington Justice versus the San Francisco Shock match went 5 maps. Hopium?
Yeah, I was about to say you ordered 1 serving of Hopium in the pre-show. Now I sense that maybe...
Okay, I'll take another one.
Or a third.
More Hopium, please.
More Hopium to go, please.
Yeah.
Which team do you think can make a realistic run?
Oh. Well, I actually agree with Necra that I think Washington Justice, I think that they could be a bit of a wild card down there, because you have like Toronto playing like some Zarya. You have Houston Outlaws, they're like, well, are we playing Lucio Moira with Doomfist? Like, who are we? Washington Justice, they know who they are. They're like, well, we play Mag Winston, we play a bit reactively, And we play around that with Tracer and Soldier, and that's what we do. And if you play into us and let us do our thing, we're real spooky. So they might be spooky.
Spooky.
Yeah.
You don't want them. You don't want Angie, spooky Washington against you. And somewhere in Texas, Costa is screaming right now. And for that alone, this was worth it. That will be my best of the day. Alas, we don't get to see it.
Costa screaming?
Because why not? I don't revel in his misery, but I never heard him scream at
Oh, so we could get a video.
Just for that.
Yeah,
So someone record that now. In the meantime, do want to take a look at our best of the days. There were plenty to choose from. We had incredible matches, and it's only day number 1 of the Kickoff Clash tournament. I'm going to kick things off with, is this going to be a surprise? No, it's not. It's going to be proper play. His deflect shots, I'm sorry, it was really good. Don't give me flag for that. I mean, yeah, I'm looking for any excuse to get a proper highlight in, but those, come on.
Deflecting happy. Deflecting happiness.
Actually just did that. And he did it twice.
Wow.
Tough. The fall is so dramatic too. I don't know, I really enjoyed this. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Like, he's really getting his money's worth with that Genji kiss. Like, how often do you see a deflect headshot?
Oh my goodness. No, well, we rarely do, right?
Exactly.
Like almost never. And then it was 2 in one map. That's what proper does for you. He,
yeah, it's proper good, that kid. Anyway.
I wasn't gonna do it.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that. I regretted it after I made the pun. Anyway, Nekra, what was your favorite moment of the day?
Well, funny enough, Zoe, it comes from the exact same match. I'm looking at map number 5 of the match between the San Francisco Shock and the Washington Justice, where we got the battle cattle. Look at that. We got Mag on the Orisa for more than like 2 seconds. Like, it was a full team fight and a half or something. Absolutely nuts. And then on top of that, on Li Zhang Tower as well, this incredibly, like, 5-head stick coming in from the pulse bomb from Proper. There you go, Zoe. I gave you another Proper highlight to put into the reel. And then also just the last couple of moments. The last couple of moments, because this was actually a map 5. And the San Francisco Shock, with this winning team fight, did secure a reverse sweep. So incredible stuff from just that series and that map alone.
Yeah. It was a great map.
It really was.
Yeah,
what an exciting way to start our day.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you love to see it.
Going.
It really did.
Yeah, it's like doing 10 push-ups in the morning. You're just like, yeah.
Yeah, but then it followed up with like another super intense and fun match to watch. So like we've
like,
really been treated.
Yeah,
by law of some karma, tomorrow is gonna suck.
No.
I'm kidding,
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great, guys. Just fantastic Overwatch all around. No 3 Overwatch memes, all right?
They can be
Not
entertaining
yet.
too. They can be entertaining too. Speaking of entertainment, what got you today?
Well, a bit of a hop.
Bit of hop?
Hoppity hoppity. Yeah, a bit of hoppity hoppity. And I know Sparkle did it a lot, okay? I know there was a lot of Sparkle, Helix, and like, whoa, 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 but Hotpa did it first, okay? So I gotta give some props to my man Hotpa. Dude, this is just a perfect example of who Hotpa is. Look at his hops between the windows. He's hopping between the windows to contest, gets the Graviton Surge to win the fight. Look at him hopping. He's just hopping around. Look at oh my God. What is this, breakdancing? I don't know if you hop in breakdancing, but it's absolute craziness. Like, I've never seen it. And this is a perfect example of who Hotpa is, because, you know, he's a veteran in the league now. I've seen him played for many years. I got to see him like practice, of course, when I was in the Philadelphia Fusion House in like 2018, 2019 and stuff. And he just grinds. He just grinds ranked all the time. Like, and he got that creativity as well to like try out abilities. Like, oh, maybe I could, you know, jump up here, or like, what if I'm like Diva and I could like send the self-destruct like that way, you know, stuff like that. And like just being able to just like, oh yeah, it's 99% in this map of ours, and I'm just gonna hop over and then hop back and then get my Graviton Surge and then win the fight for us. Like, it's amazing, brilliant.
Yeah, such mechanics. Like any of us, we would have hopped off that map like very quickly.
Yeah, but blew myself off.
That would have not worked out. It was one hop, I guess, but
one big hop.
Exactly, not quite enough. Now we do have great matches coming tomorrow, of course. So whatever I said before, fantastic Overwatch is coming your way. So let's take a look at the schedule, because there we go. We're gonna kick things off with the Eastern region. That's right. They are starting their Kickoff Clash tournament tomorrow, and we're gonna see the Philadelphia Fusion taking on the Hangzhou Spark, and afterwards the Seoul Dynasty will go up against the Shanghai Dragons. Just the idea of doing my pick'ems for them gave me headaches, anxiety attacks. I had a hard time picking those reinforced.
Yeah, for me it was a coin flip. I just asked Costa to do it for me.
Is that the same? Like, Costa's opinion is literally the same as a coin flip? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that. You said it.
I'm kind of sounding like that. Okay.
Well, that's a mistake.
Here is the Western region. Exactly. Here are our Western region matches. We're going to kick things off with the upper bracket between the San Francisco Shock and the Atlanta Reign. After that, we're going to see the Gladiators take on the Fuel. And Reiner made this one spicy already, you know, in his post-game interview, trying to rile up that Dallas crowd. Maybe he thrives on their hatred.
Chaos.
On the chaos, on the hatred.
You gotta be careful, Reddit will come for you.
Exactly. It's a dangerous game he's playing, but we're all for it. Washington Justice will take on the Florida Mayhem, and the Toronto Defiant and Houston Outlaws will battle it out to round out our day. Which of these matches, Necro, are you gonna really want people to keep an eye on?
Pick a match, any match.
Any match.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, we talked about the Gladiators versus the Fuel. That one's definitely going to be kind of the primo match, I think, of the day. But I also want to take a look at Houston versus Toronto, the two teams that kind of stuck in their ways a little bit, see how they bash together.
And it is such a short turnaround. How much can a team realistically change in a tournament overnight? Is it smart to do changes?
Well, in the big overhauls, maybe no. It depends on the confidence of our players. If you tell your team just like, yeah, I think we're gonna play wrecking ball comps, people are like, like, let's not do that. But if you're like, oh, well, we're playing this SAR composition, and like, we just weren't aggressive enough. Like, what was going on? We were too passive, we didn't engage fast enough, and like, we know we can do better than this. Having a nice motivational speech, we're going through the bolts, and like, everyone's like, oh, we messed up this. Like, just getting that jolt of like motivation that like, we know we can be more aggressive. That can be one big change. So I could even see some of these lower bracket teams making quite the run, knowing that they are capable of better than they probably think they proved today.
Yeah, I mean, on such a high level, you know, the players are very likely aware of what went wrong and why they lost. Like, very rarely is this ever a, oh, I have no idea what happened there scenario, right? So,
it wasn't my fault.
It's like, that's strange.
You guys figured it out.
Yeah, so probably not the case here. So we're very excited to see all those teams showing up nice and fresh tomorrow for their games, and I can't wait to see my pick'ems burn some more.
Hey, we got 4 and 4 today. What are you?
Yeah, but I don't trust myself. So there's a high chance of getting a lot of things wrong, and that's the joy of it, right, Necro? Like, that's what keeps it interesting.
Yeah, sure. I'll call taking the L on the day enjoyable. Yeah.
It's a guessing game for all of us. So like, you can't even gloat about getting something right because you literally had to guess, like all of us had to guess. So it's the luck of the draw, and that's how it is. And now we are, of course, done with the Watchpoint post show. Nakra, thank you so much for joining us. It's getting dark outside. I'm actually quite moody.
It's really
right
bad.
now.
I run on solar. So
I know.
I'm gonna pass out pretty soon. Come on, we need to hurry home.
Well, we'll be back again tomorrow, bright and early, to get ready for our day. I'm gonna see you again. I'm gonna see you, Necro, again, and everyone at home watching. Make sure to tune in once more for our Watchpoint pre-show starting at 11:30, and of course the matches will kick things off at noon. And in case you're missing the kickoff of the APAC matches, don't you worry, we got you. We'll be summarizing those in our pre-show, so you don't want to miss it. Thank you so much for watching, and have a good night.